you guys are actually gonna build the Amazon clone. And this is an app where you're gonna have full e-commerce functionality, back end and front end. This is going to be absolutely insane.
Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Look at my posters, say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Look at my posters, say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah.
This is going to be absolutely insane. This project on your portfolio with full e-commerce functionality, back end and front end. So actually it's gonna have more functionality than what you've seen here. Even if you've watched this previously on our YouTube channel, this alone will have the power to get you many jobs, and you're gonna learn a ton of new technology as well. You'll have full user authentication, as you can see up at the top. You'll be able to add things to your cart. So for example, if I do add to basket, you see how that number over at the top changes to 2. Now, if I go to my basket, you can see how both of these orders are right here. One, the lean started for $11.96, this for $2.39. If you add up the total, you get this subtotal over here. I can also remove from basket, and notice how it removed without even having to refresh. That's the power of React. This is why so many companies want to use it and want to give jobs to developers and hire you. You will actually be able to also process a full checkout with this. And all of this is instant. It has all the technologies you need to know to become a modern day developer. Clever Programmer's mission this year, our mission at Clever Programmer this year, is to help 5,000 people get jobs as a developer. I think this is going to be the fastest way to be able to do that. In 2021, we want to get 10,000 people jobs as developers, but for this year, help us hit that goal. Now, let me tell you something amazing. We have this is just one of our students that has done this, right? This student built all of our clones. His name is Adam Reeves, and he built our Instagram clone. He built the Amazon app. He built all of these apps that we showed you how to build. And with the Instagram one and the Amazon clone alone, he was actually able to land a job. And he just texted me yesterday, and he got a job offer from Apollos IT Solutions. He got that job. Jen, who's another one of the students in our course Profit with JavaScript, she actually built this COVID tracker app, and with that alone, she actually got a job offer. You know, of course, with her previous experience and this, the employer was so impressed that they actually gave her a job offer for $96,000 a year. So guys, this is as real world as it gets. People are getting job offers left and right. We had another student, Frank. He actually got a job with a consulting gig with Sonos, the speaker company, for over $100,000 a year.
I don't want to say the number, but I kind of do. It's almost $170K for this project.
Whoa! So that is absolutely mind-blowing, and he's also in our program. With that said, if you're ready to get your web development career started, if you are ready to learn the most popular framework in the world, which is React.js, which Facebook uses and all the top companies in the world actually use, Instagram, and if you want to learn the skills to become a modern React JavaScript developer, then register for this free training packed with value, and you're gonna have your resume and portfolio completely built. Again, all of it is completely free. All you have to do is click the link below, register for the training, and I'm gonna see you inside. Get started building the Amazon project. I only have one question for you guys. Are you ready?
Exactly, guys. Let us know in the comments right now. Smash that thumbs up. Let's get ready for this build, guys.
Guys, let's go. And now we're just going to jump into it. Keep your energy high, because this is one problem that happens to developers. Your shoulders will start to slump. You'll start to get tired. But persevering through this is what's going to get you to the next level. Remember your why that you told us yesterday. Some of you are doing this for your family, Some of you are doing this so you can become your own boss. Some of you are doing this so you can support your mom. Guys, that is where the why shows up. The ones who are going to drop off today are the ones who are not going to become developers in the future. The ones who drop off today are the ones who are not going to become developers of tomorrow. So make sure you're the one who doesn't do that, right? If you have that in you and you can persevere, then we can get through this. So if you're committed to doing the challenge today and finishing this entire thing that we're going to do today and deploy it to Firebase, then make sure you drop in the comments below right now that I'm committed to building this project today, no matter what it takes. That exact thing, I want to see it in the comments below. With that said, let's get started.
Let's do it, bro. So the first thing that we're going to have to do is let's hop over to VS Code. So we asked you guys yesterday, if you hadn't already got VS Code, make sure you go ahead and get VS Code because you're going to need it to follow along with us.
Yep.
Me and Kazi are actually doing something called VS Live Share right now. So if I type on the screen, you can actually see I'm inside of Kazi's programming.
And just to
VS
be
Code
very
right
clear, because I think one thing we didn't share is like this is the exact thing you guys are going to be building today, okay? So, you know, we're going to have the add to basket functionality. It'll be deployed online, so you'll be able to see it, and then you'll be able to route to different pages and things like that. All right, I'm going to put this to the side now.
So now, guys, what we're going to do is we are first going to go ahead and open up the terminal. So let's go ahead and open up a terminal. So Command J is the terminal in VS Code if you're on Mac. And what you want to do, guys, is I just think I need read and write permission. So I'm going to go ahead and request read and write.
All right, here we go.
There we go. And now, guys, what we want to do is we want to use a tool called MPX. So we're going to do MPX and we're going to do create React app. So this is a tool by the guys over at Facebook, and you want to give it a name. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and say Amazon clone, like that, right? So you make sure you use dashes, and it's MPX create React app Amazon clone. That's going to go ahead and set up a starter template for you guys when you are coding with React, and that's going to give you everything you need to get started with this build today. So just let that go ahead and get installed, and while that's happening, Kazi, let's go ahead and head over to firebase.com.
Yep, so now that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to open up a new tab, type in firebase.com. Boom.
Yep.
And Firebase, basically what it does, guys, is it allows you to have a database and allows you to host your app online. If you're confused about what a database is, it just allows you to save things so they don't go away the next time you're there. Okay, simple as that.
Exactly. Oh, dude, I think a few people are saying the music's a little distracting.
Let me put it down. Okay.
Maybe lower. Yeah,
we'll
maybe
kill it. We'll
drop
kill
it a tiny bit.
All right, it's gone. Don't worry, guys. Let's focus.
Nice. So now, guys, as Kazi said, all you need to get started with Firebase is a Gmail account. So go ahead and go over to the console.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead, and what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna change. Man, my computer is really starting to slow down. I'm going to try to kill everything I don't need. So give me 1 second, guys.
Nice. And guys, while he does that, I'll explain what we're going to be using Firebase for. So Firebase is going to be used for the hosting right now. Today, we're going to be using it for the hosting. Tomorrow, we're going to go ahead and connect our database over to Firebase so we can pull in some information, some products, and things like that. And then we're going to go ahead and also use Firebase Cloud Functions, which is interesting. We've never done that before in these builds. We're going to go ahead and use Cloud Functions to go ahead and get this thing connected to Stripe so that we can process and take payments on this website.
Yep.
Right, so it's going to be an awesome build.
And all of those things are pretty much going to be done through Firebase.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Exactly.
Okay, so my computer is starting to pick up. I just really hope it won't crash. If it does crash, no problem. We're just going to go live in this Facebook group again. So when you guys come back, it'll just be right at the top of the Facebook group. If you're watching it on YouTube, it'll also pop up for you. So just be aware of that little disclaimer. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit go to console.
Yep.
On Firebase.
Go. And then once this is here, you're going to click on the create project option, and all you guys need to do is on that create project is type in the same thing that we did for create React app. So we're just going to do Amazon dash clone, and if you've already got one, in this case we've already got one, we could rename it to something different. So in this case it could be Amazon.
We're just gonna call it Amazon Challenge.
Yeah. Nice.
All right. But you're calling it it won't yeah, this is just simple. So you guys can just call it Amazon Challenge and you'll be fine.
Yeah, you can call it Amazon Challenge.
Okay.
At this point, the name doesn't matter here, guys. It's purely sort of aesthetic.
Yep.
And then for the Google Analytics, you can choose to enable it or disable it. It's not going to make a difference.
Yep. Won't.
Yep. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to wait till that goes ahead and sets itself up. And then we're going to go ahead and grab the configuration file from Firebase. And what that's going to do, it's just a simple sort of config file. So it's pretty much just an object that we're going to grab from Firebase. And that's going to allow us to connect our front end React app over to Firebase. So that's like the missing piece of the puzzle, right?
Dope.
Oh, man. What's that?
So what I'll do is I'll just switch to my other email and then try from there.
Yeah, let's do that.
So we have built so many projects on that one account, and so many people are hitting that, like, it literally is just maxed out. So I'm just gonna go here, but I'm gonna do pretty much the same thing. So nothing has really changed for you. If you just did Amazon Challenge, that's totally fine. Or if you did Amazon Clone, that's fine too. So I'm just gonna hit continue.
Yeah.
And all right, here we go. You don't need to add Google Analytics to it unless you want to. Oh.
Quote a group, right questions. Interesting. So a lot of people are actually getting that. So Google seems to have that issue. So guys, at this point, it's completely fine. We don't need to set this up right now. If everyone's getting the same error, don't freak out. Don't panic. We can go ahead and build the rest of the app, and we can fix this afterwards. So we're all good. We're all good.
We're all good for now. We're gonna just go ahead, build the app, and then we're gonna come to this a little bit later. Dope.
Exactly. So at this point, we are coming to an end for the Create React app. So once that go ahead and gets installed, the first command that we're going to run is something called npm start. So it's just about finished now. Once it goes ahead and get done, you need to make sure you cd into the correct folder, right? So we're going to make sure it's just taking a little bit of time today. But for you guys, I mean, it's pretty... Let us know, guys, is your npm Create React app finished? And if it does, what is the message that comes up? It should say happy something. So if you guys already got to that stage, let us know. Your computer's going pretty fast right now. Yep. Then, yeah, let us know. And once this is loaded, we can get started and we can get running, guys.
Yep, it's almost...
Let's go ahead and... Yeah, it's almost done there, guys. Yep. Guys, let us know in the chat. Are you guys from... Oh, nice, dude. Hey, happy hacking. You see that? Everyone's jumping in. Happy hacking.
Are you serious?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Damn. My computer
insane, dude.
My computer is just so slow right now that I'm just like... I closed everything that I possibly could. So yeah, you're going to be my eyes for all of that stuff.
Damn, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, like everything's flying in right now. It says it's going crazy. Yeah, so I think the Google servers might be temporarily down. I mean, guys, there's too much fire with this challenge right now. Everyone's hitting that Firebase server.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because we're promoting it so much that maybe like Firebase is like, hey, can't handle it anymore.
Just freaking out, dude. Oh, man. So everyone's got to that point. So what I want you guys to do, if you're at this point, we'll just talk you through it. And then we'll actually show you this while it happens. So it will say happy hacking, and then it will say CD into whatever folder was created. So I want you guys to go ahead and do CD Amazon Challenge if you named it Amazon Challenge. And once you're inside that folder, hey, it just worked for us.
Wait, is this? It didn't say that before, right?
It did. It's always said happy hacking.
Oh, really? Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Happy hacking.
Nice.
Okay, so we're now going to CD into this folder. So if I showed you my directory. Wait, where did it build it? I don't see that folder. You called it Amazon Clone?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, awesome.
Nice.
Sweet. And you guys don't need this file. I just sometimes have Clever Programmer JS for fun, but basically it should look like this, Amazon Clone, and that's all you should have in here for now.
Exactly. But once you get to this point, guys, you just want to CD into the folder like Kazi just did.
Yep.
And then if you to make sure you're in the correct folder in the terminal, if you just type in ls it should say things like README, package JSON, node modules, and that sort of stuff. So you should get, you should see that stuff.
And now what we're going to do is hit npm start once you're in there, because what that will do is it will start running the app on your local host. So if it runs, which, you know, we're waiting for it right now, but as soon as it runs on the right hand side, you will see a spinning React logo. And what that basically means is, hey, our app is running. All right. And while that happens, because my computer
I think Firebase is good now, dude.
Really?
Yeah, so I think Firebase has come back on. So we've got, it's so cool how everyone informs us of Firebase's status. But yeah, I think Firebase is back up now. So a lot of you guys are actually getting through on Firebase. We can go ahead and give that a second try while our app starts up.
I love how it goes down while we are live. You know, this is what they say, like, what we're going to code live, what can go wrong?
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
I was wondering, I was like, they've given us a fair build on Firebase.
Uh-oh. Why is Sunny disconnecting? Uh-oh. All right, Sunny, you disconnected for a little bit, so now you're back. So that's really good. All right, I'm going to try.
Okay.
It says you're one project away.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see where the Amazon challenge that I did. So I'm going to click on the Amazon challenge one. Hopefully allows me to be in. Yep, now I'm in. Beautiful.
Nice. Now what you want to do is on the top left, you see that little icon there. Yep, you're going to click that. Type in Amazon challenge.
Okay, Amazon challenge. Also set up Firebase hosting.
Yep.
Register app.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. Now, the next step you don't actually need to do. You can click next. And then this one is important, guys. So you're going to need to run this command, but you're probably going to need to write sudo in front of it.
So we'll show you guys how to do this. Okay, so I'm going to just open up another terminal here, and I should have it in my... So you're going to do sudo npm install global Firebase like that, and then type in whatever password is for your computer. If you're on Windows, you might not need sudo. Just try npm install.
Yep, exactly.
Did they do sudo, or they're still in like...
Yeah, you need to do sudo if you're installing something globally.
Even on Windows, right?
I think maybe if you guys use Windows and you know what the alternative is, let us know. I think it's still sudo though. Yeah.
Okay, dope. And by the way, now did we drop it in Slack that we're live? Okay, beautiful.
Guys, I just want to say as well, like if Firebase is not working, it's okay at this point. So do not worry. Do not worry.
We will also drop a solution to it later too, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, but focus on the React stuff. The React stuff's the important bit here.
All right, and then we don't need to worry about this right now either, right?
No, not yet.
All right, so we're just going to hit continue to console then, which is hidden behind my and Sunny's face. So it was like literally where our screen was supposed to be was showing up.
Yeah.
All right, so now I got that code. Or now what do we do, Sunny?
Right, so now you're going to do is go over to the top left inside of the Firebase console.
The burger menu.
Click that. Yep, click that little project settings icon on the top right.
Yep, the gear.
Nice, and then click on
project
settings.
And now when we're in here, we're going to grab that little snippet of code that you're going to need. So let's go all the way down here and hit config. And inside of our config, we're just going to copy this.
Exactly.
And then should we just make a new file right here in source?
Yep, let's go ahead and make a new file. Let's call it firebase.js.
Yep. And then we're just going to go ahead and paste everything that we got right over here and hit save.
Exactly. Now, remember, guys, it's completely fine to do this afterwards, the Firebase step. But that's what we need to do at this point, right? Yep. So with that said, now I think we can actually jump into the coding part of it. So let's go ahead and see if our app ran up on localhost 3000.
Yep. So our app is running nicely. Now what we're going to do. So that's a little, let's just hit some air horns right there.
Guys, if you got there, let us know. If you see the little spinning React icon, let us know in the comments right now. Because that's amazing. You've got to your first working React app. So now we actually go ahead and Kazi, what's the next step?
So that's a thing to celebrate. And now this is Sunny's favorite part. So now, guys, what we're going to do is make sure that you just go to all your test files because we don't need them. And we also don't need the logo. So all we're going to do here is just clean it up a little bit. How I selected all of them is I just held Command and I clicked on all three of them. So they're all selected. Now I'm just going to do Command Delete. All right. And what that does is deletes all those three files. On the right-hand side, what's going to happen is you're going to see it complain about, hey, a logo is not there. Wah. Okay. Well, that makes sense because we just deleted the file that had the logo in it. So no worries. What we're going to do is we're going to go to app.js, and I'm going to hit Command B and Command J. So take away the terminal so you guys can see more of the screen. And everything that's inside of this div, I'm going to highlight it like that. It's good that my computer is going slow, so everybody can actually keep up even if you're a little bit behind. And instead, I'm just going to write here like a H1 tag. And I'm going to say, hello, clever programmers. Let's build the Amazon store.
Nice.
All right. And I'm going to put a little rocket emoji.
I can go ahead and drop one in there if you want.
Uh-oh.
It did some weird stuff. Let me go ahead and drop it in. I've got a rocket. There we go. Boom.
Oh, my bad. All right, sweet. Nice. Yeah, my computer is just slowing down a lot. So I'm going to hit save. And now on the right-hand side, what you guys are going to see, let's hit refresh here.
We need to get rid of the logo as well, guys, on line 2.
Yep.
So you see this line of code right here. Let's go ahead and delete that.
Perfect. And so
save that file.
Boom. There we go.
And there we go. Nice.
And now if I full screen this over here, you guys see how it's in the middle. What we want to do is we want to get rid of some of this styling that's coming through default. So we're going to get rid of that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into our files and we're going to go into our app.css. We're going to select everything. So I'm just going to do Command A here, save. That should get rid, and now everything should be left aligned. I'm going to put it back to the right-hand side. We're going to go now into our index.css and get rid of that invisible margin that's kind of always there because we don't need it.
Yep.
So we're going to pretty much do everything, and we're going to do give us 0 margin. So let's hit that, save. And now you see there's no margin at the top. Like before, it was giving it margin, and React does that sometimes. Let's go back to our app.js. And here, we're just going to call this app like this because this is following a BEM convention, which is like a really nice naming convention to use for your styling. And people like really love this when you know how to do this. And with that said, we're pretty much now ready to get started.
Exactly. So awesome stuff, bro. Like now that's a great point where you guys are going to get to, because we basically have a clean canvas at this point. So we now have the, oh, I see. Yeah, I found it again. It's come under a different one, but that's completely fine. We can sort this out. It's come under the WhatsApp clone with Manstack, Kazi. So just get the guys, maybe change that.
They're changing it. Yeah.
Okay, dope. So now what we have, guys, is we pretty much have this starting ground. So we have, hello, clever programmers, let's build the Amazon store, right? So once we're at this point, what we want to do is we want to basically just do some markdown. So I like to comment things, and it keeps everything very sort of easy to understand. So let's go ahead and add our first comment. In this one, what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and add the header. So we're going to go ahead and say the header first, because what we're going to do is we're first going to have a header, and then we're going to have a home component, right? So the header is essentially, what the fuck? So the header essentially is the going to be the top part of the Amazon app, right? So the header component on the Amazon app. Then we have the rest of the body, which we're basically going to be calling the home component. Okay, so Kazi, what we could do is, I'm not sure if it's going to, if it may lag too much in showing this, but what we could do is show them the Facebook, the Amazon app if we've got it open.
Yep.
Have we got the deployment? Yep. So
Here.
we actually want to do, so the top part right there, so where it says Amazon at the top, that's going to be the header component. And then we have the home component, which is going to be underneath. Everything underneath it is in part of the home component. Everything above is the header component.
Got it.
Right. So that's what we're going to go ahead and do. And then what we're going to go ahead and do, guys, is we are going to go and create these components. So the first thing we're going to do is create a file called header.js. So Kazi, let's go ahead and create a header.js.
All right.
Um,
I'll open this up. Right here, we'll go header. And this is, since this is going to be a component, whoops, let me go to this screen right here. Since this is going to be a component, guys, what we need to do is capitalize that H right there. So let's hit enter. And the code that this file is going to contain, hopefully if I can still draw, is this header that you guys see over here. So I'm going to grab that header right there. So that header that you guys see here, that's what's going to be in that file. Okay, so just to be very clear with what code goes there.
Exactly. So once we're inside that file, we're going to use something called ES7 snippets. So in order to install these, you just need to go over to the extensions inside of React, inside of VS Code, sorry, and go ahead, type in ES7. And these are going to be the snippets that you see us using throughout the 3 days in these builds. This is going to help you be extremely fast with your development. And it allows you to do a really nice little shortcut that we use in every build, which is called RFCE. And when you type in RFCE, let's go ahead and follow. Yep, nice. When we type in RFCE, it actually goes ahead and it renders out a complete functional component with the correct name. So that's really cool. And then what we're going to do is we're going to give this a class name. And we're going to give this one class name of header because it's the header component. And then we're going to go ahead and also give this its own CSS file. So we need to go ahead and say inside this folder, let's go ahead and import the header.css. So before, what we now need to do is create a header.css file. So inside of our source folder, I'm going to create a header.css file, and you should see us pop into that file right any second now. So I have now just jumped inside of the header.css file, and you can see any CSS that we are going to include inside of our header component, we're pretty much going to write inside of this header.css file. And I can see a lot of people are coming back to this video now, which is awesome. We have everyone coming back. Nice.
Awesome, guys. Yeah, welcome back. It dropped down for a little bit, but we are still building the Amazon clone. And I just want to say, internet is being shaky, but we're here and we're going to persevere through the challenge. So just keep coming back. If it dies, just join us right back. For those of you who care about this, I know you guys will show up because we will just keep showing up for you. Okay, so I don't know if it happens again, because I know whenever you're trying to actually do something important, internet dies and like every problem in the world happens. Like crazy stuff started happening in the house too. But we're back and we're not going anywhere. So we're going to just keep coming back live. I don't care what it takes, but let's keep going, guys.
Exactly, guys. Let's get the energy back up. So what we're going to do inside of the header component is where basically we have the Amazon logo on the left. We have this nice, beautiful search in the middle. And then we have all of the icons and where it says hello, sign in, returns and orders, your prime, everything like that on the right-hand side. Now,
so hold on. So let me just ask you these questions, right? So on the left-hand side, we got this logo that you're talking about, the Amazon one.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's one thing that we're going to be building in this header. The second thing we're going to be building in the header is this search input field that's in the middle with the search icon, right?
Yeah.
The third thing we're going to build are these like nice little four things on the right-hand side, which we call children.
Exactly.
Got it. Beautiful. Okay.
Exactly that. Right. So inside of the code right now, what we're going to do is we're just going to sort of mask out each of them. Right. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have an image component. So let's go ahead and add the image component. So it's not working, so that's fine. We can do this. This is going to be an image component, and the source for this one is just going to be a picture of Amazon. So I went ahead and grabbed a source of Amazon earlier. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that in right here. Just like so. So there we go. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a class name. So a class name of header __ logo as such. So what we need to do now is styling is not working. 1 second, guys. Let's go ahead and make this look nicer. Yep. So then we have the image with the class name, header, logo, and the source, like so. That's going to be a picture of Amazon. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a div and everything in. So that middle search component, we're actually going to have a container, so a div. So div, and we're going to say div dot header underscore underscore search, like so, right? And now with this, my Emmet's not working again, so I need to basically go ahead and do the following. Header, like so, and then do this. Nice. And what we have here, guys, is the header search. So inside of here, we're going to basically have an input field and a search icon. So it's going to basically represent what we have as the finished product. So I'm going to go ahead and chuck in a input right here. So an input field, and that's going to be the header search. And then we're also going to have a logo, but we're going to come back to this. And this is where we use Material UI to go ahead and get that logo.
The one that I'm highlighting, that's going to be the Amazon logo, right? Or no?
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the Amazon logo.
Got it. And then this search is going to be that thing right there.
Exactly, bro. Yeah.
Okay.
That's going to be the middle bit. And the final right-hand side is going to be what we call the header nav. So let's go ahead and check that right now. So the header nav as such. So over here, we really need Prettier to work. Super annoying.
Prettier's not working. Okay, I'll try hitting save. I think that should work.
Yeah. Save. Let me go ahead and just double check. Let me quickly do one thing. It might make it quick. Format on save.
Oh yeah. So guys, you can do this as well. We have an extension called Prettier. So this is a good extension for you to get if you don't have it already. And once you install it, okay, hold on. Let me see. You can just hit Command, comma, or just go to Settings, top here. And then you can basically do, if I look for format on save, you could hit check mark on format on save. And then every time you save, it will like format your code and make it look pretty.
Exactly, guys. You want to go ahead and do that, and then that will get it working. And now what you want to do is for the header nav, Kazi, maybe let's do the auto save every 5 seconds. That would be kind of cool.
Oh, I thought we had it on. No?
No, I think we maybe got that off because that might be a easier way of formatting it.
Okay, so where does that show up? Hold on. Auto save after delay. Yeah, it's after delay.
Oh, okay. So it's
500 milliseconds after every 5.
Okay, cool. So we've got the header nav. So now what we're going to do is inside of the header nav, we're going to have a few different options. But let's go ahead and actually fill out things because let's get the local host running. So let's get localhost 3000 showing up on the right. We can do that in a sec. So for now, guys, we had the header underscore nav. And inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to have 3 different options, right? So we're going to have a few different divs. So I'm going to go ahead and create a div. And each one is going to be resemblant of what we have on the right-hand side where it says hello sign in, where it says returns and orders, where it says your prime. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that in as so. So we've got that here. And this is going to say class name like this. And we're going to say header underscore underscore option. And I'm going to go ahead and this will basically be where you have for example, where it says hello sign in. So you see on the top left, it'll say something like hello sign in. Those are the sort of things that we're going to have inside of these divs. All right, so I'm going to go ahead, copy it, and there'll be a second one, and there'll be a third one. Let's go ahead and format this in nicely. There we go. Now, for this bit, guys, what we're going to do is we are going to sort of span in some stuff here. So I'm going to go ahead and create. So for the first option, we're going to have.
When you say options, what are you referring to?
So this one right here on the top, on the right-hand side, so where it says hello sign in, returns and options, all of those are considered as header options.
Okay, so let me just be clear. So this, so for example, this over here is probably referring to this one thing, and that's like option 1, right?
Exactly.
And then this is option 2. This is option 3. And then this over here is option 4, right?
Exactly.
We don't know why we call it option, but that's just kind of the naming convention.
Yeah, I mean, you can call it whatever you guys want. We've gone with option today because it's a navbar option. So it's like inside of the navbar, it's an option inside the navbar. But you can call it anything you want. Just make sure that it's consistent when you go to style it inside of your CSS file.
Got it.
So that will save you a lot. Right. So now inside of header option, we're going to have two span tags, right? So let's go ahead and drop the first span tag in right now. So I'm going to go ahead and do span. The class name for this one is going to be, let's go ahead and drop a class name. It's going to be header underscore underscore option line 1, right? So this is going to be the first line. And inside of this one, what we're going to have, this is going to say, this one's going to say, hello, Sunny. Right, and we're going to make this sort of, but in this case, or we could just say hello user or hello guest because we're not going to be logged in right now. We're going to paste it again. So we're going to copy that line of code, paste it. And we're going to change the to, and the second line in this case was, let's go ahead and do sign in. Right, so it's going to be a sign in button. Now, what I want you guys to do is go ahead and copy these 2 lines of code, paste it here. Make sure your indentation is clean. Use Prettier, it will help you out. Go ahead and do the same thing here. Make sure. And for the second one, what we're going to have is we're going to say returns. And down here, we're going to say and orders. And for the third one, we're going to say your over here. And we're going to say prime. Like so. Okay. Yep. So we've got hello guest, sign in, returns, orders, and your prime. Now, with that said, what we're going to have is at the end of it. So we have all of those options. We have those 3 options. So let's go and load up our local host, Kazi.
Nice. Okay. So let's go ahead and go to our local host here, and we're gonna hit save or hit refresh. Yep. So there we go. That's our local host.
Now the reason why it's not showing up, guys, is because we have inside of app.js here we actually haven't rendered the header component. So to render it, what we need to do is go ahead and do the following. We need to say header. Like so, that's how we use a component. But then we're going to actually need to go ahead and
all we're doing here, guys, is the code that we wrote in this file called header.js. We didn't put it into our app.js, so that's exactly what he's doing. He's going to import it right there, and then he's going to literally use that exact component and right here. And that's why it's showing up right underneath. And now you can see all of these things are showing up right there.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So now what we are going to do is we are going to go and so now it should render. So you can see all the stuff is popping on the screen. Now the reason why you can't see the Amazon text is simply because it is a white piece of text. So it's going to be on a white background, so it's not going to be very clear. So let's go ahead and style some of this stuff so it looks a little bit more clean and visual to see.
Yep.
So what we're going to do here is let's go and head over to our header.css. And the first thing I'm going to do, guys, is if you notice here, we have the header container. We're going to go ahead and style that. So I'm going to say for the header, let's go ahead and say give the following rules. Okay. So I'm going to give it a height of 60 pixels, a display of flex, and then we're going to say display flex. Then we're going to say align item center, background color, and this is the Amazon background color, so you can see it's giving it a black background color. And then position sticky, so it means it'll stick to the top, so as we scroll down it'll stick there, and a z-index of 100. So
this is a really good comment. I just want to highlight this as you guys are watching this. We have Carlos, and he just says, he's like, hey, yo Kazi, I'm here watching while I head out to show a few homes. So that's epic, dude. That's awesome. And he goes, wish that I could code at the same time, but I hope that it gets recorded. He says, watching while driving. I don't recommend it, but I'm serious to learn for your information. So that is epic. Just be careful, please, while you're driving. And also, this is going to be recorded. So if you're watching this and you're like, hey, just like Carlos, like I can't keep up with this right this second, don't worry. You can always watch the recordings, all right? And we have the Slack community, everybody to help you out. But we're going to be going through at a pretty fast pace just so we can show and demonstrate everything.
Exactly, guys. And then that way, when you watch it back, you can watch it back slower. You can watch it back, keep stopping the video. And as you need to do it, you can do it. So like that. Now, the next thing we're going to do is you see that image is huge, right? It's very hard to see what's going on with that image. So what we did is we went ahead and gave our image the header logo class. So we're going to go ahead and target that header logo. And we're going to make it look a lot cleaner. So we're going to go ahead and target the header logo like so. And here,
Damn,
what we're
that
going
looks
to do
clean
is,
already.
what was that?
It's already starting to look clean. Like, boom,
Yeah,
just with
dude.
that one line.
Exactly. Yeah, so you see that at 1.9, so we've got this like one little bit of code here. We've got the width of 100 pixels. Object fit contain means that it is essentially going to keep its aspect ratio, so it looks very clean when we do that. Margin here is saying 0 on the top, I think it's top and bottom, 20 on left and right, and margin top of 18 pixels. Nice. So we have that in place. That looks good. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go over to let's go ahead and actually fix the header search. So we need the logo inside of our header search. So Kazi, let's go ahead and open up firstly, let's go ahead and get rid of where it says hello clever programmers, because it looks a little bit confusing. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that, save. Now we've just got the Amazon bar at the top. So that looks clean. Now, what I want to do is show you guys how to install Material UI into your project. So Kazi, let's head over to Material UI.
Yep. Let's do it. So now I'm going to open a new tab and we're going to go Material UI. And this is what we're using for all the icons. So if you guys look over here, the basket icon that we have at the top right, or we have the search icon, all of this is coming from Material UI. That's why we're here. And in order to install it, guys, make sure you copy this line of code that says npm install Material UI core. I'm going to hit Command J, and then I'm going to go to my command line that I'm currently not using. I'm just going to cd into my Amazon clone, and I'm going to hit Command V to paste what I copied. And boom, now it's installing this. As this installs, what I'm going to do is, what is it, Sunny? Is it fonts?
Yep.
So I'm going to go here.
No, it's icons.
Icons. There we go.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go and click on icons. All right.
Yeah.
And then scroll down to where it says search the full list of icons. Thank you. So click where it says search the full list of icons. And before you do that, make sure you copy this line that says npm install Material UI icons. That's another installation you're going to need. I'm going to pop that in here, and I'm going to hit paste and hit enter. All right. And as this, I'm going to click where it says search the full list of these icons. Now it's going to take me in there. Boom. And now if I type in anything like search or whatever have you, it should pop up those icons. And even when you need the code for them, you just click into it and it's going to actually give you the code that you can write to pop that icon into your app. So it's really, really epic.
Exactly. Yeah, and we're going to use that, guys. If you see us pulling in code to your app or at any point, this is how we go ahead and find those icons. So let's go ahead and start using that stuff. So inside of our header.js, what we are going to do is go to our header.js, and we are going to go ahead and use an icon called the search icon. So in order to pull this into our project, we actually went ahead and installed that earlier. I think it's still installing, right, Kazi?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to need to wait for that to install. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for that one to go ahead and install. Let's just see.
Wait for what to install?
The Material UI. Oh yeah, there we go.
Both of it installed.
Mine was a bit delayed. Nice. Okay, so that's been installed now. So now what we need to do is go to the top and import the search icon. So up here, we need to go ahead and import search icon from Material UI search icons. There we go. And then what we're going to do is head over down to the bottom, and we are going to go ahead and have inside of the header search div the search icon like so. Okay. Now, if we go ahead and save this and go back to our local host, we should be able to see it's actually going to be very dark, right? So it's actually going to be very dark to see. So we gave it a class name of
it's
header
there, but
search
it's like
icon.
impossible. Yeah, it's just really dark. Exactly.
Yeah, so it's very, very dark. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and make that very visible at this point. So to go ahead and give that some color, what we're going to do is we're going to go target it. So we're going to say go to the header search icon, and then we are going to go ahead and say give it some padding, some height, and a background color. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and give it the following styles and then save. And you guys can now see it's got a background color, which is the Amazon orange, right? And then we have a padding of 5 pixels and a height of 22 pixels. Okay. Now, you see the alignment is all messed up. right? The alignment is always it's all messed up. So
Yeah,
we're gonna go
it's a
ahead and use
little
Flexbox to,
funky.
yeah, it's all wonky right now.
Yep.
To fix that, what we do is we say target the header search
Ooh, are we gonna be
like
using
so.
Flexbox here?
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna be using
Nice.
Flexbox.
Hey, I love me some Flexbox.
Exactly, guys. So Flexbox is going to really help you get the responsive design. It's going to allow you to restructure things on a web page very easily. And what we're going to do is we're going to include this code right here. So we're going to say display flex. We're going to say flex one. I'll explain what this does in a sec. Align item center is what was responsible for pulling that logo centrally with the input field. And then we're giving it a border radius of 24 pixels. Now, the interesting part here, guys, is that you can see header search is actually surrounding the input field and the search icon. So that's why when we did display flex, everything went into a row, because when you apply display flex .css, and here is what we had. We had the header search, which was the container. So this is the container for everything. It was display flex, flex one, which flex one actually went ahead and gave us this, where it spread out to the rest of the Flex one basically says that it wants it to stretch as big as it can go. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we are going to do the right hand side. So right now you can actually see what's over here. But if I go ahead and zoom in, you can see it says hello guest, sign in, all that beautiful stuff. I want that to look like this. Okay. So that's the end goal. And that's where we're at right now. So, I mean, it looks pretty close, but we're going to pretty much get it to that finish line and get it looking perfect, guys. We have 1,400 people back. Thank you so much, guys, for giving us that chance to get over this problem. And we're going to keep crushing it for you guys. So, oh God, got some fly. Okay, we're going to keep on crushing it for you guys. So, let's go ahead and we've got the div over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the... So for each of these header options, I'm going to start styling them as such, as needed. So the first one, guys, I'm going to go ahead and say header option. So header underscore option, like so. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually go ahead and find my styles for this. I'm going to go ahead and give the following to this. I'm going to say display flex. And what I'm going to do, just to make it extremely easy, because right now you can't actually see that text very easily. You see on this one, it's white. So let's go ahead and actually give that white color right now. So I'm going to say the color should also be white, right? So for now, let's give the color of white. I'm going to say display flex, and we are going to say a flex direction column, margin left 10 pixels, margin right 10 pixels, color white. So you see right now it's squashed, right? Everything is squashed up. And the reason why this is because we need to target the header nav, and we need to make this responsive. So I'm going to go ahead, target the header nav, and let's go over to header nav here. I'm going to say display flex and justify content space evenly. So what this will do is, if we save this now, you see that it actually went ahead, and because we've set the rules of this image, we've set the rules of this container right here, so the search container, and then the nav container, all of them are abiding by flex rules. So what that means is, guys, is that it's going to equally share that space between whatever is inside. So now you can see it's starting to look a little bit more like the finished product, right? So we're almost getting there, guys. We're almost getting there. Well, the next bit we're going to do is we are going to target the option line 1. So we had here header option line 1, option line 2. For option line 1, we can go ahead and do the following. We can say target header option line 1, and then we can do the following. So some flies. Okay, header option line 1, and here we've got a font size of 10 pixels. So here we are going to do a font size of 10 pixels like so, and then we're going to save, and then we're also going to do an option line 2. So here Edge Risa says, you get them girls. Guys, keep coding. Oh man, it's so funny. I got that girl. I not got them girls. That girl. All right, so font size 13 pixels, font weight of 800. Kazi, are you still there?
Of course, bro. I'm here in spirit. I'm I'm just like this floating energy now, coming from the dead. Just
so funny. Someone wrote, it's spooky when Kazi is so quiet and not moving around, but we love his smile.
Wait, somebody said they love my mouth.
Oh man. Somebody said Kazi breathe, man.
All right, I'm here. Don't worry, guys. I am breathing. Just I got a very high quality noise gate on, but
It's all good,
pointless.
guys.
Keep
We're
going.
all good. Exactly. Right. So we have the Amazon clone. We have
That
Hello
Amazon
Guest.
nav bar is looking clean.
It's
It
looking
literally looks like the Amazon nav bar.
exactly. It's looking clean, guys. Now I saw somebody say, "What is the font family?" We didn't actually change the font, so keep it as it is, and everything will work correctly, and it will work as you expect. So the final thing, guys, is we want that basket icon. So this one on the right, that nice little basket icon, to go ahead and add that in. What we're going to do is the final header option needs to be added. So the final header option that we're interested in here is this one over here. So I'm going to go ahead and add a div. So I'm going to say div of header basket option. Oops, like so. Option basket, like that. And inside of here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the shopping basket icon from Material UI. So this we actually need to import. So what I can do is I can click on the end of the name and I can do Control Spacebar. And oh, my trick's not working. Okay, so sometimes it doesn't work. So what you need to do is manually go to the top and go ahead and do your typical import. So I'm importing this from Material UI. And then we are going to have the next part of this. So this actually needs to be, oh yes, we're going to have this. And then I'm going to go ahead and add a span. And this one, guys, is going to have the following class names. So it's going to have two class names, this one. So I'm going to add the following one. So it's going to have and this will say 0 for now. And what we're basically putting here is this one right here, guys. So we're focusing on that 0. Now this has two class names. It has header option line 2 and it has header basket count. And this has a space bar between it, guys. So a space between it. So you see there is a space between the two things. Okay. So make sure you do that. And this is because we're applying two different class names to this element at the top. So we need to go ahead and style this stuff right here. Now, what we're going to do is first go ahead and target the option basket. So I'm going to go ahead and say header option basket, go into my CSS, and let's check what needs to change. So for the option basket, I'm going to say display flex and align item center. Do that. And we can see I'm actually going to change the color of it right now because we can't actually see anything with that. So color white. And now you can see we've got this. So this is going to be important for later, guys, because we want this to be dynamic. So if we go ahead and check the actual app, you guys can actually see if I add to the basket, notice how it actually goes ahead and updates over here. Okay, so you can actually see that it updates over in the top corner. So if I go ahead and click and add some more items to the basket, it goes ahead and updates to the basket as such, right? So that's going to give us a clean look and feel to the app. So with that, we're going to carry on. We've got the basket looking a bit cleaner, and then what we're going to do is we're also going to go ahead and target this header basket count. So let's go back to our CSS. Let's zoom out of this page so we can see. Actually, let's keep it zoomed in for now because that's kind of clean. And then we're going to go ahead and give it a margin left and a margin right of 10 pixels. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to say target the basket count, which is actually the span here. And we're going to give it a margin left of 10 pixels and a margin right of 10 pixels. Okay. Now, if we refresh, we should be able to see everything is looking pretty clean. Okay. So that is a clean finished header bar, right? So that's looking really, really clean. And what we want is, right now it says hello guest, but the end goal would be when you sign in, it will say hello Sunny or hello Kazi or whatever you're signed in as. Okay, so it's going to be really, really crucial to have this header looking nice and clean. Guys, I also want to stress that, look, it's sticky. So as we scroll down, it sticks to the top of the web page. So it's a very, very clean, very, very clean implementation that we've done right now. So with that said, let me know if you're actually following to this point. And if you're not, it's completely fine. So make sure, guys, remember, as we said, keep the energy high. Even sometimes just watching this stuff, watching the content, and then following it afterwards is more important, I would say. So make sure you follow this. Keep optimistic and
Pattern recognition. This is how people get so good at things, even if you just watched it and you didn't code along. Just a pattern recognition of you learning React hooks. This is how this is built. This is how this goes into the header. If you just panic and spend all your time on panicking, I saw somebody earlier in the stream and he's like, I'm signing out, like this is going too fast for me. okay, you're also not going to become a developer. That's just the
Yeah.
truth. And so
Exactly.
this is how people are weeded out. But we want you to be that person who can actually stick through this. And even if it doesn't make sense to you, it'll make sense. Like it's no joke. You're building an Amazon clone, like Amazon. It took them decades to get to what they have right now. Those engineers are getting paid 300,000 plus, 400,000 plus a year. We're doing that live in this challenge. So of course some of the stuff isn't going to make sense. But if you just quit out for that reason, then you're also not going to become a developer. So you have to pick your battles and stick through a goddamn thing and commit. Everybody who's here is committing. So that is very, very powerful. And stick through it. I mean, we're all sticking through it with you.
Exactly, guys. And guys, like Kazi said, if you can't stick through this, those numbers that we said yesterday, the 120k salary, those things, they require that 110% that we talked about. They require that discipline, that sort of not quitting when the push gets going and when it gets hard. Okay, so just like now, it's completely fine if things don't make sense. Do not quit though, right? Do not quit. Keep that energy high and let's carry on. So let's jump back into the code. And you can see we've done the sticky top nav bar in our build. So it looks really, really nice, really clean. And what we're going to do now is we are actually going to go ahead and build out the body of the app, right? So the body, if we go over to our app.js, we called it the home component. So let's go ahead and create that home component. So here, what I'm going to do is create home, and I'm going to go ahead and create that file. So I'm going to say home.js. And here I'm going to say RFCE. Go ahead, create that, and you can see it opens up this. And I'm going to go ahead and give it a class name of home. Right now, here I'm going to go ahead and say import home.css, like so. And I'm going to create the CSS file. So I'm going to say home.css. Okay. Now, here we have the home component loading, right? So just to prove, we can say I am the home component, like so. We can go ahead and do this, right? So now what we can see is if I go back to app, I go ahead, get rid of our little comment, go back here, say command space and import with our little nice trick. So it's added this import statement, save it. Now you should see here it says I am the home component. Okay, so everything underneath you see, everything here is going to be the home component. So let's go ahead and deck this home component out and let's make it look good. So with that said, guys, we are going to first have a container inside of our home component, right? So inside of here, we're going to have a home container. So I'm going to say home underscore container, and and this is 2 underscores in case you're wondering. It's part of the BEM convention. A lot of people always ask what the drawing tool is, by the way. So this drawing tool that we use is actually called ScreenBrush. So in case you're wondering, there you go. So now what we're going to do is inside the home container, we're going to have that beautiful banner that you see. So this banner right here, you see where it fades into the background, right? So this lovely little Amazon Prime banner right here. We're going to show you guys how to go ahead and build that. So now what I'm going to say is I'm going to do image. So image as such. And then I'm going to go ahead and add so I went ahead and found the Amazon one that they use. I'm going to go ahead and paste it in here. So I've already got my quotes, save, and there you go. So this is actually...
Shout out to Miriam real quick in the Facebook group, and she's like, I'm literally sick right now, but I'm doubling down on my efforts, focusing on this.
Nice.
Beast.
I've got that on the screen. That's awesome. So you can't actually see the name, but it says, what's that, Miriam?
Yep.
Yeah, nice. She says, I'm literally sick right now. I'm focusing and putting double efforts. I just love your tutorials. Guys, that's the kind of energy we need here. That's awesome. And with that said, we are almost back at 2,000 viewers. So you guys are absolutely incredible. And with this energy this is the energy that we need to go ahead and hit those goals that we spoke about yesterday. So you can see we went ahead and added the image here, right? But you can see it kind of spans across. Now this doesn't look right, okay? So we need to go ahead and fix this. So let's go ahead and add a class name, and we're going to add a class name of home image. So I'm going to go ahead and add a class name of home image. Now let's go ahead and actually fix this right now. So go to the home.css. Let's go ahead and pull that up right now. And first thing we're going to do is the home container itself. Okay, so the home container itself
Some
actually
of you are asking for the link. So that link, you will. So here's the thing. One of you type it actually in and then paste it in the comments. So get somebody from this call. Just please help out with that. And also in the Slack group, I know we have over 9,000 people, and they're actually helping out and dropping links to these things. So look in both of those places.
Exactly, guys. And if you're part of that Slack community, I've actually saved you guys a huge deal, and I just went ahead and pasted that link inside the Slack right now. So you guys can go ahead and check inside Slack, and I've dropped that link. But guys, remember, you can just pause the video and copy this out at some point afterwards as well. So try not to get caught up on just the picture. Just remember what we're trying to learn here. So now the first thing we've done is we gave it a home image class, and what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and style that. So we are going to go ahead and say that this image, so this home image, should be of width 100%. Now you see, guys, look, I'm just going to comment that out quickly, right? So just these few lines of code, and look at the difference that we got right there. So if you think this is cool, let me know. Let us know in the comments right now. So we're firstly I'm going to slowly uncomment this out. So let's go ahead and first, if we do width of 100%, you can see it snaps everything into the viewport. And this is responsive, by the way. So you can see everything is super responsive. And then what I'm going to say is give it so undo this. And we will also want to have a Z index of -1. So we want this to be behind anything else. That's what a Z index is. We're going to give it a margin bottom of 150 -150. And that means that elements afterwards are actually going to creep into it. Mask image is what gives it that beautiful sort of fade in effect, right? So we're going to say start from the top to the bottom, and this is basically just saying go from a opaque to go from a completely like complete color to see-through, so also transparent. So let's go ahead and save that, and you get that really nice gradient. So that's going to be really, really clean and nice. And I can see a lot of people are actually dropping it in the chat. That is really nice. And that's the kind of stuff that we talk about, guys. That's what we're talking about. Nice. Right. So that's what mask image is as well. So I saw a lot of you guys got excited about that. So now, with that said, we're going to carry on. And inside of home container, I think I can hear myself echoing a little bit on your mic, Kazi. I'm just going to go ahead and go to home.js. So now inside of home.js, guys, we notice we have these rows, right? So we have these different rows over here. 1 minute. Right, so now inside of these, so you can see what we have is we have these containers here. So here I have a row. There's going to be one row, and then I'm going to have a row over here. Hey, Samit Anglikar jumped in the chat. He says, stay hydrated, guys. He is 100% right. I actually need a drink right now. Super thirsty. So over here, we are also going to have this.
Are you still echoing on my mic? Are you still echoing?
No, that's all good now. That's all good. Okay. Something you changed it, but it's all good now.
Got it.
So, now, guys, what we're going to have is 3 of those rows, right? And these rows are the really nice part about these rows is that they're going to be fully responsive. So you see the top one has 2, the middle one has 3, and the last one has 1. And the part of the homework is going to be that I want you guys to just pretty much play around with this and see what you can do with it. But what we're going to do now is we're going to say div home __ row like this. And we're basically going to go ahead, and the goal here is to basically render out a product component. So let's go ahead and say we had like the first one has 2 components, and then we have another row. So we have another row, and this one is going to have 3 components. So you can see right here, so it has 2 components, then it has 3 components, and then the final one, so div home __ row, this one has 1 component, right? So you can see exactly a really clear layout of what we're trying to achieve here. Okay, so with that, so you've got these 3 containers, and you can see this one right here is reflecting, so this one right here is reflecting this row over here, right? And we have the 2 containers, so this is that row over here. This one over here is going to reflect these 3 over here, and then we have the final one at the bottom, which is pointing towards this one. Okay, now This is going to be completely responsive, so it's going to calculate on its own based on how many products we put inside as to how to space them out. And I want you guys in your homework to make sure that you go ahead and change this out and make it so that the first one might have 1 product in, the second one might have 5 in, the third one might have 4 in. Right, so make sure you guys vary it up in your homework, so that way we have loads of different projects that we can go ahead and demo and see in a really nice, cool demonstration tomorrow. So in the first row, we're going to go ahead and add a product. But in order to have a product, we need to make this product component. So I'm going to go ahead and create that product component. So product.js, like this. And we're going to say RFCE, like so. And here, I'm going to say class name of product, like that. Okay. Now here, I'm going to go and do our normal stuff. I'm going to say product is here. So product.css, save it. And we need to create that product.css. So product.css, like this. All right. So we have the product over here. And then what we're going to do is, we are going to go ahead and actually start coding out the product itself. So the product itself is going to consist of a few things. So it's going to consist of a title, a price, a star rating, an image, and then a add to basket button. Okay, so we need to go ahead and draft this out now. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have a sort of an info, right? So we're going to basically go ahead and wrap all of the, so everything you see here, so let me go ahead and remove this. Everything we see here is going to be, and I can see a lot of people dropping homework ideas. We actually have a really nice juicy homework idea for you, so it's going to be some fun for you guys afterwards. So here is going to be everything that we're going to basically be calling product info. So here I'm going to say div product info, like so. Okay. And let me go ahead and make this a bit bigger. There you go. Div product info. And this is going to have a title in. So let's go ahead and say the lean startup.
Nice. So there's the product info is basically going to be the
Yep. So the product
Got
info is, yeah, it just cut out a little bit, but the product info is going to be this top part right here. So this one, for this one, you've got the Kenwood here, the Samsung, etc. All of that is the product info. No, sorry, the product info is everything here. Sorry, it's the container around all of these elements. And then you've got in the individual things. Yeah. So here we've got the product price. Now here I'm going to basically I'm going to give this one a class name. So this one's going to have a class name, and then we're going to go ahead and say product price, like so. So product price, and here I'm going to go ahead and say a small. So so inside that tag, I'm going to give it a small tag, and I'm going to say dollars, because we're going to use dollars here. And I'm going to say strong. So this is a very quick way of making something bold and small. Here I'm going to say a price of, let's just say, the lean startup is, let's just say $19.99, right? Now if we go back here, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to render this out as we do it, so it should be very clear. So I'm going to go ahead and replace this with a product component. So this one should be product component. Now my one actually did a nice little auto import, so you can see here it says auto import import product from product. So if we go ahead and save, we should be able to see now it shows down here, so you can see it says the lean startup $19.99, and this is coming straight from this product here. And if I imagine we had 2 products, save, you can see 2 products show up. So the end goal is we're going to get this to this. So this entire little square block. So all of this white stuff is going to be the part of the finished product. Okay. Okay. So now what we're going to do is inside of product.js, we are going to go ahead and we've got a p tag here, and I'm going to say the next bit is the product rating. So we're going to have some kind of star rating here, right? So we're going to have a product rating. So I'm going to call this one product rating, like this. And then inside of here, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to essentially have, depending on whatever we pass in. So if we passed in a prop value of like 5 or 4 or 3, then it will render out that many stars. Now what I'm going to do here is we actually just lost Kazi, guys, so it may just be me until Kazi jumps back on. but let me know in the comment section if you're still pumped, because this is the kind of stuff that we have to deal with. We have to overcome this sort of obstacles, and tomorrow or maybe later on or very soon, Carsley will be back, guys. So do not freak out. We have a whole week and we are gonna fall into these problems, but it's up to us, guys, to overcome this stuff. So let's carry on strong. So here we've got a p tag, and I'm gonna go ahead and do a star like so, and you can see like we've got the star rendering out. Now imagine I added in sort of a few different stars here. So I want to add in like a few different stars. So let's just say 3 stars. Okay, so you can see like here, for example, it says 5 stars. I'm going to show you guys how we are going to get to the end result. Okay, so we have that right there, and then we're going to have an image. So the image is going to be an image of the product. So let's go ahead, and outside of here we're going to say an image, and this is actually going to be outside the product info now. So we're going to say image. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop it on me for a second, and I'm going to go ahead and find an image of the lean startup, because sometimes you don't know what Google is going to throw at you, especially on the demo days. So let's go ahead and copy the image address, and yeah, go ahead. And guys, if you haven't already and you're enjoying this, smash the thumbs up button and try and get this video out to as many people as you can. Obviously, we had a few technical issues earlier, but we are over that and we are going strong. So let's go back to our source, and then what we're going to do is we're going to paste this, and what this is this picture right here. So you can see we've got the lean startup. So we've got 2 products being rendered right now because I'm dropping 2 products here. So I'm going to go ahead and clear that up. So we have our 1 product. Now with this, guys, what we are going to do is we are going to, I'm just going to pause. There we go. That should be a bit smoother now. So the stars, by the way, guys, many people are asking about these. You can use a normal emoji. You could literally go on Google and put in a star. You can put in whatever you want. You can do pretty much anything like that, and it should be completely fine. Can you guys, I'm sure you guys can see. There we go. Carry on. So we've got so let's go ahead and just say a 1 star for now. Okay, so it's got the 1 star here for now. And what I'm going to do is we are going to go ahead and see. So a lot of people are saying you can't see the stars, but I think we're good. I think we're all good, guys. So we've got the image back up, and then we're going to go ahead and add a button. So here, I'm going to go ahead and add a button, and that button is going to say add to basket. Okay, add to basket. So let's go ahead and save, and now you can see if we go back to our app, we've got the add to basket button. Hey, so it's clean. Okay, very, very clean. And now what we are going to do is we're going to style this, because right now this does not look nice. It does not look very good. So let's go ahead and use that. So let's go back to our product.css and let's make this thing look beautiful. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to our product, and this is the bit I like, because this is where, as we do it, you guys are going to go ahead and see all of the changes visually pop in, right? So here I'm going to say display flex. There we go. So everything goes into a row. I'm going to say flex direction column. So everything goes into a row, and that, it looks horrible. So we're going to fix that in a second. And before actually, but let's go ahead and fix that right now. So we're going to target the product container, but we are going to say target the image inside the product container. Give it a max height of 200 pixels, a width of 100%, object fit contained, and a margin bottom of 15 pixels. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do that, and then you can see what this will do is it will actually restrain the image so that it doesn't look crazy big like we saw it before. Okay, now Mohammed Irfan says, you good? Yeah, we're good, dude. We're all good. So now we're going to go ahead and add a background color of white. So let's go ahead and add a background color of white. And then we need to do a few things. So a Z index of 1 should allow this to pop up over the top. But there's a few things that we need to do in order to get that color to pop. And the first things we need to do is actually go ahead and add a few different rules in. So we added these things. We had the flex direction, and we're going to add in the following here. So what I just pasted in was this. I added align item center. Go ahead and save. Justify content flex end. Margin 10 pixels, padding 20 pixels, width 100%, max height 400 pixels, min width of 100. You guys can go ahead and just copy that, and it's going to be completely fine. You can break down those values if you want to and sort of digest that as you feel free. But what this is going to do is actually going to go ahead and space it out as required, and to do so. So now we have that. And for the price, what I'm going to go ahead and do, so we've got the product info here. So for the product info, I'm going to set the height to 100 pixels. Let's go over here and jump down. Height to 100 pixels, margin bottom of 15 pixels. And then I'm going to go ahead and say the price should have, so the price should have a margin top of 5 pixels. So you can see it's starting to come together a little bit. Okay, starting to come somewhat together. The button itself, I'm going to go ahead and target. So I'm going to go ahead and target that button and say, you see guys, that snippet of code did all the difference there. So you see we have a normal button here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and paste in this snippet. And I just want you guys to copy this one because it's completely the styles that you need. This is the Amazon color, the background color for Amazon. Now you've got the border 1 pixel solid right here, and that adds a little very, very subtle border, but it adds a nice little border in there. So over here, and then you've got the margin top, so it slightly pushed it from the top component a little bit. We've got a margin top of 10 pixels and a border color, and we have a nice little gradient border color. It's very subtle, but these things make all the difference, right? And we have some, I think it's just some black text. Okay, so it's just some very, very simple stuff. Okay, so very black, just black text. And then I'm just going to double check because I'm a bit paranoid that I haven't actually got the right style here. So I'm just going to be sure. There we go. Yep, so everything's good. So that is the product. Okay, so we have the product right here. And what we're going to do next is we are going to go ahead and go to the go to home. And for each of these products, right, so we have this product right here. But for each of these products, let me go ahead and go over to home.js. So where am I at? Home.js. And we still have over 1,500 people watching. So you guys are awesome. Let's keep this energy high, guys. So here now what I'm going to say is I'm going to go ahead and target the home container. Okay. So let me go back to home.css. And I'm going to do a few rules here, and I just want you guys to follow along, and you can break this down as you feel free afterwards. So the first thing is the surrounding container is the home container. For this, I'm going to say display flex, right? So display flex. Then I'm going to say justify content center. Then I'm going to say margin left, margin right of auto, and a max width of 1500 pixels. Now, the reason why this is important is because what this does is what we just did here is, let's go ahead and make this full screen. You see, we actually limit. So if it ever goes past a certain screen size, it's not going to just keep like stretching everything to stupid, ridiculous lengths. It's going to actually stop it. So now it's very, very fluid. Right, so we actually got a lovely donation by J. Courtney Thomas. Thank you so much, dude. We massively appreciate that. I'm just going to pull it up on the screen right now. He says, your work is amazing, guys. I am a Pega low-code developer, but this has really got me back into proper coding. Exactly, the guys. That is some British slang being dropped right there. Proper coding. That's what we're talking about. This is some fun stuff, guys. And we have a whole week of this content. So if you're excited, let us know. That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much. So yeah, we added that little piece of code in, which protects us against that max width issue. The next thing we are going to go ahead and do, so we're going to go back to our code, is we're going to go ahead and target that row. Okay. So here I'm going to say home row. So I'm going to target so if we go into our home component, you can see everything sits inside of a home row. Let's go back into home.css, and we can say display flex z index of 1, margin left 5 pixels, margin right 5 pixels, save the file, and boom. So you see, that's actually a magic piece of code where that kicks in, because what that did is that actually allowed us to then go ahead and it will use up the entire space that it needs to use up, and it does all of the things that it needs to do. But the product itself, so the home product, so we've got home. Let's go ahead and go inside of here. We've got the actual, let me go ahead and find this 1 second, guys. We've got the home, the product itself, product info. Let's go ahead and just want to double check this. So imagine now what we do is if we had 2 products. So let's go ahead and go to home. Let's render 2 products inside of here. And you can see, there we go, guys. So it's actually using up the correct amount of space that we expect it to be using up, right? But you can see this text is actually getting pushed around, and we don't actually want that. We want it to kind of use up or left align that top container. So that is the product info. So that most likely means we need to go ahead and target the product info correctly. So I think what we could do here is we could do text align either left. We could either do that. Nope, that hasn't done it. Or we can actually go back to our product, and then we just double check. I'm probably missing a piece of code right here. But what we can do, guys, I'm going to show you a little debugging trick. So if we go ahead, right click, inspect, and what I can do is I can actually go ahead and check on this component. So I can see the product info over here. And what I can say is I can say a width of 100%. Let's go ahead and see what that will do. Hey, there we go. So we can see we can give it a width of 100%. You can give it a width of whatever you want it to at this point. But we're going to keep it as what it was for now. So here we have two product components, and they're rendering out as required. So if I go ahead and add a third, look what happens, guys. It just does it in a very responsive way. Add a fourth, it's going to figure it out. It's going to do that thing. It's going to make it work in the way that we expect it to. So I'm going to add two in here. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do is go ahead and go back to our product.js. And here we go. So we've got the product info. We've got the p tag. I'm going to go ahead and change the product info here to, I feel like I'm missing a style. But we will figure that one out. So let's go back to product. Okay, we're all good. So we have these two products, which is awesome. Let's go back to our home, and we've got this two over here. And basically, I'm just going to populate these as we saw it previously. So we've got the three products down here, and for this one, we had. Let's go ahead, and we had one product down here. So now you can see it's somewhat along the lines, right? So it's somewhat along the lines of getting there, but you see the background color is not exactly white. Okay, so the background color is not exactly white, and that is going to be a bit of a problem. Okay, so we want to kind of change that right now. So what we're going to do to change that is we're going to go to our app.css, or actually I think we've done it in index.css. Yeah, we've done it in index.css. So let's go to our index.css, and inside the body, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say give it a background color of this right here. Now this is the Amazon background. It's gray. Okay, so as soon as I do this, can you guys see the difference it makes? So it's all about these subtle differences when it comes to coding in front-end development, guys. So that just by adding a gray background, you can see it actually makes it super clean, and you have this very nice finish. Okay, so it's very nice finish at the end of that when we go ahead and add that slight change. Now I'm going to close that one, and let's go back. So here now, obviously the final app doesn't look like this, right? So I mean, everything looks a bit different, but how do we pass in different values to each of these components? So in order to do that, the way that we're going to do it is we're going to go inside of our header. So I actually want to fix something quickly, because right now the home row itself, so let's go ahead and check. We've got the home row. I just want to check. So home row, max width of 100, and the image is taking up 100%. Yep, we've done that. Okay, so here we go. So for the home product, okay, I guess we're good. So okay, so that's fine. So we've got this right here. We've got the home row itself. We've got the home product, and we have the home product p tag. We have the home product image. Okay, I guess we're good. So inside of the product itself, then what we're going to do is we want to basically customize each one of these and have it so that it's essentially going to be different for each of these props. Okay, so different for each of these right here. So that we're going to use props for that. So I saw somebody say different code. Guys, this was actually written by us. So this is all our code. I'm going to go over to product. And now, guys, what you can do here is you can accept something called props. Right, now props in ES6, what we can do is we can put these curly braces, and this means we break apart the object that we pass in. And what we're going to do here is I'm going to pass in something as follows. So I'm going to say you have a title, you have an image, you have a price, and you have a rating. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it. Let's go back to home, And then what we're going to say is here we have the title. Let's go ahead and say is the lean startup. So the lean startup, the price, let's go ahead and say is 19. Let's go ahead and just exaggerate, say 29.99. And then we have the image. Now the image for the lean startup was the one that we had earlier, which was, I believe it was this one. So that's actually rendered really ugly. So let's go ahead and do this. Let me save it. So we've got the image, and then we also had the rating. And the rating, what I'm going to say is, let's just give it a 5-star rating now. Okay, so for what we're going to do is here we are going to say, so now we don't want to use a hard-coded value. We actually want to use the one that we passed in. So here I'm going to say use the title. And what this is doing, guys, I just want to show you. So you guys can see that this is the product where I called it, right? So this is where I called the product and I passed in a value here. Now this gets used. So you see we destructure it over here, okay? Then we actually go ahead and we use that value right here, so in the title. So you can see this is the sort of way that we use props, and it actually allows us to make it extremely reusable and efficient. And this is why I personally love React, and it's one of the reasons why React has taken off so well. So I'm going to go ahead and create this again. So now we have the title pulling in here. So you can see now these ones aren't showing a title because I've only passed props to the first one, okay, which makes sense. So the second one, we don't want it to be a 19.99. I want this one to say price. So this one's going to say price. Save it. And then here, rather than doing 1 star, I'm going to show you guys a nice little trick, okay? Now, the way you do this is here, what we're going to say is, oh, damn, dude, we just got a huge donation. That's what I'm talking about, guys. We got a $20 donation from Zero.js background to Amazon clone. You guys are amazing. Much love and respect. Great job. Proud of you. I know you deserve more, but I'm a student, Rico from USA. Guys, that's insane. We love you guys and appreciate you guys. And I can see it's early for some of you guys. So that's insane. I really think you guys who are here watching this early in the morning, you're spending your time well. Keep fired up. If you need to get up, stay hydrated. I'm going to have a drink of water quite now because it is quite intense doing this. But we have over 1,600 people. Let's go ahead and keep the energy fired up, guys. So we have the price, which is pulling in. So now it says $29.99 over here. But what we can do instead is we can go ahead and have these curly brackets and say array. We pass in the rating. So what it's doing is creating an empty array for the rating. And we're going to say fill. And we're going to say map. And then here, what we do is, so ignore pretty much, you don't need to know what this means, but you do underscore I, right? You do underscore I, and this has to be in a parentheses. And you do an arrow function like so, right? So an arrow function like so, and basically pop in a p tag. So this you can go ahead and copy, right? You go ahead and copy this, and now you can see, look, it rendered out 3, right? So it actually rendered out 3 different things. So if I go ahead and do product, oops, oh, nope. If I go ahead and do product.css, god damn it, right? So product.css. I'm going to go ahead and target and style the product rating. So here I'm going to say product rating, and I'm going to go ahead and do product rating. And here I'm just going, in order to get those stars in the line, I'm going to say display flex, because by default, when you do display flex, it drops it into a row. So now, guys, this is really cool now, because if we go back to our home and we see, if I change the rating to a 3, you can see, look at that, it changed to a 3. Now, guys, if that's pretty cool, let me know. This is a clear demonstration of how props work. So you got 4, and if I do 5, you got 5 stars. I mean, if we do 10, I mean, you're going to get 10 stars. So it works pretty nice, okay? So 5, there we go. Now, what we're doing is we're going back to the product, and for example here, we don't want to use the image, the hard-coded image. Instead, we want to use the image that we pass in. So you can pop it in there, and there we go. So now you're seeing only the ones that we pass in to, only the stuff that we pass in is actually where it gets rendered. So that's why you see these empty ones over here. Now for the final one, we have this button over here. So this is add button. We don't actually need anything else. So that's pretty good at this point. Right, we're also going to accept an ID, but we'll come back to that later. Right, so for now, we're not too fast as to accepting an ID, but I'm just going to go ahead and add that in for now. Okay, so with that said, now what we're going to do is I've actually got some products here, so I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste these products. So these are the ones that you guys saw earlier. So this is just pretty much a product, and I'm just going to assume that some products have a unique ID. Okay, so this is just a random number. This is a random number, and you can see here it's got another one. We've got Kenwood, and we just got some description, a price, a rating, and an image. So you guys can pause the video, watch this, and just go ahead and copy this as you need to, when you need to. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing for the 3 products underneath. So let's go ahead and do the same thing for that. So again, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a full screen view of this so you can see it, and I'm going to go ahead and hide our faces like that so it makes it easier. So you can pause the video, copy that, and use it as you feel free or as you need to. Let's go ahead and save it. And I love this, dude. So I can't actually see the names on Facebook, so I'm really sorry about that. But this is a really nice comment here. Thank you so much, because I think React is super easy to understand, especially with Sunny's explanations. Thank you, dude. Like, thank you, honestly. That's really I massively appreciate that. Really awesome. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to home. Let's go back over here, and I'm going to go and add a final product. So this final product at the bottom is going to be this one right here. So it says Samsung. There we go. Okay. Lost track of my code. Okay, we're good. So now you can see, guys, we've got the lean startup. We've got this right here, the Kenwood. We've got the 3 things over here, and then we have this as such, right? Now, obviously, this one right here, it actually has some more information. So I'm going to go ahead and actually copy the one that I have. I have a full product description, where as you can see, the one that I passed in doesn't have a full product description. So we save it now, you can see, there we go. So if you are following along and you're actually at this point, let me know right now, guys, because this is really awesome to be able to show and share this with you guys. And I just love the fact that so many of you guys are watching. This is water, by the way. So loads of you guys are asking what it is. And honestly, it's unreal how many people we have today. So, and you guys are all sticking with us. The retention is high. This is awesome, guys. Let's carry on. Right, so we have the home row over here. Now, we pretty much just actually went ahead and dominated that front page. So I'm going to go ahead and just show you guys what we just built fairly quickly, guys. So we actually have this amazing front page right now, right? Now, this is insane. Like, come on, let's be real, guys. Amongst all of the connection issues that we suffered, everything that we faced, I mean, we actually conquered this and overcame, and we went ahead and built this front page pretty quick, in my opinion. Like, that didn't take that long, right? So this is really awesome, really powerful, and I think it just shows you how powerful React can truly be. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to build the next page. Now the next page is the basket. So we want to build this page, right? So this page is where all of the exciting, interesting stuff happens, right? So now, because we have all of this basket removing functionality, it's very dynamic, it's very optimized, and it can do a lot of stuff. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we are going to, in order to have 2 pages in a website, you need something called React Router. Okay, now what React Router does is it allows you, so notice how on this website, when I'm actually, see if we notice the top URL, when I click the basket, it says /checkout. Okay, so I'm not sure if you guys can see that, but I'm pointing towards this part over here, so where it says /checkout. Okay, now when I click the back, you see when I click the Amazon logo, it goes to a home page, and when I click this, it goes to /checkout. In order to get that functionality, we just need to introduce something called React Router. And guys, just wanted you guys to know that I see a lot of you guys asking, do I need to finish it by a certain time? No, honestly, all of the homework, all of this stuff, as long as you guys are able to deliver before the end of the challenge, that is amazing, guys. I mean, that's all you need to do to be a part of the prize draw. But guys, if you go ahead and follow all of this stuff, then you're going to get the serious value in, and you're actually going to be able to land jobs from this stuff. So make sure you go ahead and do that stuff. So let's go ahead and jump back into the code. So here what we're going to do is app.js, and let's go ahead and do the following. So now we are going to go ahead and introduce React Router. So in order to introduce React Router, we need to go ahead and install React Router DOM. So let's pull up our terminal with Command J. I'm going to go ahead and add another terminal. So we have this right here. Make sure you're CD'd into the correct directory. And I'm going to do npm I for install. So npm install React Router DOM. So you guys just want to do the same command, and that will go ahead and get you to the correct and that will go ahead and install React Router DOM for yourself. Right now, I just saw somebody says, why is he repeating the same project? This is not the same project. We have full payment processing in this project on days 2 and 3. So stay tuned, guys. Okay, so in order to implement this, what we do now is we pretty much wrap our app. So we need to import a bunch of things at the top. So you guys can go ahead and do the same thing. You can import this from the top. And then what we are going to do is we are going to go over to the return, and we're going to wrap everything inside of a router. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and literally wrap the entire app inside of something called a router, like so. There we go. Okay, now what you need to do is, once that's up and done, then what we are going to do is right now we just render the header and the home regardless, right? We want to render it based on the route that we're in. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say switch. Right, now switch in programming is usually when you have different cases or sort of statements. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop everything inside of here. And then what I'm going to say is you define specific routes. So the first route I'm going to define is when we're at the home page. So this is how you do it. You say, let's go ahead and get rid of this. So when I'm at this route, render the header and the home component. Okay, so if I do that now, so you see I'm at the / root, and by default it falls back to this. If I go to ABC, this will always get hit if it doesn't match anything. So this is always your default route. So this is what we call the homepage route. So right now you can see at the homepage route, it's very, very clear and very, very good. Okay, and it works as we need it. But what if we want the checkout page route? How do we implement that? So I'm going to go ahead and copy the same snippet, but I'm going to say checkout. Now, just to exaggerate this, what I'm going to do is on the checkout page, we're not going to have a home component. We're going to say instead a huge H1, which is I am a checkout. Smash the like button. Save. And let's see if this works. And if it does work, I mean, listen to the code, right? So let's go ahead and go to the / checkout. And boom, I am a checkout. Smash that like button if you're enjoying this content. I thought that was smooth AF. If Kazi was here right now, dude, I think he'd be proud of that one. That was yeah, I mean, it's just a bit of fun, guys. Yeah, but you guys can see that that is essentially how we use React Router, okay? So you can see at the top, we pretty much have, it says / checkout, okay? So let's go ahead and get rid of that, and it goes to the home page. You see that, right? So that's going to be super, super easy. Okay, so like to implement, you see, that's how we did it. And now you can add as many routes as you want, but make sure your default route is at the bottom. Otherwise, it never gets listened to, it never gets picked up. Okay, and that's going to be a problem. So with that said, now what we're going to do is we're going to create the checkout component. So instead of this I am a checkout, smash the like button. Now what we're going to do is we are going to do, oh, somebody said shoot that horn. You know what? Let's shoot that damn horn. Oh, damn, dude, that was louder than I thought from my head. Right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to create the checkout component, okay? So here we're going to go ahead and create the checkout component. Now it's going to freak out. It's going to freak out because we haven't built that component. So as soon as I click save, it's going to be like, whoa, 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 you don't have a checkout component. So let's go ahead and do checkout.js. also, I just saw something interesting from someone. I will bring this up in a sec, but we're going to create checkout and do RFCE. And then here we're going to do our standard BEM setup. So we're going to say class name, checkout, and say import checkout.css, save the file, and there we go. Okay, there we go. Save. Oh god, what's happening here, dude? Okay, save, and then if I do H1, smash the like button. Right, so now it doesn't work. Oh, it's working. There we go. Right, so if I go back to home, no, sorry, not home. If I go back to app.js, so let's go back to, oh, I actually need to create that checkout.css. So checkout.css, like so. And there we go. Okay, so if I go ahead and create this, and then we have this, and let's go back to app.js. And now, guys, you see where it was freaking out. You can go to the end, press Control Spacebar, and it says Auto Import. So that will actually go ahead and drop this in for us. Save the file, and we're back. Okay. Now, this is a really good point. You see, we use header in both of these things. So, what we can do here, if it's used in both, we want to render it regardless of what route we're in. Now, we can basically go ahead and chuck this outside of the switch, right? So we can say render the header regardless, and then based on the route, render the checkout or the home. So if I go ahead and save it, you see nothing changed, but the header always gets rendered. If I go /checkout, hey, look at that, you had the page, smash the like button. Damn it, dude, that's number 2. I think that was pretty smooth. Right, now we have, so you see, that's actually a really good point though, because somebody went ahead and dropped this in the chat, and I think it's a really, really good point to emphasize on. If you have the header being repeated, you can actually go ahead and pop it outside if you need to, and that will go ahead and save you a lot of hassle and effort. Okay, so that's going to save you a bunch of headache. So let's go ahead and create the checkout page. Okay, so the checkout page, what I'm going to do now is go ahead, and we have 2 sections of the checkout page. We have the checkout left. Right, so let's go over here and let's add something to our basket. We have the checkout left and we have the checkout right. Okay, so checkout left and checkout right. So checkout left, when I say that, I'm referring to this. And when I'm referring to the right side, I'm referring to this. Okay, so that's exactly what we want to do. So now here I'm going to say div checkout _ left, like so. We still have 16,000 people, guys. 1,600 people. Sorry, it's amazing, guys. You guys are incredible. Like, I can't believe the energy and commitment from you guys. Honestly, it's so powerful, and it's motivating as hell for me. So that is amazing to see you guys are still here. All right, let's go back to the image tag. So let's go ahead and do our image, and here I'm going to say that this has a class name of image, checkout ad. Okay, so this is going to be checkout ad. Now for the source, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and drop in the Amazon link. Okay, so inside of here, what I'm going to do is drop in the Amazon link. So this is actually this banner right here. So this is a banner. Obviously this is too big right now. So let's go ahead and make that a bit smaller. So what I'm going to do is go to checkout.css and go ahead and target this and say, for that ad, go ahead and make the width 100% and the margin bottom, so underneath it, a margin of 10 pixels. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, and that's going to make that a little bit cleaner. And then going back to our code, let's go back to checkout.js, and then we're going to go ahead and do so underneath now, what we're going to say is we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have, so underneath we're going to say div, and this div is going to have a h2, which is going to have a check. It's going to be h2, and it's going to have checkout _ title, and this is going to say your shopping basket. Okay, your shopping basket. Save it. You can see it says your shopping basket, and then we are going to have all of the products that you have inside your basket get rendered out. Okay, so this sort of stuff is going to happen. Now, I'll explain how we do that in a sec, but let's focus on the right hand side of the screen for now. So let's go ahead and jump on the right hand side of the screen. So let's go ahead and do this right here. So div.checkout underscore right, like this. Okay, now in here we're going to render the subtotal. Okay, so this is going to be part of your homework, the subtotal, but we have a lot of stuff to do before then. And thank you, dude. Somebody said, never thought React Router is so easy. Sonny was amazing explaining that. Thank you, guys. That means a lot when I see stuff like that. It's very motivating and it pushes you to do more. So check out right, so you can see this stuff over here on the right. We're going to go ahead and build that on that side of the screen. So that's going to be a subtotal component. So right now I'm just going to say, I'm just going to put a H2 here saying H2 saying the subtotal will go here. We'll go here, save that, and you can see the subtotal. So you see right now it doesn't look like how we expect it to be looking. So inside of checkout, what I'm going to go ahead and do is actually go ahead and say the following. I'm going to say checkout, display flex, padding of 20 pixels, background color of white, and a height of max content. And the reason why this has happened is because remember we had that left and right. The right has this the subtotal, where the subtotal will go here, and the left had the image and the rest of the stuff, so the H2 where it says shopping basket and so forth. Now underneath the checkout, the goal here is to have all of the baskets, all of the basket items. So here I'm going to have a basket item being rendered out, and then so forth, loads of them like that, and that is basically going to be resembled in the fact of what we see here. So just as we see it here is basically how we expect to go ahead and see it in our code. Okay, but we're a few steps away from getting to that point just yet. So what we're going to do next is actually go ahead and target the checkout title. Okay, so the checkout title, we are going to go ahead and give that the following code. We're going to say that is a margin right of 10 pixels, and that has padding 10 pixels and a border bottom of 1 pixel solid light gray. Just go ahead and add that in. So you see that actually added in this nice little line. So if I go ahead and comment this out for a sec, come back, bring it back, you see, pops in that nice little line. Okay, now I love this comment. I've seen this a few times. It says, I'm amazed, guys. I'm watching this like a movie. And do you know what, guys? I'm actually kind of jealous, because like I wish when I was learning coding, that we had this kind of content, because it's just like, I find it the best way to learn. Let me know what you guys think. I mean, I always find the practical stuff where you can actually go ahead and get your hands into the nitty gritty, that is going to allow you to go ahead and absolutely crush it. So there we have the shopping basket. Okay, so now guys, what we want to do is we have this also I want to be able to click this link. So you see, I want to be able to click this Amazon link and actually take me back to the home page. So what we can do here is we can go to our header component, and I'm going to show you guys how easy it is using React Router just to go ahead and do that. So this is the image for the logo. So this is the header logo. And what we need to do here is simply do a link. You see it says auto import from React Router DOM. So this is the import statement that you need. But all we need to do is do a link and put the image inside of this link. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and say specify a to property. And this is just going to be go back to the home page. Okay. So now you can see it's become a clickable link. So as soon as I click it, boom, we go back to the home page. That's awesome. That's slick. And that was easy to implement, guys. Yeah. So you see that was super easy to implement. And what I'm going to show you is also another very easy thing to do. And that lies over here. So let's go ahead, and I want it to happen at the basket as well. So when I click this basket, it takes us to that basket page. So as you guys might guess it, we go here, we type in link like so, and we surround everything inside of it. So let's go ahead and dash everything inside of it. Let's go ahead and do this link to, and let's do /checkout. Save it. And now guys, if I click this, boom, it takes me to the checkout. Doom, clicks this, everything works. Right now, somebody says the website has no SSL. When we deploy to Firebase, it will have SSL. So yeah, you can recheck that one, dude, because it will have SSL. Yeah, but you can pretty much see now we have the shopping basket and the Amazon. And guys, the beautiful thing is there's no refresh. All right, so there's no refresh. It's super quick, and that's why we love React Router inside of React. Okay, so carrying on strong, still over 1,500 people. Love and appreciate you guys. This energy is insane right now. Let's keep on going, guys. So so let's go ahead, and now what we're going to do is we're going to go to our shopping basket. And now I guess the next step naturally, guys, is what we're going to do is first I'm going to create the subtotal component. Okay, so the subtotal component, let's firstly go ahead and do that, because that will make our life a little bit easier for the homework. Let's go to our checkout component, and let's see here. So we have the subtotal will go here. So let's go ahead and make a subtotal component. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say subtotal like so. Okay, get rid of this, save, and let's go back. And let's do subtotal.js RFCE, and let's go ahead and pop that out. And then what I'm going to do is for this class, I'm going to give it a class name of subtotal. Save the file, go back up here and say import subtotal.css. Save the file, put it back, and let's go ahead and code this up. So what I'm going to use is actually a really nice library called React Currency Format. So in order to install this, it's very simple, guys. All you need to do is go ahead and go open up your terminal. So Command J is my little shortcut. Do npm I, do React Currency Format. This will go ahead and import. This will go ahead and import the module into our platform, into our project, and it will allow us to use it. And the reason why I love this, guys, is because it allows you to really easily actually go ahead and show money. Okay, so it may sound silly, but it shows you rendering money is not always the simplest thing. Okay, so this is going to make it super easy to go ahead and do that. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, and if you guys are interested in getting excited, because we are going to be covering React Context API. So if you guys have been wanting to know about React or Redux, then let me know in the comment section right now, because Redux is on fire, and I'm going to show you guys how to go ahead and learn all of that beautiful stuff with the React Context API. Okay, so get excited for that. Let me know in the comment section. And it's completely fine if you are behind, guys. You can take your time, you can watch this back, you can pause the video, you can spend 6, 7, 10 hours, 50 hours, it doesn't matter. Just spend your time afterwards, and you can go ahead and do this afterwards. Okay, so let's go back to subtotal. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and import it at the top of the file. So let's go ahead and import currency format from React Currency Format like so. And now what we're going to do is here, guys, I'm going to copy a big snippet, and I'm going to explain what we're doing here. Okay, so I want you guys to do the same thing. I want you to copy this snippet and then break it down, okay, because it can be a lot to digest, a lot to swallow. So let's go back over to okay, I'm going to say here 0 items. There we go. Okay, and then here I'm also going to say 0. Okay, now let's go to our checkout page. Let's render our subtotal by doing auto import, which imports it at the top of the page. Save it, and what we can see now is it says get. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually fix some of this. So this right now, let's say a value of 0, and this also is freaking out because it says cannot resolve subtotal.css. So let's go ahead and make that file subtotal.css. Save it. I see so many people asking about folder structures, guys. Don't worry about the folder structures. Just get the content down, and that is going to be much more important than having fancy folders. Okay, so screw all that stuff. Focus on the actual learning and everything behind it. Okay, so right, so you saw that worked, and you can see we have this subtotal over here on the right hand side. So we want to get that looking like that. Okay, we want it to look like this. Okay, so how do we get it to look like that? Let's go and style this thing. So let's go back to our subtotal.js, and here let's quickly explain a few of these things. So We'll come to render text in a second, but here we're saying decimal scale of 2. So go to a 2 decimal places. So like, for example, here, 2 decimal places. The value, so this is the currency, this is the amount getting passed in here. So this is going to be part of your homework, guys. So this is going to be part of the homework. Right, I want you guys to try and figure this one out, see how you guys can implement that. Display type is text. We can leave that 1,000 separator. So if you've got like £6,000 or something, let's go ahead and add like a silly number of like expensive products here. So let's go ahead and add like a few iPads, and then you can see at the top it says 4,000 because we've added this 1,000 separator. True. The prefix here is not going to be pounds. We're going to use dollars because, you know, most of the team uses dollars. So let's go ahead and stick with dollars. And then what we are going to have is the render text. So this is what actually comes out of the text, right? So this is what actually gets rendered onto the screen. So at this point, we can ignore the value here, but this is the crucial part. So focus on the P tag and the small tag. The P tag is essentially where we say subtotal, the number of items, and the value, okay? So here, this is the value that we actually pass in here. So it's actually going to be used as a prop here. So this is also a part of the homework, right? So this is part of the homework, right? So pay attention to the homework, guys, because it's going to be juicy, okay? And I want you guys to do well in this homework, and it's going to be a nice little challenge actually for you guys. And you can see the homework is dynamic. So as I remove items from the basket, as I remove things, it updates the number of items and it updates the price. Okay, so it does all of that stuff and it updates everything. Okay, so we have this over here. We have the small tag. Okay, now this is just an input type because it says the order contains a check. Order contains a gift. Obviously, ours doesn't look like this right now, so I'm going to go ahead and style it, and then we can move on. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do right now is go to I'm going to go to. We've got the checkout. We've got the subtool, and then here. So after this, we're going to have a proceed to checkout button. Okay, so and this is going to be a React router. This is going to have, sorry, it's going to be a button which says proceed to checkout. So let's go ahead and drop this in underneath. So here, proceed to checkout. Okay, now let's go ahead and make this. Let's go ahead and make this an absolute beautiful looking subtotal form. So let's go to our subtotal, and what we're going to do is we're going to add in the following rules. So I'm going to explain every single one of these in a sec. So we're doing display flex direction column, yeah, justify content space between, width of 300 pixels, height of 100 pixels, padding 20 pixels, which can give it a bit more space around it, background color of, it's going to be like a white, I think it's like an off gray. Okay, then you've got a border with a nice little color behind it and a border radius, which is slightly rounded. Okay, so there you go. As soon as I save that, look at the difference it made. Like just by making that slight little change, we get a beautiful looking we have a beautiful looking UI already, right? So let's go ahead and let's target the gift next. So let's go to subtotal.js, and here we have the subtotal gift. So we had it here. So I'm going to go ahead and target that subtotal gift. And I'm going to say display flex and align items in the center, because you can see right now it's kind of very subtle, but it's actually off. So you see right now where I'm pointing, it's actually slightly off. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and fix that. So let's go back to subtotals.js, and I'm going to go ahead and do back to CSS, sorry. Go ahead and do this. Okay, so this is awesome. Let's click save, and then you can see it went and aligned it centrally. Now I'm going to go ahead and target the input field. I'm going to say give it a margin right at 5 pixels, so it slightly pushed it away. And then I want to get the Amazon button styling down so it looks like the Amazon button. And hey, somebody says clean as Sunny's hairstyle. Thank you, dude. So subtotal, and we're going to target the button inside, and we're going to say background of this beautiful Amazon orange, and we're going to say back border radius right here, and we're also going to say a width of 100 pixels, a height of 30 pixels, and then we are going to say border, margin top, border color. And remember, that's the slight gradient that we shown previously. And the color is the black text. So as soon as I hit save, guys, as soon as I hit save, if this looks amazing, smash that thumbs up button if you already haven't. Because guys, if we're all part of this community, let's help share this knowledge to as many people as we possibly can. Save it, and look how clean that UI is. Like, I mean, I always, like, even as an experienced developer, sometimes like you come back to these moments where you're like, damn, like the subtle changes make the entire thing look different. Like it completely changes your perspective on this stuff. So looks really, really clean. Now, with that said, guys, we are going to actually go ahead, and I saw a question asking about React routing and history object. Yes, we will be doing that. Stay tuned for days 2 and 3, and we're going to cover plenty of that stuff. Now, guys, I want to get to the juicy stuff, okay? So just want to take a second here. So I know it's been quite an intense build so far, but this is where it gets a little bit intense, and we're basically going to crush this next bit. So if you need to, stand up, stretch out, have some, like, you know, take a few breaths, just give yourself a little bit of a break, right? Have some water. I'm going to have a quick break. And let's crush the next section, which is the React Context API. Okay, we're going to kill this section today because this is going to be the big juicy part of this build. And once we get through this part, it's going to allow us to have this amazing functionality to go ahead and add and remove items from our basket. Okay, so you can go ahead and add items to the basket. So let's go ahead and see. We can add items to the basket, we can remove items, and we can do loads of stuff as such. Okay, so this is going to be awesome, and this is going to be part of today's implementation. Okay, so what I think actually is yeah, okay, let's go ahead and do it. Okay, so what we have now is the React Context API. Now we have all of our apps right here. Okay, now whenever I add something to the basket, I essentially need a data layer to push that item into the basket. So let's pull out the whiteboard. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can actually see me. I need to go ahead and share my screen. Let's go ahead and pull out the whiteboard. Okay, so let's imagine we have a few components. So let's go ahead. We've got the header. Okay, we've got the header, we've got the body. Okay, so this is the header of the app, and this is the body. And then here are the products, right? So this is one product, this is another product, this is another product. Okay, and this is a fourth product. So we've got 4 products in a row, right? Now each one has an add to basket button. Okay, so this is like an add to basket button, add to basket button, add to basket button, and so forth. Okay, then we have our little nice basket icon at the top. Okay, so I don't know, this is like a little basket. Okay, so what I'm saying now is here, what we're going to have is essentially an add to basket button. Okay, so it's going to be an add to basket button, and basically what we want to do is we want it so when I click this button, we're essentially going to push an item into, let's just call it the data layer. Okay, so let's call this the data layer, and what I'm referring to here is actually the React Context API. Okay, or it's similar to the Redux pattern. So many of you may have heard of Redux or wanted to learn Redux. So basically anytime I press any of these buttons, it's going to push the item that the button belongs to into the data layer. Right now, why is this so powerful? It's because once it lives in this data layer, what we can do is we can essentially go ahead and just pull it into any component that we need. We can go ahead and pull it into the basket. We can go ahead and pull it into the into this component, for example. We can pull it wherever we need it. Okay, so this is going to be crucial for your homework, and this is going to be crucial, for example, once we push the item into the data layer, then for example when we go into the my basket page or checkout page, we can see what items are inside the data layer. So this is going to be why we need the React data layer. So let's go ahead and actually go ahead. I just want to see, I just got a message on Skype. 1 second. Maybe Kazi is actually rejoining us, guys. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to go ahead and add the prerequisites for the context API. So now, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to create the state provider. So here are a few steps which I recommend you don't stress over too much, okay? Just follow my steps, follow what we need to do, and you will get things working in the way they need to work, okay? And once we get to that point, you can understand how they work afterwards. Just follow what I'm doing right now and everything will work super smooth, okay? So now what we're going to do is we are going to go to state provider. So let's go ahead and add state provider. So let's go ahead and do state provider.js. And you guys can pretty much copy what I'm about to write here, okay? So here, I'm going to copy out a snippet. Now this snippet right here, pretty much, it's just a few different import statements, okay? So this is a few different import statements that we have right here. And then we have, this is essentially creating the data layer. So this basically prepares, let's say prepares the data layer. Okay, I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger, prepares the data layer. So we're gonna prepare the data layer. And here we basically have, one second. So here we have the essentially the preparation of the data layer, and then here, guys, we don't need to essentially know what this does, like, but I'll explain this in a different video or maybe in the comments afterwards. But all this is essentially doing is basically this will wrap our app. Okay, this what we have right here is basically setting everything up, and it's going to wrap our app and provide the data layer to every component inside of our app. That's it. Okay, that's all it's doing. So we don't need to know about all this fancy stuff. All you can do at this point is just copy this out. Okay, just copy it out. That's all we need to know. And this is how we're actually going to be able to pull information, right? So pull information from the data layer. Now I can see some people asking, like, should we actually go ahead and copy and paste and things like that? Guys, trust me when I say this. I've taught so many students, me and Kazi, everyone else has taught students. Like, trust me, it's all about pattern recognition. Do not be freaked out by this stuff, okay? I want you guys to copy this out, and you can actually go ahead and focus on how we use this, and then the sort of implementation, this stuff won't be as important, okay? So we're going to click save. And now what we're going to do is we are going to go over to our index.js. And here, what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and wrap our component, okay? So we're going to wrap our component in something called the state provider. So we're going to say state provider, and we are basically going to go ahead and close this like so. And it's going to freak out because we don't have these two things. We don't have the initial state, and we don't have this weird thing called the reducer, okay? And this is a really good comment by Hejira. She says, so that every component can get access to the data layer. Yes. So this is why we actually want the this is why we want a data layer, so that every single component can have access to that data layer, which means that if we push information in, then we can basically go ahead and pull information out wherever we are inside of our app. Okay, so this is why we actually need to go ahead and use that. So with that said, we have that pretty much working, but we need to have these two things. So the initial state is, what does the data layer look like in the beginning, and the reducer is how we sort of manipulate with the data layer. How do we play with the data layer? So what we need to do now is create something called a reducer. So let's go ahead and create reducer.js. Now don't worry about what reducer means as such. It's just think of it as the data layer, right? So in this case, what we need to do is create the initial state, right? So we're going to have a user at some point, but for now we're going to leave it blank. But initially in the data layer, we're going to start with a empty basket, okay? So we're going to have an empty basket to begin with. And then what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to create something called a reducer. Okay, so this initial state, remember we saw this earlier, we actually used it here. So I can go ahead and import this into, and we've actually go ahead and we've fixed the first part. So the second part is actually getting this reducer. Now, what is a reducer? Right? So a reducer is essentially when we have this data layer, right? So when we have this data layer that we spoke about earlier, a reducer is essentially how we are able to, you see this arrow right here, how are we able to actually dispatch this action into the data layer? Okay, so when I click an add to basket button, so when I click a button like this, how does it then go and dispatch the action into the data layer. And how do I actually go ahead and pull it? Right, so the pulling part is easy, but pushing into it is where the reducer plays a very important part. Okay, so here when we click add to basket, we essentially, all we need to know is what product we're actually adding to the basket, and then we're going to shoot it up into the data layer, and it's pretty much going to sit inside the data layer up here. Okay, so let's go ahead and head back to our code. And what we're going to do now is, and I love this, Joshua Thomas still says he is still pumped. Right, that's the energy that we're talking about, guys. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our reducer, and here what we are going to say. So the context API and Redux are not the same thing, but they are the same pattern. Okay, so both use this idea of a store, like basically a global store for your application, and then you basically have this pattern of dispatching actions into this store. And the reducer just listens and says, okay, you just updated a basket. All right, I know what to do. Okay, you just removed an item from the basket. I know what to do. Don't worry. Like, that's what the reducer is doing, okay? So at this point, in order to write the reducer, we need to do the following. So we need to say const reducer, and it takes two things. It takes a state, and that's the state of the application. And then it says the action. Okay, now the action is, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to add to the basket? Are you trying to remove from the basket? What are you trying to do here? Okay, so here what I'm going to say is it takes a switch. Right, now the switch is based on the action dot type. Now I will explain this, and everything will make sense with practice, so do not freak out, guys. Okay, so here we're going to say case, and I'm going to say add to basket. Okay, add to basket, like this. And then here I'm going to say return. Right, now this basically means whenever we receive an add to basket action. So remember we talked about this earlier. So oh damn it, I've lost that snippet. Okay, never mind. Remember we spoke about when we sort of would press the add to basket button. So every time I would press the add to basket button, it would dispatch an action with this type, add to basket. Okay, now when we, so the reducer, imagine the reducer is just something that's always listening for a dispatch or something like that. It's always just listening. Okay, and what we're going to do here is we're going to say return, and what we're doing is we're returning whatever the state originally was, but we're going to change the basket, and we're going to say the basket should now be whatever the basket currently was, so whatever it currently was, plus whatever we actually decided to add, so the action dot item that you passed inside of the action. Okay, so this will make a lot of sense shortly. Okay, okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to go ahead and actually export the reducer. So we're going to go ahead and export the reducer, and we also want to have something called a default state. Okay, so default state. So here I'm going to go ahead and say default return state. Now guys, again, this, you don't need to really know exactly what this does, but at this point we need to go ahead and hook it up. Okay, so go up to this reducer, go ahead and control spacebar, auto import, done. Okay, so guys, all you need to do is just copy those steps, and everything will be okay. And you should get to the point where it's a state provider that is not defined, so we need to go ahead and import the state provider as such. So save that. And guys, at this point, if I go ahead and do this, well, now we need to connect our add to basket to basically go ahead and push something inside of the data layer. Okay, so let's go ahead, go to our product. And now inside of our product, when we click this add to basket button, we want to dispatch an add to item, add to basket object. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to our product. So product.js. And what I'm going to say is, when I click the button, so when I on click, I'm going to say add to basket, and this is going to be a function that I'm going to write up here. So I'm going to say const add to basket, like this. Okay, now this will take no arguments, and all it will do is it dispatches an action. Okay, so here we're going to dispatch some action into the data layer, and basically the goal here is saying dispatch the item into the data layer, so we have it. Okay, so just copy and paste it if you need to do that. Okay, now what we're going to do here, guys, is in order to pull information from the data layer, I showed you previously in the when we were setting things up inside of the state provider, that this bottom part that I said you don't have to understand what it does, is it's going to essentially allow you to pull information from the data layer. So here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say const basket like this, dispatch, and we're going to say use state value. So I'm going to explain what this does. And basically what we have here is we have the state and we have a dispatch. Okay, now the state we're not too interested in right now, so we can pretty much ignore that. This is basically the state of the global store, and here we have the dispatch. Okay, so the dispatch is going to be how we manipulate the data layer. So here what I'm going to say is dispatch, and then I'm going to say dispatch an item, dispatch an object into the data layer. So this dispatch is like a gun, right? So it essentially allows you to shoot into the data layer. So like shoot an action, like we said, like the arrow that we showed previously. That's what we're going to basically be doing here. So I'm going to say type, and here we're going to say add to basket. Okay, and then the actual item that we're going to push into the data layer is going to be an item with the ID from here. It's going to be, the title is going to be the title that we pushed in over at the top. The image is going to be the image that we passed in as a prop. The price is going to be the price that we passed in as a prop. And also the rating is going to be passed in as the rating at the top. Okay. So what this does now, guys, is we essentially are going to dispatch and add to basket action. Now, the way that we check that this works, okay, is we open up our inspector. We go here. If I click on add to basket, nothing shows. Okay, so let's go over to our reducer. Let's go and make sure that I like to always do a console.log. So let's go ahead and do console.log, and I like to always dispatch the action. Okay, so now if I do add to basket, whoa, we got an add to basket action. It dispatched this type of action, so add to basket. So it picked it up on this case statement, and then it said item. And you see what we're doing here is we actually went ahead and said, so I'm just going to go ahead and make this a bit bigger for you guys. So it says change the basket so that the basket is now whatever the basket currently was, plus the action.item, and the item is this stuff right here. So this will push the basket into, this will push the item into our basket. So now we should have the actual item inside of our basket. So how can we check? Very simple thing we can do. We can pretty much go ahead, and this is our state right here. We can destructure it, and we can say, hang on, get me the basket outside of the state. And all you guys got to do is chuck a console log and say something like this. You can say this is the basket, and put something like this. And now, guys, look what happens. So you see it says this is the basket on many renders, and we can go ahead and add to basket. And whoa, we had an item in the basket. So now we have this one item in the basket. Okay, that's cool. I go ahead and add a second item. Whoa, okay, now we got 2 items in the basket. Add a third. Now we got 3 items in the basket. So you see, like, this is really powerful stuff. And like, we're basically, all we're doing is we're pushing into the data layer, right? So so you can use, I saw, why is he using the function instead of fat arrow? Yeah, you can use fat arrows, you can use functions, you can use whatever you want, guys. But yeah, you can pretty much see at this point that you have the 3 items inside of the basket. Okay, and we are almost at the finish line, guys, so stay with me. Okay, we are almost at the finish line for today's session. So if you guys are pumped up and you are ready to do that last final push, I know it's been a while, but come on, guys, there's huge prizes here. The prize, even if you didn't win, is essentially getting that final job that you deserve, okay, as a developer. So stay with me, guys. Let's bring up the energy and let's finish strong to that finish line, okay? So what I want to do now is essentially, you see at the top over here where we have this right? Oh God, oops. Where we have here, right? We have the 0. Now, what I want to do is when we add an item to that basket, we want that to dynamically update. Right? I want this to dynamically update like this. Like this is the actual app. It dynamically updates, right? So this is going to be really, really cool to actually go ahead and implement. So we need to actually go ahead and implement this. So let's go ahead and do that. So, and I love it. I can see the energy coming up. This is awesome. Right, so let's go ahead and go to our header component, and what we're going to do inside of our header component is we are going to go inside to the top of the function, go to header.js, and as I explained previously, guys, we can pretty much go ahead and do the following. We can use that magic useState value to pull information. This will be the state, right? So we can go ahead and import this. So remember, you need to go ahead and import this at the top, and then you got the state and you got dispatch. Okay. Now we may not use the dispatch in this case, so we don't actually need the dispatch, but I'm going to leave it in there to make it simple for you guys. Now here we have the 0. Okay. So we hard coded a 0 here, but this is how easy and insanely powerful the React Context API is. What we can do is we can get the basket. Okay, we can get the basket like so, grab the basket, and then what we can do is we can scroll down, go here, and guys, all I need to do at this point is say basket dot length. That's it. That's it, guys. Do that. And what I would recommend is that you put a question mark here, and this is called optional chaining. And what this would mean is that if you, for any reason, don't have the correct value or basket becomes undefined due to an error, it won't freak out. It just will gracefully terminate, okay, or gracefully handle the error. Okay, so let's go ahead and add this. Now guys, I think if we go ahead and click add to basket, we should see an update in the corner, but you know, things can go wrong, things can go insanely crazy, everything's not being on our side. So I'm going to make this a bit bigger, and let's just go ahead and pump up the crowd and let's get everyone sort of anticipated, because I think if we done this right, boom guys, there we go. Can you see that? If I go ahead and click this in, we're getting, this is the number of items inside that basket, guys. So that is insane. That is awesome. It's working. Okay, like it's working. We go ahead, click it in, and we have the shopping basket stuff here. So this is really, really powerful. Okay, this is really, really powerful stuff. Now, what say, guys? Do you want to do? So I'm going to leave this down to you guys. I'm going to ask you guys a question now. So today, what we can do is I can either set you your homework here, and we can build out the remainder of this stuff. So we can build out the remainder of this shopping basket list, right? So we can set the homework and we can build out this list. Or shall we set the homework for today, and shall I show you how the solution to the homework, and then we carry on with the shopping basket today? You guys let me know, okay? I want to know what you guys think at this point. Go ahead and let me know in the comments right now what you guys want to do. Do you want to build this shopping basket today? This sort of this checkout page functionality where you have even the remove from basket, or should we go ahead and set today's homework and wrap up there, and pretty much we can carry on tomorrow in tomorrow's day 2 of the build? Okay, so we have a lot of people saying set homework, some people saying set homework, redo, so as in redo and carry on with the shopping basket. Somebody says let's finish the game, continue, yeah, basket to homework, homework, continue. Okay, so we have a mix here, guys. Okay, so right. So what I will say, guys, is because it's been a huge stream, okay, it's been a huge stream. If you guys are super excited, tomorrow I'm going to show you how to build that lovely shopping basket that we saw here. Okay, so that lovely shopping basket that we saw over here, I'm going to show you guys how to go ahead and build that. Right, but today what the homework is, right? So every day, if you guys want to be a part, if you want to be in this to win the prize that we've set, what we ask is that you go ahead and finish the homework. And we submitted the homework yesterday, which was the portfolio, but today what we're going to be doing, the challenge for you guys is quite simple. Okay, so the challenge for you guys is pretty simple, and what we're going to be doing is we are going to focus on the following for today's homework, okay? So the homework for today is, can you guys build? So we pull in the dynamic information at this point, right? So I showed you guys how to go in, and if you add to the basket, it updates this value over here. Now, can you guys get it to show the number of items over here, so inside the subtotal? And can you also go and actually calculate the price of the items inside the basket? Okay, so that is your homework. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just put a little snippet on the screen right now, and I'll visually show you guys. Oh, I wasn't actually sharing the screen. I'm sorry, guys. Let me go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. Right. So let me go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. So this is going to be today's homework. So I'm going to go ahead and visually demonstrate this. So you can see here, guys, I showed you guys how to go ahead and add the dynamic information over here. So when you actually go ahead and add items to the basket, it actually dynamically updates at the top, right? So it dynamically updates at the top, and we can pretty much see this happen in front of us, okay? Now, what I want you guys to go ahead and do is actually go ahead and for homework, use that solution that I showed you for the header, but go ahead and do the same thing for the subtotal items, so we can see the number of items that get pulled in from our basket, okay? And then the juicy part of the homework is, can you guys then take those items that we have in the basket and actually calculate the total price, okay? Calculate the total price, and the finished result should be a beautiful looking application. So we won't have this for today's build, but that will be part of tomorrow, okay? But now what I want you guys to do is actually go ahead and get this working, okay? So basically, once we add a few items to us, I'm going to refresh and show you guys. So let's say we added the Kenwood and the Lean Startup. Go to our basket. It should say 2 items are inside the basket, so it should match up to the top right here, and then it should also say the correct total. That's your homework, guys, for today.
Yesterday we had left off at where you had put this page together initially, and then there was a basket. We're gonna pick it up from there. So this is what you're going to be building today. If you are excited, drop it in the comments below and let us know.
Exactly, guys. So you see, the main new feature today is going to be that beautiful login and authentication, and that's all going to be provided from Firebase itself, on Firebase Authentication. So we're going to show you guys how to do that.
We have a GitHub, and this is the URL for it. This should be in the description or in the Facebook post. It should be there. And if you go here, just make sure you star it and fork it so you have it. And this will get you part 1 of the Amazon build. This will get you caught up to exactly here. And if you're a complete beginner, it's as easy as clicking here and just downloading this file as zip, then opening it up and literally typing in the following: npm start. And you should be good to go. You should be caught up with us. If you're more advanced, you know that you can like pull it with a GitHub repo. It's as simple as that.
So the game plan for today, guys, is we're going to complete the checkout screen with the React Context API. So we're going to have everything completed and built to that homework spec that we set yesterday. And then we're going to go ahead, and if you just hit enter, Ghazi, it should pop up. We're going to go ahead and implement a full login functionality. That means sign up, sign in, everything implemented with Firebase authentication set. So it's going to be a complete functional app with login, logout. Everything's going to work.
And
then we're going to go ahead and deploy this thing over to Firebase. So that will be awesome.
Perfect. Yep. Nice.
Let's go ahead and get started, bro.
Okay. Dope. Let's do it. So I'm going to hit follow here and let's go.
Nice. So let's go ahead and go on with the homework portion. So yesterday we had set everything up to the point where we wanted to build the subtotal component. So we left you guys here where we had a fixed subtotal component here, and we a fixed subtotal amount here, and then an empty sort of currency amount here. Now we're going to go ahead and change this. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up our local host, Ghazi, and have it running on the right hand side.
I do.
Okay, awesome. So that's our local host. Let's open up the basket. So let's hit into the basket. Nice. And what we're going to do here, guys, is where we had previously, I had shown you we had 0 items, right? Now, we currently push everything into the store whenever we add an item to the basket. So I showed you guys how inside the header, we actually can pull the basket contents from the data layer that we set up yesterday. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that.
So
we're
just
go
one
over to
quick shout I just want to do. So somebody said, I don't see the Facebook link, Facebook group link. Here's how it works. You actually go to this link over here, this page, and this is how you actually officially join the challenge. And remember, you can win up to $6,000 online coding bootcamp. So make sure you go to this link here and then pop in your name and email address, and that will get you in the challenge.
Exactly, guys. And make sure you do that. Get involved, because it's awesome inside the community right now, and everybody is on that, and it's proper
over 9,000
so,
people in the Slack channel, right?
Yeah. Did we actually post this out to the Slack channel that we're live right now? I mean, I guess, yeah, they would have seen it. Nice.
Nas, did we post this on the Slack channel?
Yeah, we did. Nice. Awesome.
Okay. I don't think
So,
we did.
oh, we just got a donation as well from Twins Mother, Madam USA. Thank you. Starts off nicely.
Hey, sick. Wow,
Awesome.
thank you for that, actually. That's huge.
Yeah, huge $5 donation.
Thank you.
Nice. So, guys, with that said, let's go ahead and start. So we have the subtotal component that we were messing around with, right? So what we're going to do is we are going to pull the basket contents from the data layer. So previously we had this use state value. So I need to go ahead and actually import that use state value hook from that. That's the custom hook we wrote inside of our state provider. Now, anyone who is confused about this stuff, just go ahead and build out the first part of the challenge and come back to this video. But right now we have the use state value and we pull our basket. So this is going to have whatever we add to our basket. And then what we can do, guys, is we can go here and we can simply do the following. We can actually say basket. Oops, we can say basket dot length, like so. And this should, so if we save this, we can actually go ahead and let's go ahead and refresh the app, Kazi. Let's refresh. Oh, we have to do npm start, I think.
Yep, so let's do that. Okay.
Nice. Somebody said Sunny's voice is not clear. Okay, I think it's pretty clear now.
I think it's pretty clear. I mean,
yeah, I think we fixed that.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we have the subtotal, and we said basket.length. So once it loads up, let's go ahead and click the Amazon logo.
All right. So boom, here we go.
Yep, and let's add some items to the basket.
All right, add to basket, So I added these two.
Yep, and then let's go and click the basket. Yep, and then what we should see now is in the subtotal, it should say, was it 3 items? I can't really see that.
It says 2 items.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, because we added 2 items. So now it's pulling that information from the basket and it's actually going ahead and using that, right? So it's actually going ahead and updating it. So rather than having the 2 items like we had previously, rather than having 0, we're actually pulling from the basket and showing however many items we have in the basket itself. Next, guys, we want to go ahead and where it says strong, right? We want to have the actual value here. Yep. So previously we have the value set to 0 here, and I said that this was part of the homework, guys, right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you guys a nice, neat little trick. So I saw some of the implementations that you guys had done, but I'm going to show you a really, really sort of ES6 forward way of doing this. So let's go to our reducer.js. So we're inside of our reducer right here. And I'm going to show you guys how to build something called a selector, right? So we're going to build something called a selector. And this is actually something which is really highly used in production environments. So what we can do now is we write export const, and I'm going to write get basket total. And this is a really powerful function. It's going to take the basket itself, and it's going to simply return the following. It's going to say get the basket, and we're going to do optional chaining to prevent everything from breaking. And we're going to say reduce. Now, reduce is a function which is extremely powerful, okay? Now, what we're going to do is so the purpose of reduce, is it essentially maps through the basket itself. Next, guys, we want to go ahead and where it says now reduce is a function. Oh yeah, there we go. Nice. So what reduce does is it goes ahead, it iterates through the basket, and then it's going to tally up the total. Okay, so we're going to have an initial amount, right? And we're going to iterate through each item. And the way we write this, guys, is we put some code here. So here we're going to say every time it loops through, I want the item price to add to the total amount, and the initial amount is going to be 0. Okay, so I know this may seem like a confusing line of code, but have a look at reduce functions, and this essentially, all this is doing is it essentially tallies up the basket, and it goes ahead and it tallies up all of the item prices, and it adds it into this final amount, and it returns it directly into.
So is this basically like a fancy way of writing a for loop and then incrementing everything and tallying it up, right?
Yeah, and then we return it.
Got it.
Then we return it as a value. So now if I go ahead, go back to our subtotal, and we go back to here, and instead of writing a set value of 0, what we can do here is we can do get basket total, and we pass in the basket that we pulled in from our data layer over here. And obviously we need to go ahead and make sure that we import this basket, okay? So let's go up to the top, and we're going to go ahead and say import get basket total from the reducer. And now, guys, what I want you to pay attention to is if we go ahead and add some items to the basket, Kazi.
All right, let's do it. So let's go to the first page.
Yep.
I think I'm going to go with a Samsung watch and an Amazon Echo.
Yep, let's do it.
All right.
Now it should see, okay, so it still says 0. Now this is interesting, and I'll show you why it still says 0. So we set the value here, right? But in the render text, we didn't actually show the value, okay? So we need to show the value. Now I see a lot of people saying, cannot read property basket of undefined. To fix that, guys, go back to your reducer, make sure you add this optional chaining right here.
Nice.
Okay? So this is actual optional chaining, and this is going to prevent that from happening, okay? So make sure you add that in to save yourself that little bit of headache. Go back to subtotal, and what we're going to do here is this value that we calculate here gets passed in as something called a render prop. So we can actually use it. So we can go here, and we can just say value. Oops, value, like so. And
boom, there we go,
save.
0. I mean, yeah, 0 for now.
Yep, so it's 0 for now. And if we go to Amazon, add the products.
Boom.
Hey, there we go.
So fast. So fast. I'm going to add multiple of these. Damn.
Exactly. Awesome. Now, I saw some people say, can we put the function inside subtotal? So, guys, this is actually a professional practice of having selectors inside of your reducers. Or, I mean, you can separate to a separate file, but you want to make sure that you have the selector, in this case, inside the reducer, because think about what you're doing. You're actually taking the basket, reducing it down, and then you have some kind of callable function. So that's just good practice. You can do whatever way works for you, but this is my experience from being in a sort of professional environment. So I would go ahead and use that, and that will make your life a little bit easier. So with that said, we actually have the subtotal working. Okay, so that's awesome. Now we have the header, which pulls in the basket content. So at the top of the header on the right, you can see we've got some items, and then the subtotal itself is where we have the price, and we also have the number of items. We also got another donation. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. That I appreciate that. That is huge. Let me just play the air horns here a little bit. Nice. And I got a nice we got a nice comment by Zachary, and he says, I'm definitely having to go back and rewatch the videos and find some supplemental stuff online to fully understand the why behind everything. But in the meantime, it is like learning to swim, where they just throw you off the deep end. Not the most theoretically sound, but it works. Guys, remember, you're building the Amazon clone. So this is something I mentioned yesterday, right? It took people decade or more to figure out how to be able to actually build this. So it's not going to be something that is going to be super easy. This is definitely going to be tough. But if you push through this and add it to your portfolio, it's going to look epic. And then our goal is that you're going to love coding, and then you're going to start learning the why behind everything.
Exactly, guys. And that's going to be the main focus here, is to go ahead and push yourself into that uncomfortable position. And we're here to pretty much hold your hand through the entire journey till you have a lovely looking Amazon clone at the end of it. And you guys are doing amazing so far, so don't get disheartened. And the Slack group is also amazing for that support.
Yeah,
so
nice.
With that said, we now have a finished subtotal section, so that's really clean. What we're going to do next is focus on the checkout. Okay, so previously in yesterday's build, we reached the checkout stage and we have these basket items, right? So I masked it out, and the purpose I actually masked this out is I was actually subconsciously hoping that some of you went ahead and built that. So that was awesome to see that you guys actually picked up on that. And somebody said, Code with Ven said, Sonny, you bought a new headset. Yep, we have a new headset, a new mic. So it's going to be extra clear for you guys today. But we're going to go ahead and build this lovely basket item implementation here. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and build out the shopping basket itself. So let's go ahead and check out. So here, guys, we're going to call it the checkout product. Okay, so because we're inside the checkout page, so let's go ahead and call it a checkout product. So checkout product. Okay, and checkout product, and this is going to get rendered out however many times there is an item inside of our basket. So with that said, what we're going to do now is create that. So I'm going to go ahead and create a checkout product.
Right now we're creating like hard-coded products, right? Before we make dynamic products. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Got it. So basically we'll have something along the lines of like over here, how when we add some products, let me just zoom out a little bit, and we go here, and then it shows up like this, right? So we're essentially going to just hard code some of this stuff into our app that we're building.
Exactly. So right now we have got all of the products on the home screen are hard coded. We are going to show you guys at the end of today's build how to pull that information from Firebase. But for now, what we're doing is all of those hard-coded products in the front end. So when we had the homepage up, when you click Add to Basket, we should see that list of shopping basket items in this section right here. Okay, so I'm going to do checkout product.js. So we should snap into that in just a second. So let's wait until that pops in. So you guys should see that we are now inside the checkout product. If I do RFCE, which is our lovely little snippets, and we're going to go ahead and set this class up. Or set this component up. So checkout product, and this is going to the BEM convention. I'm going to go ahead and do import checkout product from, import, it should be CSS right here. Import checkout product.css like so. Then we're going to create that corresponding CSS file. So I'm going to do checkout product.css like that. And let's go ahead and see. And now we're inside that folder. Inside that file, sorry. So we have everything set up that we need, okay? Now what we're going to do is jump inside of that checkout product and start producing it. So this is going to have a few things inside of it. So Kazi, let's go ahead and open up the deployed app. So the finished one.
Boom.
Yep, so the finished one. So you can see this finished one has a few things inside of it. It has an image, and then it has like an info section. And the info section contains the title, the price, the ratings, so the star ratings, and then a remove from basket button, okay? So we're going to go ahead and show you how to do the removing as well in today's build. So let's go ahead and fill this out. So first thing we're going to have is an image. So I'm going to, my snippets aren't working, so I'm going to say image, and this image is going to have a source, and the source is actually going to be the image that we pass through as a prop, because here, this product is actually going to have some props that pass through. And in those props, we're going to have an ID, an image, a title, a price, and a rating. Okay. So we've got these props, which are basically the same props that we have inside of app.js or inside of the homepage.
Yep.
So source is the image right here. And then what we're going to say is we have a...
Somebody just called you the grandpapa of React.
Yeah, it's upgraded from Papa React to Grandpapa from React.
Yeah.
I
Damn.
love it, dude.
I'm the great grandpa of Python now. Moving up
You
in
got
the
great-
world.
Exactly. It's a whole family over here. Your class name equals checkout product image. Let's go ahead and add a class name so that we can easily target afterwards for styling. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a div. And this div is going to be responsible for all of that text, price, rating, all of that stuff. So we're going to go ahead, create the div here. And this div is going to have a class name of checkout product. So it's going to be checkout product __ info. Oops, __ info. There we go. Now, this is going to have a p tag. So this p tag is going to be here. And this p tag will be the title itself. Okay. So this is going to be the title. And this title should have a class name. So we're going to use class names for this one. I like to mix it up to show you guys the different variations. So this one is going to be checkout product title. And then we're going to have the price itself.
So this styling over here, this styling for class name. Oh, hold on. So this one over here is going to be for that image right there.
Exactly.
And then this one over here is going to be for the info, which means the title, the money, and the ratings.
Yeah.
Got it.
Exactly. Exactly that. That's exactly what we're going to do. And that it will actually include the button as well inside of that. Yeah.
Oh, so the info will have the button.
Yep, it will have the button as well.
Got it. Okay.
So then we're also going to have, so I'm going to create another p tag. And thank you, El Manana, for that donation.
Hey, damn. Thank you, guys. The donations are still coming in. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
How people are donating, by the way, is on YouTube. The ones who are watching on YouTube, there's a super chat button underneath the comments. They click on that, they click donate, and then they donate. So for everybody who's here watching it or donating, this is for you. All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'm enjoying my DJ superpowers, bro.
It's so fun, dude. It's so fun. So we're going to have, for this p tag now, we are going to have a small tag. So a small tag.
Better be paying attention. I'm watching you. You think we're not watching you? We're watching you. Pay attention.
Exactly.
Learn. Build projects. We want you to get jobs. 5,000 people getting jobs. That's our goal. Okay?
110% effort, guys.
Let's go.
Nice. So inside the small tag, we're going to have the currency. So in this case, we're going to have a $sign. And then we're going to have a strong tag. So this is just an easy way of bolding out some text. So we're going to do strong tag, and it's going to pop in like so. And here I'm going to have the price. Okay. So it's going
Man,
to be
I
price.
love this comment, by the way. I want to just pop this up over here. And Priyanshu says, Kazi, hear me out. I can't appreciate you anymore, man. This entire challenge, which you guys are providing us with, seems to be such a great opportunity in such a crisis. Oh, I'm hiding some of the message. Can't appreciate you and the entire CP team anymore. You should pat your back. We will. For doing so much for people you don't even know. Just wanted to say, hold on, let me. Hey, here we go. Just wanted to take a moment to appreciate you guys. Love from India. Pump for more. Let's keep it going. Damn. Thank you so much, man. Super humbled. Really appreciate it.
Guys.
Wow. All right. Let's get back.
Dope, dude. I love comments like that.
Yeah, makes my day. Makes our day, guys. This is why we do this. It's for you guys. So we appreciate when the energy is up. And for the people who are sometimes negative, we will just block you and kick you out because you're affecting the energy of other people. And we can't have that because this community needs to be positive and strong. And it goes two ways. One, you only keep the best and the highest quality people. Two, anybody that doesn't fall up to that standard, they're out of the group. And you get the best community.
Exactly, guys. And this sort of community only sort of like is fueled off of that optimism. So anyone with that negativity, get out of there.
Yeah.
Guys. Nice. So now we're going to have the checkout product rating. So this is going to be very similar to how we did it yesterday. So we're going to have a div with that inside of it. So there we go. And then we are going to have just the following code. So this is actually from yesterday's build, this snippet, and I'll explain it quickly. So I'm going to paste it in right here. And what we're doing here, guys, is we have an array. We have the rating. So this is going to be a number between like 1 to 5, for example. And then here what we do is we basically take that number. So say it's 5. We make an array of 5. We fill it, and then we basically just map through it. So we're basically mapping through that number. So if it's 5, it's going to map through 5 times. There's a little bit of a trick to doing that. And then basically it's going to render out 5 stars. Okay. So I saw a lot of people were able to get that working. So that's really cool. And I love seeing that. So with that said, we now have all of this stuff in place. We're going to add one more thing, which is a button. So I'm going to go ahead and
Sunny,
say,
question. How is it knowing to do 5 stars? I don't see 5 anywhere. So how does it know to loop and make 5 stars and not 8?
So good question. And firstly, I want to say thank you to Rafael Estrada. Dropped a $5 donation.
Oh, damn. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. That's huge.
Yeah, massive, dude. Thank you. And to answer your question, bro, so here we have 1 star, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what we're doing is for the rating, let's say, imagine you passed in like a value of 5.
Oh,
right?
that's it. Okay, so that's I.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
So actually, you can actually ignore this part right here. Yeah. So
Okay.
you could actually go ahead and maybe get rid of that, and it would still work, right? So this was a bit of a hack what we're doing right now. So what we're saying is,
it creates an array of
right?
5.
Yeah, and then it maps through it 5 times. We don't actually need the index or anything, so it just maps through it 5 times.
So array takes in an input and basically it creates an empty array in the start of like 5 what? Like 5 undefined?
It's like an array of size 5. Think of it
Size
that
5.
way.
Got it. Okay.
And it fills it with like an empty value for each one. So
Yep.
maybe it fills it with a null.
Yeah.
then-
Like a null. Exactly. That makes sense. And then you just map it to every single value that's there and you just put a star there.
Yep, exactly.
Nice. Dope. Okay.
For anyone that did want the index, what I did is I did this. So I basically had it previously as underscore. The convention here is if you don't care about what's in the first parameter, you just put an underscore in there and then you put an I, right?
Got it.
That's
Okay.
quick, guys. Okay, so now the next thing is we're going to have a button which says remove from basket. Okay, save it. And what we're going to do is inside of checkout here, I'm actually going to go ahead and render out a product. So here, I don't just want to render some random products. Okay, I actually want to render out the basket itself. So what we could do is, remember guys, to pull a item from the basket, we have that beautiful little bit of code which uses that use state value hook. And this pulls the basket from, remember, if we don't need the dispatch, we don't actually need to include it here. But sometimes it's just, it's that pattern recognition of seeing it, which is going to help you guys learn. Whoa, dude. Arturo Jose Reyes Marcano just dropped a huge.
Whoa, damn.
Thank you so much, dude.
Holy crap, bro. Let's go. Arturo coming in clutch. The $25 donation.
another
Thank you
one,
so
dude.
much. Yo, what is this?
Leonardo Shunkan, love the style, the energy, and the content. Saludos from Costa
We just
Rica.
got 5 million, 5,000. Holy crap. Thank you so much, Leonardo. It says, love the style, the energy, and the content. Saludos. Guys, thank you guys so much for that love and appreciation. We're going to keep going. And today we also came up with a dope idea of doing something new, which we had never thought about previously, which is we want to actually have breakout rooms. What is this static I always get whenever I switch to this? When I switch to this angle, it always gives me whatever. I think people will be fine.
Yeah.
So we want to do like a breakout room afterwards, kind of like how when you go to an actual live conference. So Sunny and I were like, well, how cool would it be that after the challenge, if we literally were like in a Zoom call where you and I and Sunny and you can speak and we can help you. We can talk about freelancing. Sunny can talk about React. I think that could be really, really cool. If you actually like that idea, do let us know because it's something we haven't ever done before.
Exactly, dude. Okay. There might have been a phone near the mic, by the way.
No,
Maybe.
every time I switch to this angle, that noise starts. But when I go back to this screen, it dies. So it's something weird happening, which I don't know what's happening, but that's fine.
Okay. But guys, yeah, let us know what you think about the breakout room session because we were super excited about that idea. And I think it could be huge. And it basically changes the challenge into a digital conference, which is insane. Right?
Yes, literally. It will be like an actual conference, almost like real life. People are saying a breakout room would be awesome. Mike says that. Raphael says that could be awesome. It's an awesome idea. Love it. Dope.
Athava says, I want to talk sometimes though. So yes, in a breakout room, you will be able to talk through a Zoom chat. So it would be awesome.
Hey, and then Gabi actually says, she goes, thanks a lot, Rafik Kazi. I'm super motivated to land a developer job and improve my life. Love your energy, your style, and passion. Listen, Kazi, or read. I will be one of the 5,000 developers to get the job. Damn.
Love that energy.
Let's go.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
here, guys, we're going to say basket.map. And then for every single item in the basket, we want to return a checkout product. Okay, so we're going to say checkout product like so. And this is going to take a bunch of props like we discussed earlier. And those props are going to be simply the item contents. Okay, so I'm just going to pop in a snippet here to save a bit of time. Here, we're going to go ahead and do the following. So here we're saying the ID is the item ID. So it's this item ID. Title is item title. Image is item image, and so forth. And this means that when we add a item to our basket, it will map through it. And if we've done it correctly, should show it inside of the checkout page, okay, in the form of the checkout product. So with that said, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and go to the Amazon. Let's click Amazon link.
Oh, this is the actual one we have. Do you want me to go to the deployed one?
No, the one that we have. Okay, yeah, so it says use state value needs to be imported. Yes, that's a good shout. So we need to go ahead and do that. Use state value. And then we are going to go ahead and also import the checkout product. So let's go ahead and do that. So import checkout product. Save. Hey, I can see my girlfriend's moderating the chat. She's going crazy, dude.
Yeah.
She blocked someone.
Perfect. Just keep blocking. Yeah.
Let's click on the Amazon logo now. So it should get rid of that issue for us. And let's add some items to the basket.
All right, so I'm gonna add. I don't know, man. I'm feeling like getting this monitor today. I'm gonna get 2 of them. Should be good for the team.
Yeah. Oh, nice. So we can see that the 2 items have popped up inside the shopping basket. Okay.
Yep.
Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and style that. So we're gonna go over to checkout product.css, and just for a quick comparison, here, guys, in checkout product.js, we gave everything some appropriate class names so that we could come in.
Rating. Are we gonna throw it in like a flex box? Is that what we're about to do with it?
We are gonna throw in a flex
Dope.
box.
And are we gonna do something along the lines of align items?
Yeah, actually, for this one, we're not gonna align centrally because I'll show you why. So if we go to the deployed version quickly.
All right, we will. But I'm just gonna map out what we're gonna do. So guys, we're gonna take it from this like vertical thing, and we're gonna turn it into so it's just horizontal like this with stars. That's the goal. All right, let's go to this deployed one. Yeah.
Yep. And then you can see now. So it's going to be subtle, but basically on the second product row, can you see how the image is actually sort of aligned to that text on the top? If we did align item center, the image is going to be centered with the next container. We don't want that.
I see what you're saying. So it's actually aligned to the top of the text, right?
Exactly.
Okay, but if we did a line to the center, instead of this image being here, it would be more like starting from here to here or something.
Yeah, and it kind of looks strange, which is why. Oh, damn! Jonathan Nagunda says I just landed a client for $1,550,
Where?
and I'm only 13. Holy crap!
Where he
Check
said that on YouTube or what?
Yeah, that's on YouTube.
Damn, these are the wins we're talking about.
That's what.
That's sick. Look at that. I just landed a client for $1,500 and I'm only 13. Guys. That's massive. It's possible for all of you guys. Age doesn't matter. A lot of people make that a thing that it's your age and I'm too old, I'm too young. None of that, guys. No excuses. You can do this. I was about to fix my glasses and I realized that my girlfriend crushed my glasses yesterday and I don't have any of them on my face.
Oh no, they're out now.
Yeah, but it's okay. I can still see.
Oh man. All right. So with that said, we're gonna go ahead and style.
Smash the like button for my broken glasses, guys.
We missed the smoothest chance there, dude.
Just like sad face, like guys, my glasses. But okay, let's get back before get people.
Right. So now we're gonna go to the checkout CSS.
Yeah.
And then in here, we're going to basically go ahead and do checkout product. And then we're going to say display flex. Display flex. And then as soon as we save this now, oh, so Kazi, good point. Before I hit save on this, go to Amazon, add some products, and then let's go back to the screen because we want to show some hot reloading so it dynamically updates.
All right. What's up with these stars? All right.
There we go.
All right. There we go.
Okay. So you can see now that it actually isn't display flex. So if I go ahead and do save, oh, so it is display flex now because it auto saved. Yeah, but I'm going to do a margin top and margin bottom. So margin top and margin bottom of 20 pixels.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and chuck that in right here. Boom. Do that. And then we should see, oh, damn it, we should see a gap. Okay, so this is going to be an annoying issue now where it's going to basically go ahead. And what we can do is when you're doing this kind of stuff, guys, I'm going to show you a little trick, okay? So when it does some hot reloading like this, and you don't want to keep on doing the same sort of thing where you want to have to add a product, go ahead and add a static product, okay? So here we're going to add a title just saying this is a test. Yep, this is a test. This is a test. And then here for the image, we'll go ahead and find an image real quick after this. So I'm just going to use this. I'll go ahead and find an image in a sec. For the price, we just go ahead and chuck in something like $199.99. And for the rating, let's go ahead and do 5. So I'm going to quickly find an image. Let's just do the lean startup. Boom. Let's go ahead and find that image. Go to images, grab that and paste. This is a little hack for you guys in case you found yourself in this problem. So just pop it in like that, and that will save you a bit of time now. So when it loads up, we'll already have some static data on that screen. So Kazi, if you just hit refresh on the right hand side.
You got it, bro.
Nice. Now we can see that everything pops up there. Okay. This is a test, and let's just add in like a bunch of text. Let's say Lauren Lipsum or something. And then let's just copy that a few times so we can actually stress this thing out a little bit. Let's go ahead and space this out. Okay. So save that. And now you can see we've got some sort of dummy information. And then what I like to do is I like to copy this out like twice. So then that way, when we're styling it, we don't have to keep going back and forth. And just what we'll do is we'll come back and we'll delete these afterwards, and then it will work as expected. Okay. So back to checkout product. Now what we can do is we can say target the checkout product underscore. Let's go ahead and get rid of this underscore the info. So that container. I want to give this one a padding left of 20 pixels. So what we should see here is when I do this, 20 pixels padding left, it pushed the info text away a little bit. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is add some button styling. So I'm going to go ahead and target the info, but the button inside of it, and then apply the following styles. So this is the snippet that we need to go ahead and apply. You can see it has a background of orange, a border 1 pixel solid, a margin top of 10 pixels, a border color, and this is a nice little gradient and black color. Now, when we do that, we get this lovely Amazon looking button, okay? The next thing we're going to do is target that image. That image is way too big right now. So we're going to make sure that that doesn't happen. So to do that, this snippet right here. So we're going to have the checkout
Omer
product.
asks, can we use BEM with SAS as well? Just give a rapid fire answer so we can get back to it.
No need to use BEM with SAS. The reason being is because we don't, I mean, it's just keeping it simple. No reason to use BEM with SAS. Either use BEM or stick with SAS.
So some questions I'll throw in like that just to engage with everybody in chat. I'm actually, guys, I'm looking at the entire chat and I'm like talking to you. So everything you're writing in the Facebook chat, I'm responding to it. And some of your questions, I'll give it to Sunny or and we'll just rapid fire it so we can get back to the coding.
Exactly, guys. Exactly. And also, I just want to say, Kumar said, some of the concept is hard to get, but I'll complete this challenge. It doesn't matter how much time it takes. After the session, I'll watch some YouTube videos for these concepts. That's what we're talking about, guys. Doesn't matter if you understand it right now. Just rewatch the video, pair it up with some tutorials online. And guys, just get to like that persistence will take you so far. Awesome. All right. So next, what we're going to do is those stars right now. Okay, those stars right now are actually sort of stacked on top of each other. We want them to be next to each other. So in order to fix that, what we can do is we can just go ahead and do this. Go ahead and say checkout product rating display flex, and that will actually go ahead and it puts everything in a row by default, which is makes it super clean because you've got the stars next to each other now. Next thing we're going to do is target the title. So let's go ahead and go here. And we're just going to go ahead and pop in this. So we're going to say checkout product. So for some reason our prettier isn't working. So let's go ahead and do this and this. And we're going to do font size of 17 pixels, font weight of 800. So that changes the style very nicely. And I'm also going to target the button inside of the checkout product info. And we're going to change the background color to none. So that shouldn't, at this point, we don't actually need that bit. That was a mistake. Get rid of that. Okay. With that said, we actually have that completed really nicely. So that was actually really slick, really smooth. So what we can do now is go ahead and go to our checkout and go to our checkout and delete this static information because we're done with the styling. So what we're going to do now is we're going to test that everything works inside of our basket. Okay. So Kazi, what I need you to do now is go ahead and go to the Amazon logo. So click the Amazon logo.
Yep. Boom.
Add some products to the basket.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I got my Amazon Echo, Lean Startup, and a Kenwood. The thing that my mom has for flour.
Nice. I've actually got that machine.
Oh yeah, you use it?
That's it, dude. Make some clean roti, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, my mom uses that for that.
Yeah. So now you can see the products render out perfectly. Okay. So we've got everything as we need it. I saw a really good question here from Amog Tripathi. He says, Sunny, can we do one project with class-based approach? React was hard for me to understand, but we made it simple and easy. So we do a lot of that kind of stuff where we compare class-based first functional inside a Profit with JavaScript. So it's just something to consider. We do all of those questions, comparisons, all that stuff inside the course.
Dope.
Okay. Now we have the products rendering out. So everything works as we expect. Now we're going to go hook up that remove from basket button. Okay. So the remove from basket, when we click it, we're going to do an on click. So we're going to do an on click and we're going to say remove from basket. And this is a function which doesn't exist yet. So we need to write it. So we're going to say const remove from basket. This takes nothing as a parameter. And it just opens up here. So what we need to do now is go to our checkout product.js. And here, what we're going to do, guys, is we are going to basically go ahead and remove the item from the basket. Right? Now, the basket itself is actually, so in order to manipulate the basket, we need to go ahead and pull in our magic snippet of code, which is this one. This is the one that we use to pull information or change information with the dispatch. Right. Then what we need to do is go ahead and import this. Otherwise, our code is going to cry and freak out. So now what we need to do is if we ever need to manipulate the basket, remember, guys, we need to dispatch something called an action into the reducer, so into the store. And then we need to go ahead and pick it up here. So we had the add to basket. So what we're actually going to do is add something called a remove to basket. Okay. And what we're going to do is here, we're going to go ahead and say dispatch. Right, so we're going to dispatch an action and the type of the action. So Team2KD says, why are we repeating the Amazon clone? We're actually not repeating. We're actually building on top of it. So yes, we're up to this point we're building, but tomorrow we're actually going to be adding full payment support from Stripe. So that was not done previously.
Yep. The payment support and the Stripe functionality, that's going to be brand new. I'm just fixing the audio on my end. Now it should be perfect everywhere. Dope.
So then what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and do type. And then we're going to go ahead and say remove from basket. So we're going to dispatch it an action with this type attached to it. And we need to pass along the item's ID. The reason why we need the item's ID is because we're going to use that to actually go ahead and find the ID in the basket and remove that product once. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And then we are going to go into our reducer. And then in here, because we need to actually listen to this action, so we need to go ahead and say case, remove, this one's going to be remove from basket. So it's going to be remove from basket. And then we need to do something here, right? Now, what do we do here in order to be able to remove an item from the basket? So this is a interesting situation that we find ourselves in, and this is so Future Code actually just dropped another $5 donation. She goes, sorry about my homework, working super hard for tech interview whilst also doing the Amazon build, but still wanted to submit something and show progress. Oh, I think she meant the screenshot that she submitted.
What's up?
I think she meant the screenshot that she submitted. So Future Code actually donated $5
Oh,
on the
nice.
YouTube app.
Oh, sick. Thank you.
Yes, she said, sorry about the homework, working super hard for a tech interview. So she has a tech interview on Friday.
Nice.
And she goes, whilst also doing the Amazon build, I just wanted to show that I was making some kind of progress. So that's awesome. Thank you for the donation, Elizabeth.
That's epic. And the code looked clean, by the way. When I looked at it, I was like, that's crisp.
Yeah, exactly. Super, super nice. Now, okay, this is a good point. So somebody actually went ahead and added a snippet of code, right? And I'm going to show you. So somebody did this, but I'm going to show you the problem if you do it this way, guys. Okay. So somebody went ahead and added this snippet in. So they actually wrote return, and then they added this in. Okay. Now, this is an answer which I'm assuming a lot of you would have got to. And what we're saying here is return whatever the state, whatever the store looked like previously, but change the basket. So let's go ahead and drop this online so we can see this. But change the basket, and then they're saying filter out the item ID from the action, and this is going to be action ID, I guess. And so filter out anything where the item is matching the action ID. Now, it seems like it would work, right? But so some people said today my voice isn't that clear, Sonny. It's actually going to be more clearer, I think, today. But maybe the gain isn't correct, Kazi. Just double check that.
No, you sound really good, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So what we're gonna do now is let's go. I'll show you the problem with this way. Okay. So this does work, but I'll show you this. There's a big downside to this. So let's save it and let's go to the Amazon build right now and go to Amazon itself. So click on the Amazon link. Now, what you want to do is click on, for example, let's add like 3 of the lean startups and 1 watch, right? Add 3 of the lean startups and 1 watch. Now, let's go to the basket. Don't press anything just yet inside in this next bit, okay? So what we're going to do here is when we click remove from basket, what we should see now is it only removes 1 of those lean startup books, right? But because in the code, what we're saying is filter out all the items where the ID matches the action ID. Then what we're going to do is it's actually going to go ahead and remove all of them. So go ahead and click that. So go ahead and click
remove from basket.
Yeah.
Ooh.
See what it did? Right?
Yeah.
That's wrong, guys, because it removes everything. Right? It removes everything, and that's not what we want to do. So,
but hold on, aren't you looking up the specific item ID? And doesn't every single item with that ID of that book, it'll delete it?
Yeah, exactly, and we don't want to do that, right? So you see, because you click remove from basket, and it kind of went through and it just stripped out all of those books.
Right. Let me do that again. So how do you take care of that?
Right. So to fix that, we have to break down the problem, and here is what we do, guys. So let's go ahead and actually
should we use the index instead of the ID?
Yeah, so we have to firstly find the index at which you're trying to delete, right? So this is how we do that, right? So firstly we say const, and here we're going to say the index, and what we do here is we get the state, we get the basket, and we use this find index function, right? Now, what this is doing is it's going through all of the basket items, and it says, does any of the basket items match the action ID that I passed in? Right? Now, this only finds the first one, and it returns it to you. So it will find the first match, and it will return it to you. So it won't find all of them. It will find the first one and return it to you. And then what we're going to do is we are going to copy. So we're going to say let new basket. So we're going to copy the basket. I'm going to copy the basket into a temporary variable. So we're going to say copy whatever the state.basket currently had. So now we've got a copy of it inside of new basket. And then what we're going to say is if the index actually is greater than 0, So if index is greater than or equal to 0, then it meant that it actually found an item inside the basket, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to do something. So if it found it, then great. Otherwise, what we're going to say is we're going to do console.warn. So console.warn.
I love this. Dev Roy says Kazi sounds like the interviewer. I think that's perfect. That can always be the person who's like interviewing.
Exactly. Yeah. Here we're going to say console.warn can't remove product, and it's going to have the ID of the product as it's not in the basket. Okay. So now what we're going to do is, so some people are saying just use different IDs. So it depends how an e-commerce site is built up. So some e-commerce sites, every product might have the same ID. So you need to know how to just delete one, right? So here what we're going to do is we're going to say new basket, right? New basket.
I gotta say that this is probably one of my favorite comments ever to see. William goes, I assure you, history will remember you guys. Thanks again.
That's
Damn.
awesome, dude. That's what actually me and Gazi were saying. We're
We wanna
building
Yeah.
legacy.
I remember talking to Sunny and I was like, literally, it's more than anything, like we just want to go down in the history books. Like more than anything. Like it should be like one of those things where our goal is that clever programmer just provided more value to the developer world than anybody ever in the world. And
Exactly.
if we can achieve that, then that's an amazing goal for us.
Yeah, that would be like game changer. That's exactly what we're fighting for. That's why we have that 5,000 go, guys, and we're reaching that pretty quick actually. Like we see loads of jobs coming in, and if you do get a job, definitely let us know.
Miriam says, I love that Kazi asks questions and points at important things. It's useful for a beginner. Yeah, so I am a Python Django developer. Sunny is an incredible React and JavaScript developer. This is a different world for me, but I am enjoying JavaScript. I'm picking up React, and it's like mind blowing how fast you can do things. So when I have questions, I will just ask them. And I hope that it also brings you value along the way, because maybe if something isn't making sense to me, or maybe if his explanation to me, it makes something click for you, then that's fantastic.
Exactly, guys. And it actually helps out that Kazi is also learning, because he's able to point out the things which you guys might be get stuck in as well that I might overlook. So it's a really good.
God, I love you guys. I just want to say I love you guys. I'm looking at the messages, and that shit is almost making me emotional. Like thank you guys. That's huge.
Yeah.
Jesus
Huge.
Christ. Like it's actually insane. Thank you.
Crazy. Now, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to say if the index was greater than 0, then it found the ID. Now, I know some people are saying if I click the second item with the same thing, it's going to take it off. But we're keeping it beginner friendly, guys. So that's why we're doing this way. We're going to say new basket splice. And then what we do is we say pass the index and then splice it by 1. Well, what this is doing is it's going to the point at which inside the basket that item was. It's basically just cutting it by 1. Right, so it's basically chopping it off by 1 inside that array. So what this does is it means that the new basket now actually goes ahead and it looks a little bit different. Okay, so what we can do then is we can then say that and then what we can do is we can go back down here and we can say, we can say return. We can say return the current state. So I'm going to drop this and then I return the current state. And also the basket is going to now be the new basket that we just modified. Okay, so that's how we do it. Save this and let's go ahead and double check this right now. So Kazi, let's go to the Amazon. Let's go to the homepage.
Let's do it. So boom.
Yep. And let's go ahead and add a few of the same products in.
Man, I'm going to have to go with a few different products here. I like my iPad Pros, Amazon. I already have the Lean Startup book, so
Hey.
I think, all right, good with this. If I remove.
Nice.
Wait, did it do it right? Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't believe you, Sonny. Let me try it again. All right. Okay.
See that, guys?
All right.
These gentlemen.
Hey, sick. Okay, beautiful.
Nice. So this is the sort of beginner way. Yes, there are some caveats even to this approach, but we're keeping it very, very user friendly, beginner friendly when we're doing this.
So hold
this,
up. Let me just clarify this. So if so I click here, right? Now let's just go through this process kind of visually. So I don't like these items. I got give me. I'm just gonna pick like some unique items. All right. So here, now if I click this iPad, is it in position 2 in the array?
Yep.
Okay. So this is 0. Okay, hold on. All right. So this is position 0. This is 1, and this is 2. Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
So when I click remove from basket, it index is 2.
Yep.
Dope. All right. And then basically, where is the line that basically says to go remove it? Is this the splice line?
Yeah. So what we did is we actually copied the current basket content. So we had like a copy of it inside of this variable new basket. And then what we said is go to the new basket and splice at point 2. So basically cut out that element.
Okay. So, hold on. So if I got this array right here, right?
Yep.
And I got this guy there, and I got this guy there, and I got this guy right here, right?
Yep.
So your line of code, what it's saying is, instead of making this entire thing the array, make only these 2 things the array.
Exactly. It's saying go to the final element, cut it one.
Oh, like I understood what slice did.
Yeah.
But like I think this is the first time I'm seeing like, okay, this is actually exactly what it does. That's sick.
Yeah, and
Nice.
even if you chose like a middle point, for example, if we spliced out the item at position 1, what it does is it goes to that middle point, cuts out that item, and then you've only got 0 and the thing that was in 2 now in 1.
Got it. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
This is sick. So, okay, it gets rid of it. So, I just want to play out one more. So, what happens if I remove this? So, then how does it work? So
now it's going to go to the middle element.
So, it's going to go to this middle element. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to go to that one and cut it by 1, which means that now all we have. So, imagine like it's got that element. It won't have the middle element anymore.
Won't.
Yep, and then it will have the next element. So now we have 2 elements in the array, and it's the first and third one, and the middle one will be gone.
Okay, so the new array is just going to be made up of like, say, this element here and that element.
Exactly.
And the lean startup is gone. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful. Nice.
Now I see a lot of people saying this does not remove this exact item. It only removes the first one with the ID. Yes, this solution does.
Priyanshu says such a simple explanation of something so complex. Thanks, guys. Ujawal says amazingly explained. Yes, Ani, that was like you gave a great explanation for that. I found. Yeah.
I think the visual breakdown is awesome as well. Yeah, I think that helps a lot of people.
Yeah.
So, yeah, guys, this will only go and find the first one and then delete it. So if you had like a few things and you tried to delete the third one, yes, it will go ahead and change it slightly in a way that we don't expect. But it's completely fine for this kind of build, guys. It's completely fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Dope.
Awesome comment.
Let's keep going.
Nice.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Okay, so with that said, now we are going to go ahead and we've got the remove from basket functionality complete. So the next thing, guys, is we are at this point, we essentially recap the homework. We built out the remainder of yesterday's build. And at this point, we are at the point where we can actually go ahead and build the authentication. So let's get excited, get pumped up, and we are going to go ahead and build the login page right now.
The authentication. Normally, it's everybody's nightmare. But with Firebase and the way that Sunny has prepared for you guys, it's actually going to be one of your favorite things. So I'm excited. Let's do it.
It's awesome, man. With Firebase, it makes it so simple. So the first thing we need to do is actually have a login page, right? So let's go back to our app.js. And here we had our router. So we had React router rendering things. And we're going to create a route now called the login route, okay? So we're going to go ahead and create a login route. So this one's going to be login. And this is basically just going to say, like, just to demonstrate this is actually rendering out the login, I'm going to go ahead and say login page. And then what we're going to do is we are going to go to our header. and we are going to go to where it said sign in. Let's go to our header where it said sign in. We're actually going to make the sign in button.
Maybe I should add to the top what we're working on, kind of like we do on when we're doing the live streams. I think it's helpful.
Yeah.
All right. So what are we working on?
Now we are working on building the login page.
Okay. Dope. So let's make sure we show that up here. Beautiful.
Yep.
So now everybody could see that. Sick. All right. Got it.
Okay, awesome.
And
So
when
now
we
what we're
say
gonna
that
do-
page, let's also go to that page and show them. So when you say the login page, it's when I click sign in, and it's this page specifically.
Exactly, we're going to build all of that and the logic around it.
Sick. So this is what we're about to build, you guys. Get ready.
Exactly. Get pumped up, guys, because this is going to be a fun part of the build, because this is actually mind-blowing when you see how it works and how simple
Are we
it is.
building the front end right now? So maybe right now I shouldn't talk about user authentication, yeah?
Yeah, we're going to do we'll just build the front end first, and then we'll do the authentication portion.
Okay, so I'll call this build the front end
Yeah, build the front end for the
of
login page.
login page. Yep. Beautiful.
Okay, so now what we're going to do is where we have the sign in, we are going to go ahead and where we have this header option, we're going to surround this inside of a link. Okay, so it's going to surround it inside of a link. And then we're going to go ahead and cut this, and this is going to be surrounding the actual option. So like so.
Yep.
Yep. And then this link is going to say, it's going to take us to the login page. So this goes to /login, like so. Okay. Now what will happen is, let's go to our local host.
Okay.
Yep. And now what I want to do is, if you click on that sign in
Yep.
button,
It's taking
hey,
me
there we go. Takes us to a login page.
Yep.
Yep. Now what we can see is that the header is included with that, right? So we don't actually want to include the header at this point. So in order
so like this one, we don't have the header here.
yeah. So we
Dope.
don't have the header. So this is an issue when we actually have the header outside of our root. So what we're going to need to do to fix this is, I'm just going to get rid of the header in the global level and put it in only at these two levels here. So only when we have the checkout or the home page, we can go ahead and get rid of that code, save it, and then we should be able to see now that it just says login page. Okay.
Perfect.
So now let's go ahead and build out the login page. So the login page is going to have a few things. It's going to have it's going to have an Amazon logo at the top. So let's go ahead and build. Oh, so first we need to actually build the login component. So we're going to replace this with something called login. We need to create that file. So we're going to create a new file called login.js.
Shout out to Milind, and he goes, "Yo, this is the best way to spend a birthday." That's awesome.
Hey, that's insane, dude.
Happy
Love
birthday.
that.
That's
Happy birthday, dude.
wow.
Wait, RFCE. There we go. And then here we're going to do div class name equals, and then here I'm going to say login. Okay, so login. There we go. And here I'm going to go ahead and do import login.css. And as always, guys, we're going to create the login.css file. So we should pop into that in just a sec. There we go. And now we are going to go ahead and build out the login page. So the first thing is we're going to have an image. Okay, so we're going to have an image like so. And this one is going to have a source, and this source is going to be the Amazon logo. So I've gone ahead and grabbed an Amazon logo from Google. This one right here. We got a lovely donation from Ramel Urbe. Thank you so much, dude. He says, how to add user authentication with Google or email or Firebase user collection. Exactly. So here we have the image dropping right here. So we have we're going to save it. And what does it say? Login is not defined. Okay, so in app.js, we need to go ahead and import the login component. So I'm going to go ahead and do the following. do this, login. There we go. Save the file. You should see now if we have login.js, it should be, there we go. So we get that huge Amazon logo, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and give that a class name. So here inside of image, I'm going to go ahead and drop that down, give it a class name of login logo, okay? Like this, and I'm going to go ahead and just push this a little bit forward, like so. And now we've got this lovely image right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm also going to make this a link. So this is actually going to be clickable, and it's going to take you back to the home page. Okay, so it's going to be a link, and it's going to take you back to the home page. And then we're going to go ahead and close up that link. Right. So what we're going to do now is we have that link. Okay. So the link we need to go ahead and import from a React router DOM. So I'm going to go ahead and import that. We're going to use this later, but I'm going to go ahead and pop that up now.
Yeah.
So with that said, this is going to be linked to equals. There we go. So
Amanat was like, Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos are all jealous.
yeah, exactly. Honestly, guys, they are, dude. Let's save this, and now if we click the Amazon picture, Kazi, it should take us back to the homepage.
Mark is threatened by Kazi. All right, so okay, I'll click. Okay, so I click that button. Yep, nice.
Okay, so that takes us back. So if we click the logo, so let's go back into the sign-in page.
Hey, are we gonna throw object fit on this bad boy?
We are gonna throw object fit on that. So we're going to go
Nice.
ahead and quickly fix that, because right now it's very hard to see anything else with that huge logo in there. So I'm going to apply the following styles to this. So we're going to target the login logo, and we're going to say margin top of 20 pixels, margin bottom of 20 pixels, object fit contain. And this keeps the aspect ratio whenever we're resizing, and we're saying width of 100 pixels, and then margin right and margin left of auto. Okay.
Dope.
So that's going to be the first one. And then what we're going to do is we're going to target the login container. So I'm going to go ahead, go back and do login. So like this, login, target it, and we're going to say display flex. So display flex, like so. I'm going to do flex direction column. So flex direction column, like so. And then I'm going to say align items in the center, align items center, save it. And this actually pulls everything into the center. I'm going to give the height 100 view height. So height 100 view height, like so. And we're also going to give it a background color of white. And the reason why we're going to do that is because actually we can keep that covered for now. I'm going to add it in anyway, because it might have been a reason afterwards, but we can delete that afterwards if it doesn't work. Okay. So now we have the Amazon logo at the top. And what we're going to do next is go ahead and go back over to our login. And here now we have, after the link, we're going to have a container called the login container. Okay, so we're going to create a div. It's going to be div. It's going to have a class name. So div class name of login container. So login __ container, like that. And then this one is going to contain all of the user inputs, so the email, the password, all that stuff that we saw before. It's going to have a H1, and inside this H1 it's going to say sign in. So it's going to say sign in, and then we're also going to have a H5 which says email. Okay, so actually no, firstly we're going to have a form. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have a form. This is going to be where everything sits inside of. So we're going to have a form, and then here we're going to have an H1, an H5.
And guys, for anybody that gets lost or anything like that, don't worry. Keep coding for now, but I just want to let you know that we are going to have this repository, so you can actually go and download the code and be good to go. So at the end of day 2, we're going to push our code here, so have everything updated. But don't use that as an excuse to just be lazy and not actually code.
Exactly, guys. Exactly. So make sure you do give it a full attempt at coding it yourself, and you'll get the most value. But we will be sharing the code for you guys afterwards. So here's going to say email, so, and then we're going to have a input. So it's going to have an input here, and this input, guys, is going to have a type of text. So by default, it's actually text, but we're going to write it anyway. So type of text, like this. And then we're also going to say We'll set this up afterwards. So we're going to have one, which is an email. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go ahead
and real quick, Sunny, I'm gonna actually go live on Facebook just for a little bit and let them know that we're on YouTube. Okay.
Okay. Dope. So here now what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and have the password like so. And here we have the type is going to be not text, but password. Now, guys, I want you to pay very close attention to this right here, because if we change the type to become password, what happens then is that the field, as you type in, it's going to basically come up as like that sort of asterisk. It's not going to show your password, your characters. So very important thing. You don't want your password to be in clear text, okay? Really don't want that for obvious reasons. So we're going to make sure that that happens like that. Then we're going to have a button. So let's go ahead and have a button like so. This button will say sign in. Okay, so we're going to have a button which says sign in like this, right? So we have the button. And then also, just as a nice little finishing touch, right? Underneath all of this form, we're going to have a P tag, which says, by signing in, you agree to Amazon's conditions of use and sell, blah, blah. And this is what Amazon said. Well, but we're going to change it. So Amazon's to the Amazon fake clone conditions of use and sale. Please see our privacy notice, our cookies, and blah, 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 blah. Right. So this is like something that comes from Amazon itself. So if we go ahead and save this, we should be able to see on the right hand side once it reloads. But Kazi is currently finishing that live. So what we can see is it's going to have a P tag with this finishing stuff right here. Now, there we go. What we're going to have next is a button underneath. And this button is going to be, say you didn't have an account, right? Let's say you didn't have an account. You want to basically have a button which says not to sign in, but to create your Amazon account. So create your Amazon account like this. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do here is create your Amazon account like so. Create your Amazon account here as well. And then we are going to give the following. We're going to need to give a bunch of stuff some class names so that we can come to style it. So for this button, I'm going to give a class name of login sign in button. Okay, so this one's going to be login sign in button. And for this one, it's going to be a class name of login register button. Okay, login register button like this. And I can see that number is coming up, so that's awesome, guys. We almost have 1,100 people on YouTube, which is insane. Thank you guys for the support. So now we have this right here. So we have create your Amazon account right there. So we have the register button, we have the sign in button, we have the login container, we have everything that we need at this point. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our login.css and we're going to style this to look as we need it. The first thing we're going to do is everything sat inside of a container if you didn't see that. So all of this, the sort of form and everything sat inside a login container. So here I'm actually going to go ahead and do login container. So login _ container like so. And then in here I'm going to apply the following styles. Okay. So just going to pop this in right here. So we have a few styles in. We have the width of 300 pixels, height to fit content. Right, so it's only going to fit the content that we actually have inside that container. Then we're going to say display flex direction column, border radius of 5 pixels, so it's slightly rounded. And then we're going to say border 1 pixel solid light gray and a padding of 20 pixels. Okay. Now, I saw Marius Florescu said, when we'll get to see some tutorials on Firebase Cloud Functions. Tomorrow, we cover cloud-based Cloud Functions and Stripe payments. So make sure you stick around till then, and we have some interesting, really, really cool stuff for you guys. And that's going to cover all of the Cloud Functions tech and everything like that. So now, as soon as we hit save, we should see everything centers. It has a nice border. Okay, so that's really cool. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and target the H1, which is inside the login container. So I'd like to show you guys a mix of how you can target elements. In this case, we are simply targeting it like this. We're saying inside login container, target the first child, which is a H1, change the font weight and the margin bottom. Done. Next, what we're going to do is target inside the login container, inside the form, the H5 element. So this one right here. So inside the login container, inside the form, is H5. How do we do that? We go ahead and do this. We say inside the login container, inside the form, target the H5 element and give it a margin bottom of 5 pixels, which is awesome. And then we're going to go ahead and do the same thing for the input field, but we're going to apply slightly different styles here. So you can see here we've got the form input field. We're saying a height of 30 pixels, a margin bottom of 10 pixels, a background color of white, and a width of 98%. Okay. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to target the login container p tags. So we're going to say any p tags which are inside the login container. So this one, by signing in, you agree to blah, blah, blah. Here, we're going to go ahead and add that in. So we said target it, give it a margin top of 15, and then the font size, we're decreasing it to be a bit smaller. So we're going to go ahead and say, oops, what have I done there? Yeah, we're going to say decrease it to become 12 pixels. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and format that. And then next, what we're going to do is for the sign in button. So this is the same styling we've been doing for the other buttons. I'm going to go ahead and do this. So I'm going to go ahead and say login sign in button. And then this is the same styling we did earlier, guys. So it's background of orange, border radius 2 pixels, width 100 pixels, height of 30 pixels, border 1 pixel solid, margin top of 10 pixels, and then the border color as so. Okay. Then that means you see that this is starting to form together really nicely. Yeah. Then we got the final creme de la creme to this, which is the register button. So here we need to go ahead and do login __ register button. And here we have a border radius of 2 pixels, width of 100%, height of 30 pixels, border 1 pixel solid, margin top of 10 pixels, and a border color of dark gray. Now, guys, you can see how insane was that, right? We added some styles to it, and you can see like we get that beautiful Amazon looking login page. Now, I think that looks really awesome. Let me know in the comments right now if you got to this point or if you think it looks like Amazon. I mean, I think it looks like Amazon. You guys can let me know. I think we've done a damn good job of making that look like Amazon. Let us know in the comments right now if you're pumped about that design. And yeah, let's keep that energy high, guys, because that is an awesome looking Amazon right now. So we have Jason Hurst says, I'm loving it. Aditya says, it's lit. Patch Moore says, it's just like Amazon. Warp says, pretty close. Thank you, dude. Masuda says, awesome, perfect job. Aki says, damn. Vasi says, propre. Lavani says, it's so cool. Patch, it's so beautiful. Inote says, 1,000, oh, 1,000,000,000,000%. Nice, dude. Vignesh says, 1K likes. Oh, yeah, we just hit 1K likes as well. Thank you so much, guys. Ayesh, yes, it looks like Amazon. Great. Okay, so awesome, guys. Loads of positivity from you guys. So what we're going to go ahead next and do is actually go ahead and code some functionality to this, right? So now what we're going to do is go back to the login component, so login.js. Now this is where it gets insane, right? So first what we need to do is we need to get some kind of way to track what we have in our input fields. So right now I have no way in the code to track that, okay? So what we're going to do now is go back to the top of the file. And we're going to use some state here. So what I'm going to say is const email set email. So we're just creating a piece of state here. This is how you write variables in React. Think of it that way. We'll say use state. So this is a use state hook. And by default, the value is empty brackets like this. We need to then go ahead and import it as such, like that. And then I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to do the same thing for password. So password, go here, set password like this. And there we go. So now we have a bunch of stuff, which is pretty cool. And then what we're going to do is to connect these to these pieces of state. What we need to do now is go to, and I love this, Vibhavi Kalantri says, getting errors, solving them, and moving forward. That's what we're talking about, guys. I love it when we actually get errors on the live stream because it's really cool to go ahead and show you guys how we debug and how we go through that process ourselves. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and on the input type where we have text, this is going to be for the email. So we say value equals email. Now what we just did here is we mapped the value email to this email state right here. And that goes ahead and connects the two things. But we need to track when the user types in. So every time the user types in, it triggers something called an on change. And what this does is it gives us an event, right? So an E. What we do is we pair this event with an arrow function. So we say every time you type in, it fires off this event. And then we're going to say set the email to whatever e.target.value is. Now, e.target.value is essentially what the user typed in. So as the user types in, we're setting the email. And then what's happening is it gets mapped here. Now, this creates like a sort of circle, which means that if we type inside of the email, it actually goes ahead and we have access to that now inside of this beautiful email variable. Okay. So I wouldn't recommend setting these to no, guys, because inside of an input, you never really have no. Is essentially what you would use is an empty string. So don't have no, have an empty string. Okay. Now, for the password, what we're going to have is we've already done the input type as password. I'm going to go ahead and do value equals password like this. And then we're going to say on change. So it's the same logic applies, but here we say E. Every time you type in, it fires off that event, and we're going to say set the password to become e.target.value, which is basically whatever the user typed in. Now we have tracking for the email and for the password, and everything gets updated inside this piece of state and this password piece of state. Okay. And we have Kazi back.
Hey,
awesome.
Let's go. Yeah, man. I'm back. Just went live, told everybody on Facebook to move over. The party is taking place on YouTube, and then we're going to be back.
Awesome, dude. That's nice. And I can see some people are flooding in. This is nice.
Yep. Perfect. Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the love.
Awesome. So now you guys can see that we actually have, we can track when we type in the email and password, but we also want to trigger off two functions now. We want to trigger a function when we do sign in, and we want to trigger a function when we do create your Amazon account. So we're going to link a function to this first button, which says sign in, and we're going to say on click, right? On click. Here, I'm going to say on click sign in. Okay. So I need to create that function up here. I'm going to say const sign in. And this actually takes an event because it's inside of a form. I'm also going to set the button type here, guys, to submit. Right? The button type to submit. That means when you're typing in the input, so let's say you're typing in the email, typing in the password, if you hit the enter key now, it will actually trigger this sign-in function, which is a natural behavior, what we expect. But we don't want it to refresh. So this next line is crucial. We said e.prevent default. Okay. So this will actually go ahead and prevent the page from refreshing. We don't like refreshing in React. We want it to be super clean. And I can see Leonardo Chonkan says prevent default. So he's already beat me there. So that's awesome. Yeah. So we do that. And then what we're going to say is some fancy Firebase login shit. Okay. Some fancy Firebase stuff happens here. Okay. And then what we're going to do is underneath here for the this button, we're going to say on click. And this one is going to be the register, right? This one is going to be the register function. So on click, register like so. Okay. Then here, I'm going to go ahead and create another function. So I'm going to say const register like this. This takes an E. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Say e.prevent default. We don't actually need this here, but I want you guys to get into a habit of doing this. E.prevent default. And then what we're going to do is we are going to say here, do some fancy Firebase register sheet. Okay. So it's going to basically, we just need to like fill out these two bits now. So how do we do all that Firebase stuff, right? How do we get all of that Firebase stuff happening and all that sort of, I mean, we would think it would be tricky, right? But what we need to do now is we go and hop over to Firebase, Kazi.
Dope. And we actually started some of it yesterday.
Yeah, we did. We definitely did. Yeah. So just as a reminder for those of you guys, even if you were here yesterday, what you're going to need to do is set up an account, go to Firebase, log in to the account that you have, go into the project that you set up. So we need to go ahead and find the project that we set up yesterday.
Yep.
So it should be in the other one.
Mm-hmm.
And we basically went ahead and grabbed the config file.
Yeah, how you get it is just go to project settings, go all the way down to where you see config, copy that, and then bring it over, and we put it in our file called firebase.js. So you guys can also put it there.
Exactly. So that's going to set you up really nicely for what we need to do next. Okay, so with that said now, let's go ahead and open up Firebase, and let's make Firebase full screen for a second. Okay, now on the left hand side, we want to go to the Authentication tab. So it's the one that's just below Authentication. Click that. And here, guys, we go to sign in method. So it says that button there, which is set up sign in method, or that top tab. There we go. Go to email and password, hit the little pen icon or click it and click enable. Right?
All right.
So top thing, which is enable, and then click done.
Dope.
And that's actually gone ahead and set up the first part. So it's crazy how simple this is going to be now.
Yep.
So what we need to do is we need to go over back to our code, open up the terminal, and let's open up a second terminal.
All right, let's do it. So boom, there we go.
Yep, so open up a second terminal, yep, CDN. And what we're going to do here is we are going to do npm. All right, so let me go ahead and get right access as well. Request that.
There you go.
But I mean, you can type as well. So it'll be npm install Firebase. So let's type out npm install Firebase. And this will pull Firebase into our project because we're going to need it for a few things right now.
And they need to do the global install as well if they haven't done that already.
For the Firebase tools, yes.
Yeah. So basically what that looks like is this command over here. It should look like sudo npm install global Firebase tools. Okay. So this is the command you're going to need if you haven't done this yet.
Exactly. You're going to need to do that to do all the things like the deployment and all that stuff. So that's going to be crucial for later on.
Thanks, guys, for all the love. People are like, hey, pumped to see Kazi here. Missed him yesterday. Thank you, guys. Yeah, yesterday the connection was just kept breaking for whatever reason. So
we had the demo gods on our ass yesterday.
We still kind of do.
Yeah, they still do, dude.
Yeah.
Crazy. Right. So we just installed Firebase into our project. So now what we need to do is go over to firebase.js.
Oh, so we're done, right, with the front end of the user authentication. Now we're doing the...
Yeah, so we actually built the front end. And what we're going to do now is build the login functionality. Right.
So user authentication, working on user authentication.
Yeah, working on user authentication with Firebase.
All right, here we go. Boom.
Nice.
You don't really need the URL at the top. Somebody's saying that it doesn't matter. It's just console. It's like Firebase console. You're not gonna go there by like typing in the actual thing anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
so
sweet.
What we're gonna do is at the top of the config file, so where we added our config before.
Yep.
We're gonna go and say import Firebase from Firebase. That's crucial here.
Somebody says, help me, I'm on Chromebook and can't do any of this. You should not be on Chromebook.
Yeah, exactly. And guys, if you are on something which doesn't support it, use something like REPL. So repl.it as a website where you can go ahead and actually code on the REPL IDE.
Or use like Code Sandbox. But still, like, it's going to give you problems. You're going to run into weird-ass problems and issues. So it's just so much better if you don't use a Chromebook and use a MacBook or a Windows computer, or like borrow a computer from a friend.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely. So now what we're going to do is we're going to set up two things, right? We are going to first initialize the app. So we're going to say const Firebase app. And this is going to be where we're going to say Firebase.initialize app. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure I spell this right. So Firebase.initialize app. And all we need to do here, guys, is pass in this config, right? So it's an object. We just pass it in. That's it. Pass that in. And this will go ahead and set up everything. Whoa, we just got a massive donation from Bradley Knox.
Damn, hey.
$15 donation. Thank you so much, dude.
Dude, thank you. That is incredible. And he's actually in Profit with JavaScript and Profitable Shortcut. And damn! Whoa! That is sick. Thank you, Eltav OG. And he just dropped a $20 donation. And he goes, sorry for being so negative. I'm running out of options and have begun to get more frustrated with my inability to land a job. I'm going to give this my all. I'm not interested in the prizes. I'm just interested in learning. Somebody give this man a big, big round of applause, because I think that's the attitude that you absolutely need to have in order to crush it. Like 100%.
100%. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Exactly, guys. Bring your A game here, guys. 110% is what we said from day one. And if you put that in, guys, there has been already like a lot of people who have landed clients, landed jobs with this stuff. So make sure you bring that A game, and we will promise you we will give our best effort in changing your life.
Yep.
Okay? So
we're what I say is we're like 401k. We'll match you. Okay, you give your 10%, we'll give you 10%. You give your 300%, we're gonna give you our 300%.
Exactly, guys. And we are gonna be there the entire way to help you get to that point. So we just went ahead and initialized the app with the Firebase config. So that's the first part. And then we got these. The second step is initializing two things. So we want to initialize the database. We're going to say const db equals Firebase app, right? So Firebase app, the one that we just initialized, dot Firestore, right? Now Firestore is the real-time database in Firebase. And then the second one we're going to do is const auth, right? Auth equals firebase.auth, like this. Now this actually goes ahead and gives us a variable that we can use to handle all the signing in and everything like that. Now we want to be able to use this stuff outside of this file, so we need to go ahead and do export. And here I'm just going to say db and auth. And this allows us to export these two things, the database and the authentication. And be able to use this. Oops, that should not be deb, it should be db. And that will actually allow us to go ahead and use this outside of the file. So with that said, let's go back to our login.js over here. And now we've got the sign in and the register, okay? Now for the login, let's do the registering first, because that will help you actually create an account, okay? So thank you so much, Athava Lawand. Thank you so much for that donation. He goes, loved your projects, man. Hats off. Appreciate that, dude. So now inside of the register, we're going to go ahead and say auth. So firstly, let's go ahead and pull this in from our local Firebase. So at the top, we're going to say import auth from our local Firebase. And then here, we're going to do auth. And then we're going to say dot. Then we're going to say create user with email and password. Okay. Now here, and this is attached to this, guys, so it does sometimes drop off like that, and it's completely fine to do that. We're going to say create user with email and password, and we're just going to pass in our email and password. Oops, email and password, like so. Now this is the email and password in our state. Remember the one we connected to those input forms, so it'll work really nice. Then we're going to say dot then, and what this does, guys, is it literally goes and creates a user with an email and password, and then it will come back. If everything was good, right, it will come back with something called an auth object. Okay. Now, if the authentication was good and everything was good and everything went smooth, I'm basically going to go ahead and say console.log the authentication object that came back. So this would mean that it successfully created a new user with email and password, right? So that means it did that. And then we're going to say catch. So if for any reason there was an error, we're going to get the error and we're going to say alert on the screen. the error message. Okay, so as soon as I hit save now, this is going to be literally all we need to do to register an app. So Kazi, let's go ahead and go to the local host.
Oh yeah, all right, here we go. Boom. Dude, it's so easy to catch myself if I'm muted. I love this new audio setup. Like, it's just so good.
So good.
So good.
Even we both got new mics and everything, and it sounds amazing when you go close.
Like, yeah, and you can hear yourself in the studio monitors, like these headsets that we have. We can actually hear our own self, and if we don't hear our own self, it means you're like, it's just so good, man. It makes you so happy. But like, we were thinking about it, and we were like, screw it, let's invest into this because it's gonna help so many people, just the audio and everything. So Sunny just got that equipment yesterday.
Exactly, guys. It was actually today, so we set it up and we're using.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Sure mics for the win. All right. So what we're going to do now, Kazi, is in the email and password, let's go ahead and add an email and a password.
Hey, Corey says, this is sick. I'm showing this on screen. Corey says, just signed up for PWJ. If you haven't, you are missing out and should consider the investment in PWJ, but most importantly, in yourself. Keep going, y'all, and looking forward to what's to come.
Nice, dude. Thank you so much.
That's lit.
That sweet message.
All right.
Awesome. So let's go ahead and for the registering, we're going to go ahead and say, oh yeah, so Kazi, enter your email and password.
All right, here we go.
So what we're going to do is once we go ahead and do this, Kazi, somebody goes, when Kazi says so good, you sound like Anastasia from 50 Shades of Grey.
Damn.
Oh shit.
So good. You know David Blaine, his voice, I love his voice. He's always like, hey guys, you know, I didn't know magic before, but after I learned magic.
You clicked it, right?
I did. I hit create your Amazon. It says the email is already in use by another account.
Oh no, so you actually did it. You did it right. So when you clicked create the first time, it created the account, and in the console we actually logged out what it showed.
Got it. Okay.
So let's open up the inspector.
Okay.
Inspect inside of
I was just reading the comments. Shabir says, I want to get out of this country. I can't use super chat. Damn, thank you. That is sick. Love the sentiment. All right. Super chat is the donations on YouTube.
There we go. And see, it says object, right?
Where?
There it goes. So object. Yep. So the first time Kazi clicked it, guys, it came back with this. Now, this means that it successfully logged in. Now, if we click on user, you'll actually see...
Where? What user? Oh, right here.
You actually see all of the login sort of credentials, right? So these are all the login credentials. You've got the email. You've got the image associated with the email. You have if the email is verified or not. And you've got a bunch of stuff below it. So this is really, really cool. Okay. This is awesome because now what we just showed you guys is it created the user. So what we would naturally want to do at this point is push them to the homepage after they log in. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pull in something called use history. Now, use history is something from React Router, so we need to import it.
Do we need this inspect up right now?
We can close up the inspect. Yeah. Awesome. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to React Router. We're going to import use history. And I'm going to go ahead and pull it in like this. We're going to go ahead and say const history equals use history like this, right? Now what this does is it allows us to programmatically change the URL. So after they log in, what we want to do is we just want to say if the user is authenticated, if the user is authentic, if the authentication comes back, so if the authentication is not empty, then we're going to say inside the history, so this is the history of the browser, we're literally saying push this new page. So we're basically going to go ahead and send a redirect. We're forcing you to redirect. Okay. So save this. And now, Kazi, let's try a different email address and let's try and log in. So you want
Log
to
in, or you mean create your Amazon account?
create your Amazon account.
Got it. So I'm going to do cpyoutube@gmail.com.
Yep.
Can't share the password because that's a secret. And then I'm going to do create your Amazon account. Hey. Nice. Hey, we just got another donation. Thank you so much for that. And it is Corey. And Corey says, the positive impact this has on my life is unmatched. I appreciate you. So grateful to have CP. Looking forward to what's to come.
Nice, dude. That is insane. Thank you
That's
so much for the
amazing.
donation, Corey. Oh, actually, I coach Corey, dude. I actually
Really?
coach Corey. Yeah, I actually coach Corey. That's
Damn. That's sick.
sick. No.
That's amazing.
Right. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go over to, where's this history.push? Okay, yeah. So you see, guys, he logged in and it just redirected him to the login, to the homepage, sorry, which is perfect, right? So he went ahead, logged in, and it actually redirected him. So now what we want to do is we want to do the same thing, but for the login, right? So once we've created that account, so now Kazi has 2 accounts that he's created. So let's go ahead and implement the login functionality. So let's go ahead back to our code. We're going to delete this comment here because we already implemented some fancy shit.
Yeah.
So now we're going to go back to the sign in. And here what we say is auth dot. So we can say auth dot sign in with email and password. And literally we do the same thing. We say email, password. This is insanely simple for authentication, guys. Like, do not underestimate how powerful this is for authentication. We say that will give us back some kind of authentication. And then all we're going to say is if it was successful, same thing, history.push you to the home page if it was successful. Okay. Otherwise, if it wasn't successful, we're going to catch the error. And then we're going to say get the error and alert with error.message like so. Okay. This is be error.message like this. Now we can save, and what we're going to do now is, Kazi, let's go over to the sign in page.
All right, let's go. Boom.
Yep. Now go ahead and try and sign in now. So we created an account previously, and what we should see now is when Kazi hits sign in, it should show us the home page if we did everything correctly. Okay, so it says auth is not a function. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into this a little bit. So what is happening here? It says auth from Firebase.
Damn.
So
George says, he goes, God bless the hour when the YouTube algorithm put this channel in the recommended ones. It has totally changed my life.
oh damn, it's insane, dude.
That's epic.
All right, guys. So we just ran into a bug.
Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and start debugging this issue, right? So this is where we need to like break it down. Don't freak out if your code doesn't work, okay? Just take a deep breath and just break it down.
Oh,
okay?
shit.
So
You can turn
now-
that up, bro. I think that sounds good.
this is it, guys. It's like now what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and find this error. So it said the authentication was not a function. So let's go ahead and check. We import the correct authentication. Everything's good. Let's go down to the sign in. Everything looks good here. But,
Somebody's like .then instead of .auth. So try
Yeah.
that.
we found
Alexandros
the
was the first one who said that. So shout out to Alexandros. But damn, you guys are freaking on the ball.
Exactly, guys. That was it. Yeah. And Kazi, this is a moment of truth. Let's go ahead and give this a try.
Will this work?
Will this work?
Hey, we'll
Go
find
ahead.
out. So now I'm going to type in. So the same exact email, right?
Yeah. Suspense is building, guys.
Ooh. Hey.
Hey.
Let's go. That worked.
Nice. I accidentally played the applause.
Wait, applause is the right one, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, it was, yeah.
I thought you played the laugh track.
That was dope. Well done, guys. We figured out the issue and we solved it, right?
Yeah. John Ford is like, the background music is making it more dramatic. Nice background music. Nice.
Oh man, nice guys. Right. So Felipe said, "Jesus Christ." Suspense got real, guys. Right. So we successfully signed in, right? But how do we then go ahead and find who is signed in?
Guys, if you like that debugging that Sunny just did for Sunny, go ahead and smash that like button, guys, so we can send this video flying out to everybody else. We're at 1232 right now. Once I say that, hopefully that number will start going up. Thank you.
Hey, and another beautiful donation from Calvin Cabanda. Thank you.
Oh, nice timing on that, Sunny. That was fantastic. Thank you for the donation. All right, let's keep going.
Thank you so much, dude. Nice. Alright, so now what we're going to do is, once we have the sign in, we have the register, right? But how do we go ahead and actually sort of keep track of who is signed in? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to app.js. And then what we use here, guys, is like essentially we're going to create a listener. Okay. So we're going to create a listener, which is always going to keep track of who is signed in. Okay. So in order to do that, we're going to go ahead and create something called a use effect. So we need to do it inside of the function. Yeah, so we're going to say use effect. Now, a use effect, if you've never seen one before, it's written like this. So it simply has an arrow function inside. And in this case, we're going to go ahead and make it very simple. And we're going to add these empty brackets here, which means that it's only going to run. So this will only run, this code will only run once when the app component loads. Okay, we'll only run once when the app component loads, and it won't run again. Now, if I put anything inside of it, for example, if we had like a user in here, every time the user changes, and or for example, every time the basket changes, it will refire this code. So that's how a use effect works. But if we keep this blank, it's only going to run once when the app component loads. So that's the easy way of thinking about a use effect.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
Go ahead and go back to React.
And it's kind of like an if statement, guys, in React.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
It's like a dynamic if statement.
Yeah. So for example, like let's just give them an example on this. So let's give an example of where use effect would be used.
Did you read Marco D. Wet?
I did. I was laughing my ass off to that, actually. That's why I was laughing. Oh,
nice.
Man, that's funny.
So now, guys, inside the use effect, we have this really nice, powerful listener from Firebase. So we need to import our authentication module. And then here, what we do is we go ahead and say auth dot on auth state change. Now, what this does is it basically, as soon as the app loads, we attach this listener. So think of it this way. Once we attach this listener, this thing is always listening. If we log in, it refires this code. If we log out, it refires this code. It's just always there. It's like an observer, a listener, whatever you want to call it. That's what it is. And what this does is it gives us
people keep going crazy about line 16, and they keep saying line 16, then not auth.
Inside of login, is it line 16? Yeah.
So I thought you fixed it already, right? That
we fixed that one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thanks, guys. So here what we say is whenever the authentication changes, it will give us the authenticated user. So it might be no if the user is not there, or it will give us the actual user themselves. And once it does that, we're going to basically go ahead and firstly, we want to console log the user. And we're going to say the user, this is just a good debugging step. So the user is, let's go ahead and just say auth user. Oops. Auth user like this. And then we are going to go ahead, since I can see some people seeing that comment earlier. So then we're going to say the user is auth user. And now what we're going to do is we're going to say if there is an auth user. Okay, so if there was a user logged in, then this means that the user just logged in. Okay, user just logged in, or the user was logged in, right? So, or the user was logged in. Now, this is really awesome because when we do this kind of authentication with Firebase, even if you refresh the page, it will actually log you back in if you already logged in from before. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's really, really cool. And then what we're going to say is, we're going to say else the user is logged out. Okay, the user is logged out. Okay. Now, what we want to do is we're going to actually do this in a very powerful way. Okay. So I actually want to go ahead and store the user inside of our React Context API. So install inside of our store. So let's go ahead and go to our reducer. And I'm going to go ahead and add a user inside of that. And initially, we're going to say the user is no, because let's just assume that when the app loads, by default, the user is going to be no. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and create inside of app.js. We're going to say when the user logs in, we need the dispatch. So we need to go ahead and pull that in over here. So we're going to say this is our magic React Context API piece of code. So we're going to go ahead and import that here like so. So use state value from state provider. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to say if you're logged in, we're going to say dispatch, right? Dispatch. And this is going to be an object. I'm going to say type of dispatch is just going to be known as set user.
And
Okay.
this is going to fire off the event and shoot it into the data layer, right? The information about the user.
Exactly. So every time they log in, it will shoot the user into the data layer. And if they log out, it will basically remove the user from the data layer.
Got it.
Okay. Now,
Alright.
what we are going to do next is we are going to go ahead and, and we are going to send the user. So we're going to send the user. And in this case, the user is simply the auth user that comes back from Firebase. Okay. Now, if the user is logged out, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to dispatch an object with the same type. So it's going to be type set user. But we're going to say that the user this time is no. Okay. And now think about what we're doing here, guys. So if the user for any reason logs in, or if the user was logged in and they refresh the page, it's going to go ahead and set the user to whoever was logged in, okay, from Firebase. Now, if the user is logged out, it's going to go ahead and set the user to a no value. So that way nobody is logged in now, right? So if all of this worked correctly, what we should be able to do now is actually go ahead and say something like this. So we should be able to go ahead and say, it should say console log the user is, and we should see the user inside of our screen. Okay, so let's go to our login component, and here we actually see in the login component we don't even do anything. We just say if the authenticated user was created or signed in, then just push them to the home page. And then this listener inside of app.js does all of the hard work, and it just constantly sits there and listens. So, Kazi, let's go ahead and refresh on app.js.
Somebody just asked if this has anything to do with local storage in browser. This is not local storage, right? This is a different type of thing with the data layer.
Yeah, so this is not local storage. The reason why it persists is because Firebase has done some clever stuff under the hood. So if you log in, it will know that you're logged in because they do some clever stuff with the cookies. You don't actually even need to know what happens after.
So this is actually the data layer component that's connected with the Firebase.
Yes. Yep.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly that.
Awesome.
So now what we're going to do is, oh yeah. So once we have this, Hajira actually pointed this out.
Yeah, they're getting good.
Yeah, this is insane. Insane. Thank you so much for pointing that out. Yeah, so we actually dispatched a set user action. Also, thank you, Kenku, for that donation.
Thank you. Yep. And he says, maybe I'm not understanding everything, but I certainly know I'm on the right track, and then I will understand everything. Epic.
That's it, dude. Keep that up, and that is the way to go forward.
Yep.
All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to our reducer.js, and we need to go ahead and actually add in the case to listen to this, right? So how do we do that? We go here, and we say case. So we can drop it on a new line. We can say case set user, which is the type that we dispatched earlier. And when we get this type, we're going to say colon return, and we're going to return everything that's currently inside the state, as well as we're going to update the user, and the user is going to be the action user. So this is the one that we dispatched. Oops, this should be action.user. This is going to be the user that we dispatched here. So you see action.user, and the type was set user, and the action was the user. Okay, so we need to do that, save it, and now we're listening inside of our user reducer. So now we should have the app update. So Kazi, let's go ahead and open up the inspector, and because you just previously signed in,
Yep.
it should actually say that the user is logged in. So let's go ahead and open up the
And also
console.
let me know when we move on to the next step and we're done with the user authentication with Firebase.
Yeah, right.
All right. So this is the basket.
Okay.
Array 0.
Where is that coming up? Where is that saying this is the basket? Let me go ahead and get rid of that comment because we don't need that anymore. This is the basket. This is the basket product. Okay, so where we got that? We've got that in product right now. Check out product.
Did you find it or you want me to look for it?
Are you inside of your localhost? Yeah, so I can't see it just because
I'm in the localhost, yeah. You want me to refresh and try it?
Yeah, so
yep, I still got that printed out. Wait, hold on.
Right.
Yeah, it said this is the basket.
Right. So, I mean, I'm not sure where this is the basket is coming from. So the basket, that's coming from, oh, okay. It's coming from product.js. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and remove that one. We don't need that.
You got it.
Let's go ahead and save the file. And let's go back to app.js. And now we should be able to see, guys, that when Kazi refreshes, it says the user is. See that?
So let's see. I'll refresh right now. The
So what
user
it is,
is nice.
Yeah, and that's actually Kazi when he logged in, right? So that's actually his logged in state. Now,
Nice. It has my email and everything.
Yeah, so it's actually gone ahead and remembered him. Now, what we need to do is we need to have some kind of log out functionality, okay? So, Kazi, I think our faces are actually
Yeah, I
blocking
moved it. Yeah.
Nice.
I'll
So-
move us to the middle until,
Nice.
yeah.
So now what we can do is, if we go over to header.js, what we can say is, so this was part of the homework. So we're going to change this so it says hello, and then whoever signed in email.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave that up to you guys as a challenge.
And
sort of
by
figure
the way,
out.
guys, so some people start with Firebase and then they move to like something real. Firebase, a lot of big companies are using Firebase. Like Twitch uses Firebase and Instacart uses Firebase.
Yeah. And honestly, it's really a bad misconception that it's kind of just caught on that Firebase isn't powerful enough. It's the reason why you think that is because they make it so damn easy to implement.
Yeah.
So that's why you kind of naturally think, oh, okay, this is not real. This is not like powerful and etc. But this is real, guys. This is really real stuff.
Yeah,
And
people always think like AWS is the way to go, and it's just such a nightmare to do most things. Yeah, Firebase makes it really simple, but don't get that twisted and think it's kind of like how people, they move over to Python sometimes and they're like, oh, Python is really simple, so it must not be that powerful. And it's like, no, you can actually do whatever you want with Python, or you can do whatever you want with React. Just because React is easy doesn't make it less powerful than Angular or Vue.
Exactly, guys. So what we're going to do now is inside of the header, we're going to go ahead and say, if you are signed in, so now what we can do is we can actually pull the user from the state because the user is also populated now. We can say, if the user, so let's render this text now. So rather than saying sign in, we can say if the user exists, right, then it will say sign out. Otherwise, it will say sign in.
And Sumit just said, I have used AWS during my work experience. Trust me, Firebase is equally powerful.
Exactly. Honestly, it's so damn powerful, guys. And it's so fast. Like if you actually look under the hood of what they do, it's insane how efficient they make it for you guys. So now
Firebase is free until you start using things like cloud functions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. So here, guys, is what we added. We've got the user, and we say if the user is present, then it will say sign out. Otherwise, it will say sign in. Okay. So what we're gonna now do is, yeah, because the guys he's trying to figure out where to put.
Jesus Christ. Having some trouble.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah,
So now what we're gonna do is we are gonna say when you click on so we're actually gonna make this div clickable, right? So we're gonna say on click on this div, and I'm gonna say when you click the div, right? We want it to basically be, let me just double check something. Yep. So we basically want this to say, like, if you are logged in, right? So basically, I'm gonna say handle sign in handle authentication. So handle authentication. So the reason why I'm going to call it this, guys, is because we're going to have it so that when you click where it says sign in, sign out at the top, I just want to have a little function which handles the authentication. It doesn't take anything, but it's basically going to say if there was a user, right, and you clicked it, because the text would be sign out, right? What we're going to say is if there was a user, we're going to go ahead and pull the authentication module from Firebase, so our local one, so our local Firebase, and then we're going to say auth.sign out, and that is all we need to do to actually sign out from Firebase. Okay, so Kazi, I want you to show on the screen now that at the top of the screen on the Amazon clone, we should see in the header it should say sign out.
Okay. So what are you saying in the text that we add to the top?
No, so you see in the header right now. Let's zoom into the header.
Okay.
If you use the trackpad, it actually becomes super simple.
Okay.
So use the trackpad and pinch. Yep. So you can see it says sign out at the top, right?
Yeah.
Now with the logic that we've done it so we said if
oh
there
I
was
see
a
what you
user,
mean, like this.
Yeah, that's how I usually sign in. Yeah, zoom in.
Nice. Okay.
Now it says sign out, right? So what we do now is if we click that, because of the handle authentication.
Oh snap, son. Hold on. Prince just dropped in the comments and he goes, I just got my first project today on Upwork for $400 just because of the Spotify clone that you guys built. Thanks so much.
Dude, that's insane.
Damn.
Spotify clone has got so many jobs now.
Wow.
You got Frank Ramos, a 6-figure contract for Sonos, which is insane. That Spotify clone.
That is insane. Wow.
Insane. All right. Awesome, dude. So now when we click on the sign out button, so one thing is going to happen right now. So actually, we need to fix something. So if you click that right now, it will sign you out, but it will take you to the login page, okay? And then if we go back now, so let's go back. Okay. It should say sign in, right? Yep. So it hasn't found the user now because it did sign out. But we need to fix something here. So what we did is, and I saw this in the comments as well, so a lot of people saying, Sonny, this goes back to the login page. Yes, the reason why is because what we need to happen here, guys, is we need to add this little thing in here, which we say, if there was no user, only then do we push.
Hold on, you're coding? Because I don't see it yet.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I've added it here. So if there was no user, only then do we push to the login page. Okay.
Thank you for the donation. It says you guys are amazing. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Hey, that's wicked. Thank you so much, Preslov.
All right.
Yeah. So now we're saying only redirect to the login page if there was no user. So
got it.
This now is a pretty nice situation. So firstly, let's sign in. So we have a user.
All right. You want me to log in right now?
Yeah.
Dope.
Okay. And then at the top where it says sign out, so let's zoom in to that. Yep. Now, if we click sign out, it won't redirect, but it will sign the user out. So click that.
Nice.
Hey. Now, if you click sign in now, it will throw you to the login page.
Fancy. Beautiful.
That's really, really clean, right? Like a really, really nice implementation. It gives us a really nice sort of dynamic feel because there was no sort of refresh in like an ugly way. It just literally said, okay, sign up, you're signed out, sign in. And
Yep.
once you guys finish that homework, instead of saying hello guest, it'll say hello like Kazi at email.com, and then it will go ahead and actually go ahead and say hello guest when you sign out,
Yep.
because we should be clearing the state. So that will be really, really clean, right?
That's true.
Now I'm going to go ahead and show you guys an example of how we can pull the user from the state. Okay, so let's go ahead, and this will help you with your homework. Let's go to checkout.js right now, and let's actually go ahead and log in, Kazi.
And yeah, somebody said no regular expression for authentication recognition in the database. I don't think so, right? They handle most of it.
What was that? Sorry, no recognition.
Somebody asks if like no regular expression for authentication and recognition in the database, question mark.
No regular expression for authentication recognition. Not 100% sure what you mean.
I mean, I feel like Firebase handles probably a lot of the things that you're looking to do with regular expressions, right? Like I imagine if you did put something in that didn't look like an email, probably Firebase won't allow you to make an account.
Yeah.
Right.
I reckon so. Yeah. It would pop up and it would freak out. Also, guys, I saw some people have already done that homework, so that's awesome.
Oh, nice. That's sick.
That's awesome. Right. So let's go ahead and sign in.
Okay. So let's do it. Okay.
Nice. And let's go ahead and go to the basket. So we don't need to add anything. Let's just go straight to the basket.
Are we still on the user authentication step?
Okay, so we just finished the user authentication just now.
All right.
Now we're going to get the name to pop up in the checkout page. So I want it to say in the checkout page, if the user is there, we'll say, hey, like Kazi, or something like that. It'll say, hey, Kazi, or hey, whatever your email address is, and then it'll show your basket contents, okay?
All right, so working on username on checkout page.
Yeah.
Okay, dope. Let's do it. So basically, if we look at, does our version of the app have it?
No, so I'm going to go ahead and add this in so that will help them with their homework.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So now what we're going to do is inside of the checkout page. So inside of the checkout page, what we're going to do is here we're going to pull the user from the store, and we're going to go ahead and say where it says your shopping basket, we're going to basically add something a bit smaller underneath on top of it. So we're going to say H3, and this one's going to say, yeah, it's going to be, I think it's user.email. I think it's user.email, but we can go ahead and check it after. So maybe user.email. So now if we do this and we go to the basket page.
Yep. Oh, nice. It says the email.
Oh, nice. So it says the email, right? So now we'll just say hello and then user email. Let's go ahead and see if that works.
Oh, shit.
What happened?
Damn. Pintontnet App Solution says, guys, thank you so much for this wonderful content. My brother passed away last week, and I'm dedicating this tutorial to him. Keep up. I will succeed just to keep his memory in anything.
Dude. Sorry for your loss. And that's insane that you are dedicating this to him. Keep working hard. That's sad news, dude.
Fuck. Yeah, that's fucking heartbreaking. Yeah, man. I'm just glad you're here with us. Like, you got the community behind you. You got us behind you. Like, reach out to us on Slack, or if you're in the Facebook group, we'll help you out. But goddamn, dude, that fucked me up a little bit because I love my brothers, and that would be crazy if something like that happened. But yeah, man, we're here for you, and let's keep going.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. What does that say? It says email of no. Okay, yeah. So if you get this issue, guys, what you want to do is do optional chaining. So you're going to do this user !email. Okay.
Boom, right there.
And then what that will do is it will have, so there's an asynchronous period where it won't load the user because it's actually trying to fetch it from Firebase. So by doing that, it actually protects it from erroring out. And now it says hello with the email address. So that's perfect. And that looks really, really good. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is, oh, and Daniel Salade says, Sonny, you
Yeah,
need to.
I
Okay,
know.
yeah,
I was reading that. I was like, damn, these guys are on the ball.
yeah, it's crazy, dude. Now, so we have that, right? So that should help you guys figure out the homework solution. Well, instead of saying hello guest, it will say hello with the email address. So that will be an awesome start for you guys. And now what we're gonna do is, I guess, Quasi, what we'll do is we'll quickly show them how to actually go ahead and add something to a DB and pull it in from the DB and render out an item.
Dope. Let's do it.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and do that. Actually, one second. Let me think how we're gonna do this. Maybe we should do the deployment at this step. Because
We have not
tomorrow
deployed
we're
it right now.
gonna do. What's that?
Do you want to do the deployment today and then we do the database stuff tomorrow?
Yeah, because I have an idea for tomorrow. I think what we should do is we should do the database, do the deployment now, and then tomorrow when we actually process a payment, we'll show you how to push data into the database. It will feed in much nicer, and it will set you guys a nice bit of homework for
And we'll
today,
have time for
and
that,
it will
right?
help you out tomorrow. What was that?
We'll have time for that tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have more time for that tomorrow. That'd be perfect.
Okay, dope. So let's just get this deployed online, guys, and then you'll be actually be able to share this app with your friends, family, and things like that.
What we're gonna do next is do the deployment. So now we've set everything up for the deployment earlier. So we actually went ahead and all we need to do is create that account in Firebase to get started with that. Now, as Kazi mentioned earlier, let's open up a terminal, Kazi.
What?
Let's open up a terminal.
No, Nas, not you. God. Nas talks at the same time as you, and I can't hear you. And then I'm like, wait, Sonny, what'd you say? And Nas just starts speaking louder. Like, God, he has too much confidence. All right. So what'd you say, Sonny?
Let's open up a terminal.
All right, I'll open up a terminal.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now in here, guys, you just need to move a little bit down on eCam so they can see it, Kazi.
Uh-huh.
There we go.
Hold on one second. I'll try to figure that out.
There we go. So now, guys, inside of here, you want to make sure you run the command sudo npm -g Firebase tools. So you need to install Firebase tools in order to do what we're about to do next. Okay, so you would install this.
Somebody was like, damn, so you're telling me my Spotify clone didn't work because of a dang question mark? Yeah, yeah. So that's funny because, yeah, there's certain stuff that if you just miss that little question mark, that can really screw you up. That optional chaining really helps out because when you load the app in the start, sometimes the user might not be loaded, so it'll crash because of that. And then once it refreshes, the user can then be loaded. So just drop that question mark, and that optional chaining is like a really clean thing that you can do with React.
Exactly, guys. Exactly. Something I want to mention. Somebody said Athava Diostale said -G for global, guys. You'll need to do it once. Do not throw that around, guys. Only use global installs for tools like Firebase tools. Don't use that for all your dependencies. It's not a good practice.
If you installed it yesterday, you're good.
Yeah. If you installed it yesterday, you're good.
All right. So
Next
now let's deploy it.
Is run Firebase. Firebase login. So we're not going to do it because I think we're already logged in.
Yeah, David, the optional chaining is kind of like not null, but it's like it's much easier than doing a try catch block. It's just super clean.
Exactly. Yeah. It's going to be super clean. So now it says Firebase, we need to do Firebase login. And what this will do is it will pop up a little window and it will just be your browser and you just basically log in just like you do on Google. And then it will redirect you back. Once you've done that, guys, you need to do the following. You need to do npm run build. Okay, no, sorry. Before we do that, we're going to do Firebase init. Firebase init, okay? Now, Kazi, do you want to run them through the init?
Yeah. So when we go through this, guys, make sure you go to hosting, select this. We should be good to go on that. Click use an existing project and whatever you called it. I called it Amazon Challenge. You might have called it Amazon Clone or something of that nature. So pick the right one. Then when it says, what do you want to use as your public directory? Make sure you do build. This is important for React apps. Click that. And yes, this is a single page application. So don't just hit enter here because you're going to mess it up. Hit Y and say yes because it's default by no. So you want to make sure you do Y and hit enter and you should be good to go.
Exactly. So once you've done that, guys, we've actually prepped Firebase stuff, and make sure you're in the right directory before you do that. And now what you want to do is npm run build. Okay. So npm run build. And this will go ahead and actually, so what this does is it goes ahead and creates an optimized production build. So this goes ahead and strips out all of the things which make the build slow. So like the hot reloading, all the developer things, all of those things, okay? And it will make the app like a super efficient bundle, okay? Now it's important to know that once this command finishes, if you make any changes on the app, you will have to run npm run build again.
Here's what your thing should look. Oh, sorry, Sunny. Just finish your thought and then I'll continue.
Yeah, so it's just saying like if you make any changes once we finish npm run build, then make sure that you actually go ahead and run npm run build again, okay? Frank just came in.
Hey, nice. Thank you, Frank, with a $5 donation. That is awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
You got such a good build. And guys, if your directories look like this, forget about my top directory here. But if your looks like something like this, oh my God, please work Screen Brush for the love of God. All right, here we go. Boom. Then you are good. If it looks like this, you are looking fantastic. And now at this point, guys, we are ready to deploy this bad boy.
Exactly. And guys, you can rinse and repeat this. You can constantly make changes, do npm run build, Firebase deploy, which is what we're about to do.
Somebody says, finally, Frank is here.
Nice. Everyone's getting used to Frank on the streams. Nice, dude. Okay. So now what we're going to do is, what are we going to do, Kazi?
Now we're gonna do we're about to deploy it, so we gotta do build first.
We done that already?
Oh yeah, okay. Let's do this. Firebase deploy. Ready?
You guys ready?
Yo, put on some suspenseful music, and cue it up.
Do it, bro. All right.
Hey, is this gonna work?
Deploying. All right, this is the moment of truth, Kazi. Don't hit that button just yet.
Oh,
we're gonna wait and see. Are you guys ready to see if this worked?
Wow, it's right there. If I command click it, it should be up.
Right.
Are you guys ready? Drop it in the comments below. And you know what? I can't wait anymore, Sonny. I cannot wait anymore. I'm gonna click it, bro.
Yeah, bro.
I'm gonna click it, bro.
Oh,
shit. I'm telling you, I'm gonna click it. Dude, if it's broken, it's gonna be so embarrassing, dude.
I know, right?
I don't think we should do it live.
God damn it.
Oh, I'm gonna click it. Oh, let's go. Hey.
No, dude.
Wow. Look at that beautiful app. Look at how beautiful this looks, guys. Leaf says don't do it.
And this is live, guys. So this is a live link right now. You guys
smash that like button if you liked what we did for you here. Boom,
exactly.
Boom. That was Naz's call. That was an awesome call, Naz. I'm gonna go here. Oh, nice. Look at that. Every feature we're gonna show, I'm gonna play the sound. And now, check it out. When I hit remove basket, the subtotal is gonna change. Are you guys ready? You guys ready? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna remove this item and look at the subtotal change. And wait. There we go. Nice.
Let's go ahead and check out the sign in.
All right, let's go check it out. And you guys can log into this too. Hopefully it doesn't crash, but you guys can log into this and use it.
Enter an email, a password, and hit the create your Amazon account.
Jason says you guys have me cheesing throughout the whole live stream. Nice. SG707 says, brave man doing it in front of hundreds of programmers. I
Calvin
love
Commander, thank you, dude. Just dropped a $5 Canadian donation. Thank you, dude.
Canadian donation. I love that.
Canadian.
Yeah, thank you for the Canadian donation.
Nice, dude.
All right, here we go. And that is hilarious. Amazon account. Wow, look at that. I'm signed in. I'm going to add stuff to basket, go to the basket, and it even knows who I am. Hello. Hello.
Dude.
Fantastic. So
That's awesome.
now, are we done for today, Sonny?
We are done for today. I'm going to run over the homework one more time, guys.
Do it.
So exactly. Now, guys, something I want to mention for the homework, right? So it was not only to implement that top part, right? It was also to add some animations, add stuff like animations, change this Amazon build so it looks a bit more custom to yourself, okay? And this is where your creativity comes in, kicks in, and you can sort of flex those CSS skills. And something I'd recommend is going ahead and trying the following. So, because if you just want to type in on Google React Flip Move.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. This is going to be a challenge for you guys. I want to see if anyone can go ahead and get this to work. Okay. So it's called React Flip Move. And what you can do is, if you guys can go ahead and check out this GitHub, if you can implement React Flip Move, so let's move down, and they've got a little animation there. So if you guys implement this inside of the basket page, so the checkout page, how awesome would that look? So as you remove something, it would reshuffle the list and do everything as needed, right? So that would be really, really clean, I think, if you guys could go ahead and maybe implement this as a piece of challenge homework, okay? So whoever can go ahead and get that implemented, it's got some nice documentation underneath it. This will be really, really cool, okay?
And Guido just gave a donation of 50 Argentine dollars. People are gonna kill us. Pesos. And he goes, nice work, guys. That is so much fun. And he goes, if Kazi can say, I don't know if this is, I hope this is probably good words, but he goes, vamos a tomarnos un Fernet del Bueno. Hi from Argentina. Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
What does it mean, Frankie? Let's go drink a Fernet, which is a wine of the good ones. Damn. All right.
Nice, dude.
All right. So, boom.
Right. So we have that built, right? So that is your piece of challenge homework, right? To get that animated list implemented, and you can use React Flip Move to go ahead and do that.
Yep.
Now, and just a top tip, guys, you may need to introduce keys. I'm not going to say anything about it, but you may need to introduce keys into the list to get that working correctly.
And
so,
keys, you're not talking about API keys. You're talking about like index keys and things like that.
Yep. Component keys inside of React. So that's going to be a nice little challenge for you guys to go ahead and do. And that should help you out a lot. Now, for today, I'm going to run over the homework one more time, guys.
Do it.
So the homework for today's session is to upgrade that header bar so that it says hello with the email address.
Hold on. You're going too fast for me.
Right. So the
homework for day 3, right?
Yep.
All right, cool. So let's go over what each step is. So 1 is what?
So upgrade the header bar. So upgrade header component.
What's wrong with me?
Okay, header component to include the user's email. Nice. And then on part 2, we are going to add animation to the build. So add animation. And guys, you can add animation wherever you want. Hover effects, the React Flip Move that we spoke about. Any animation that you add, just make sure you add it, deploy that thing, and show us your beautiful work, okay?
Dope.
Now, the third final piece of homework is style Amazon. Okay, so obviously we have a typical Amazon looking app right now. Style it, give it your own little sort of twist, give it some difference, like some changes, and that's completely up to you guys to do. Okay, so this is your homework, and part 4, the most important part, is deploy that app. Okay, so deploy that app and then link us the app in the submission, and screenshot it and do all the things that you guys have been doing so far for the homework. We're going to shoot a video after this and we'll show you guys a quick run through of the homework, and we'll pop that on the Slack and the Facebook channel.
And then Airtable, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's only available in the Facebook group. And Naz, I think, is going to be posting the homework up soon in the Facebook group. So the homework is going to be available there. And I think, or do we send out emails with the homework too? Yes. So you guys are going to also get an email if you're part of the challenge. So keep an eye on your email. Keep an eye on the Facebook group. We're going to send you the homework.
Exactly.
And check in the Slack as well. It's going to be there as well.
Nice, dude.
And the only way to participate in this React challenge is how, Sonny?
To be a part of that Facebook group, guys, you have to be a part of that Facebook group, and you have to be interactive, submitting all of the homework for each of the days, and make sure that you are engaged and with us in this journey, and that we have a point system in place, and that's all attributes to those things that we've mentioned, and then we'll choose that prize. And even if you guys don't compete, or you're not here to compete for the prizes, do this, do yourself a favor, land that dream job that you've always wanted, and carry on with these builds.
Yep, beautiful. Anything else regarding the homework or anything else we need to say?
I think we're good, dude. I think that was a crazy session. I want to say thank you to everyone who was here today. I think you guys are awesome. Amongst any tech issues that we ever have, like, you guys crush it and push through. With that said, I think we're good, bro.
Damn, thank you guys so much as always for being there and having that energy and just supporting us even with all the craziness that goes on. We love you guys. We appreciate every single one of you. With that said, we will see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific. Make sure to show up there. Tomorrow they're going to be doing day 4. And we're going to be finishing this project up, you guys. And then you'll have Stripe integrated. You'll be able to accept payments and the whole 9. And then you can actually put it on your portfolio.
Yeah, and you can actually say it's a full e-commerce build.
Yep.
Right? So there's big stuff happening tomorrow.
Exactly. So with that said, guys, we love your beautiful face. And as always, we'll see you tomorrow.
Guys, welcome back for day 4.
And guys, this is gonna be us building the Amazon and finally adding in all the payments and everything that we actually didn't even get to last time. So in this one, we're gonna be hosting the database as well as starting to add the Stripe payment functionality. And here is the actual app where we had it left off.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and drop you a link right now, actually, Kazi. We have the Stripe payment functionality that we can demo for you guys right now. So we're going to go ahead and show you guys what we're going to build today.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and deploy the app, Sonny? Because...
Already done. Stacked you it.
Okay. All right. So let me just go ahead and copy that link right over here. And I will paste it in, and then we can show you guys this. But how are you guys doing? Definitely want to know. Here we go. Boom. Here's the deployed app.
So check it out, guys. Everything looks similar to what we done yesterday.
Yep.
But we added a hidden gem.
Nice.
Right? So Kazi, first, if you want to go ahead and sign in.
All right. I will do that. Sign in. I remember my email from yesterday.
A
very esoteric email. Hey. Okay. There we go. I'm signed in.
Awesome. Now, if you want to go ahead and add some items to your basket.
All right, I will do that. Boom. Okay, actually, let me go here. So I'll hit add to basket. We'll go with the lean startup, an iPad Pro, and maybe an Amazon Echo and two screens.
Let's do it.
All right. So I'm gonna click
You
the
can also
basket.
see, guys, in the top it says hello with his email address. So that was actually part of your homework. So let's go ahead and we'll go through that in a sec. But for now, if you want to hit that proceed to checkout button.
And I see the total is right over here.
Exactly.
Beautiful. Proceed to checkout. Okay. Boom.
Yep.
Done.
Now we got this beautiful checkout page.
Oh,
Right.
that is clean.
In this page, you can actually go ahead and you can remove items still, but you can actually go ahead and pop in your card details.
Okay. So can I do this card for now?
Yep. So that is the Stripe test card.
Okay.
So I think you need to do 2, 4.
I think it's only for the card. I think it should go through.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna hit buy now, and then it should go through, right?
And then, so don't click it yet. But what's going to happen, guys, is as soon as he hits buy now, what's going to happen is it's going to go ahead, push all this information over to Stripe.
Yep.
Stripe's going to create like a payment for it. Then it's going to process the payment. And then it's actually going to push all of this order into the database. And it will, it's quite a bit. It'll push it all into the database and it will be attached to this user. So let's go ahead and click buy now. And hopefully the demo god's on our side.
Bro, I think you're gonna need to queue up some suspenseful music because so much can go wrong here.
Yeah. I mean, like, hands, dude. I mean, everything's been breaking lately, so let's hope that
everything crashed so many times yesterday. Fucking nervous, bro. All right, fingers crossed. Hopefully Google doesn't go down. Here we go. Buy now.
Hey!
Oh shit! It worked, bro. Let's go.
All worked, guys. And that was a real payment. So you can actually see we've got a payment ID on the top right.
Yeah.
So it's actually processed through Stripe, come back to us, and everything has ran through a payment system. So that is super exciting. Let us know if you guys are excited about that in the comments below.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what we're going to be building today. A complete e-commerce backend.
Hey.
And guys, for those of you guys who are interested in the technical stuff, we're actually deploying an Express API on a cloud function, so on a Firebase cloud function. So a complete backend solution here. So if you're wondering if you're actually excited about full stack development, today's the day, and it's going to be exciting for you guys.
Yep. Thank you for the donation that we just got. And let's just like write out the actual things that they're going to be building today. So we're obviously working on the Amazon clone right now. And we're basically adding in the Stripe functionality today. So let's just start going with a few. So we have the Stripe functionality that is going to be added today. What else are we doing?
Yeah, so we're actually going to recap the homework and stuff, but we'll cover that after. Today,
Cloud
we're going to be
functions?
building the checkout page. So
Okay.
the actual payment page,
Yep.
the checkout page, which is the payment page.
Mhm.
And then we actually are going to go ahead and build a cloud function to process the Stripe payment. Okay?
Yep. And by the way, when you say cloud functions, we're also talking about here a serverless architecture, which is like a really hot word that all programmers are like trying to learn about. And it's a really epic way to do development. So it's serverless as well, right?
Exactly. Now, guys, a lot of you guys are hot on the MERN stack, right? So with this, today's build, we actually are doing somewhat of a MERN stack, but the Firebase cloud function is what is basically going to be running our Express server. So we have Firebase cloud functions, and we're essentially going to be using a MERN stack build today. So get excited for that because it is Express, it is Node. We have all of that juicy stuff today.
Ooh.
We're using Firestore for the real-time database. So Firebase's real-time database is called Firestore.
Yep. So I'm going to write that down right
then-
over here. It's Firestore. There we go.
Yep. And then, so a lot of you guys actually successfully deployed your apps yesterday. So that is amazing.
Dude, speaking of that, just give me 1 second because I got something cool here. So over here, actually, Patch sent me an Instagram message yesterday.
Yo.
And Patch actually showed us that he got this Amazon thing working. Okay, let me
Nice.
click it real quick. There we go. So that's Patch's. And his Amazon store was up and running and live, which was like super cool. And I was like, damn, that's awesome. And then I went down here and look at his message. So he goes, brother, I haven't stopped working on this since yesterday. I stayed up until 2 a.m. after nonstop working since 4. I wasn't able to do the homework, but I am determined to get this up and going. I'm learning a shitload with this challenge, and it has pushed me so hard, and I fucking love it. Big love to you, Sunny, and the rest of the CP team. Can't wait for the day when I can meet you all in person.
That's amazing, dude. That's the kind of energy we need in this community, guys. Well done, Patch.
Yo, people are saying that's insane. I love it. Guys, if you like what Patch did, go ahead and smash that like button for Patch. Hey, that one was smooth. Let me play some smooth sounds in the background. But guys, smash that like button if you're watching this on YouTube so it goes out for everybody else. If you want to participate in this challenge, make sure you're in the Facebook group because that's where you're going to be learning all this stuff.
Exactly, guys. You have to be in the Facebook group to be a part of that prize draw at the end, right? So make sure you submit that homework, post them Facebook comments, and do all those things that we said. Be a part of that prize draw.
And what else are we going to be covering today? So then everybody has a nice little roadmap of like all the functionality they're going to build. Should we go to the PowerPoint?
Yeah. So let's jump over to that PowerPoint. Yeah.
Okay, dope. Just shoot me the link to the PowerPoint on Slack and I'll hop on it in just a second. But guys, I hope that you are excited about all of the things that we're going to be building together. It's kind of beautiful. And if any of you want to reach out to us and send us a story just like Patch did, then go ahead and look at the tag below. So at Clever Kazi, you can reach out, or the one for Sunny is underneath his. And thank you for the donations that you guys are sending. That is awesome. Luis just sent what I used to call 100 Mexican dollars because I would always see MX, but that's 100 pesos. Thank you so much for that. And he goes, please explain something about animations. By the way, you guys are the masters. I can't wait to start the Profit with JavaScript course, and thanks for all the love. So Sunny, maybe you can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, amazing stuff, guys. We will actually go ahead and I can show you how I talked about something called React Flip Move yesterday. Maybe if we get some time, we can go through that and we can definitely show you guys how to implement animations. But we have some submissions which are gorgeous and they allow you to actually and they actually have some nice hover animations and some of the animations we're talking about. So we'll demo them in just a sec.
Nishan just said this 5-day challenge will definitely get you your first job. That's fantastic. Now, guys, here's today's agenda. So we went over a bunch of this already. You're going to build the My Orders page, store orders for logged in users. And here's what we're going to be building today. So we demoed it right in the start because it's going to be the last functionality that we need to build. And with Stripe, you'll now be able to accept payments.
Yep. So it's a huge thing here, guys. Like let's not underestimate how much we're going to be doing today. Like that processing of a payment is absolutely super valuable. So that's going to be a super, super valuable skill to have.
Yep. Nice. Your Amazon clones. Ooh, Bradley Knox coming in first.
Yeah, dude,
like it.
Check it out. These have got examples of that animation that I was talking about. So the first one, let's go ahead and check out and appreciate that. Francesco Bocchini says, hi guys, you're awesome. Thank you so much. I'm learning a lot from these tutorials with a €5 donation. Thank you, dude.
Guys, thank you so much. I think this is our fastest breaking $100 on donations. Fastest in 14 minutes. Thank you. With none of my donation being in there.
Dude, hover over the products in this build.
Ooh.
Nice. Silky smooth.
Bradley, bro, you crushed it with this. All right, let me check. Let me put it through a little stress test. Damn. Oh, the subtotal is there too. Remove from basket. Yo, it updated live. Remove from basket, updated live.
Nice.
Do I have a sign in? Dude, nice. We got everything.
Yeah. Awesome stuff, Bradley.
Bradley, you're going to be leading the next challenge. All right, let's check out what this guy got. What was his name?
Ritik Pal.
Ritik Pal. Okay, so let's go here, Ritik. Nice job on this. Wait, how did everybody...
Dude, check out the slider, though. Look at the top. He's actually added a slider.
Oh, he has a slider at the top. Nice. Yeah. The carousel images, right?
Yep.
That's clean. Dope. And where's the animation showing? I remember you were like, is this the React Flip Move? This is not React Flip Move.
They haven't used React Flip Move here. In fact, I mean, some people have done hover effects, so that's cool. If you guys have added
really cool. I think any animation is really cool.
Yeah, honestly, any animation at this
Wait,
point. guys,
why did everybody? How did it? Like, did you say to add the hover effect? Like, how did everybody just
No.
get the memo to add
I
hover
just set a
effect?
challenge.
That's
I was
awesome.
like, guys, go ahead and add some animations and effects, and if you can do that, then go
Oh,
wild.
this guy added both React flip
Yeah.
move. You see that?
Check that out, dude.
Nice.
In fact, if you check out number 4, he actually made something pretty awesome. So Sammy,
I don't know, man. Chitan did a good job. He had both.
yeah,
Like Gary
Ethan
V
did
would.
dope, dude. Check out Sammy right now. Go ahead and add a product.
Ooh, I like the drop shot on the back. I mean, it's a little,
It's a bit intense.
It's a bit intense. Exactly, that's what I was gonna say. But it's still good. Why is this
So
guy
go-
selling 1-star products? I don't trust him anymore.
Go ahead and add a product to a basket and check out what happens.
Oh
Dude.
shit!
Yeah, that's
Oh.
insane, right?
Yo, Amazon needs that.
Yeah, really, really nice. So a lot of people are saying I have used React Spring. Awesome job if you guys have used React Spring. I've used that. in
Yo,
the
I
past.
love his flip move here too. He's got. I mean, this was the greatest one I saw so far. I mean, it's intense, but like, I
Yeah.
don't know. To me, that was
Really,
awesome.
really nice. Now, guys, don't worry if we haven't shown your one here. We are getting around to all of them, and we have definitely been checking out all of this stuff. So don't worry if we haven't seen it. We are going to be checking out all of the submissions. So stay tuned. This one's awesome. He added a footer. Can you see that? He added like an extra footer at the bottom, which it just makes it that extra complete functionality.
Wait, what footer? This get to know us and stuff?
Yeah. So we didn't actually have that in the book.
Nice. I see. Or should I
Yeah,
say?
yeah. Really, really nice.
Nas. Let's go to the next one here. And I don't know, but like, did he also add this deliver to Ethiopia thing?
Yeah.
Because that looks really clean.
Yeah.
Like,
he
there's
added that
something
as well.
about his that looks like really, like, looks like a final product. And
Yeah.
just
See,
has a
guys,
very-
like those small tweaks. Like he added the top, the bottom footer. Looks so clean.
yeah, it's like not crazy fancy, but like, I love how it functions, and it's just crisp. And let's
Yeah.
put it through the responsive. It's pretty responsive. I like it.
Yeah.
Nice work. Nice work. Okay, great job, guys, on the submissions. We're going through as many of your submissions as we can. Talk Sister says, damn, all those were outstanding. Yeah, there's so many that you guys submitted. Like, we couldn't go through all of them, but we did try to go through as many of them as we can. And thanks so much for the love. Siddharth sent us a message, and he's like, wait, why can't I click here? And he goes, hey, CP, wanted to thank you guys, the whole Clever Programmer team. I never used to stay up until 3:30 a.m. in the morning learning code. Watching videos on YouTube is a thing, but this challenge where I get to learn collectively has brought in all the motivation and value to what I'm learning. I learned helping each other, dealing with challenges collectively, making work exciting, staying clever. Love you guys. I am sure with this knowledge, I will be able to gift my mom a website for her garment store for her birthday coming up.
I love that, dude. That is a
Damn.
solid why.
That is absolutely beautiful. Prince Sear says, I got my first project today on Upwork for $400 just because of the Spotify clone. Damn.
That's awesome, dude.
These are beautiful. Brendan says, great explanation of the Firebase authentication, and you can take it over from here, Sonny.
So Corey Rich Smith says, just sign up for PWJ. If you haven't, you are missing out and should consider the investment, most importantly in yourself. Keep it going, y'all, and looking forward to what's to come. Thank you so much, Corey.
Yep. And thank you guys for the super chat. If we didn't get to some of you, we apologize about that just because there's so many coming in and we want to keep bringing
mention
value.
one by Gaurav. He says he donated 100 rupees. I think it says, can we submit the project to day 5 because I have an interview? Yes, dude, it does not matter when you submit it. Just make sure you submit before the closing date.
Yes. Make sure you guys can still submit it so you haven't missed out yet.
Yep.
And all of you guys just saying amazing things. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Wow. This is such a powerful community. Everyone is here to help each other.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
really awesome.
With that said, guys, we're going to jump into it and start coding.
Let's do it, bro. Okay, awesome. Let me go ahead and open up right. So we have our session live right here, so you can see me. Dope.
Yep. And do you want to do npm start?
Yeah, so I'm going to get some requests to your terminal right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and do ls. So I
Okay.
requested access to your terminal. There we go. And then we do. Nice. Oh shit,
Whoops.
my bad.
All good. Here we go.
Nice. Yeah, Leroy Fernandez. You even if you start the challenge a bit late, you can submit the work on any day, provided you submit it before the closing deadline. Awesome. Let's go ahead and open this up.
All right.
Okay.
There we go.
Let's rock and roll, dude. So now let's go ahead, and we were previously at the yesterday's homework. I asked you guys to go ahead and add inside the header, rather than saying hello guest over here, I wanted you to have the email, right? Now remember, we were using the React Context API, which meant that we had the basket and the user in this state. Okay, so inside of the reducer, we had the initial state as basket, and basket being an empty object array, sorry, user being an empty value, so no. Then we went ahead and used that in a bunch of different components. And the homework was simply to make it so that it would say hello guest if you weren't signed in. And if you were signed in, it would say the user. So in this case, the way we do that, guys, is we have the user pulled in from the React Context API using our special hook that we created yesterday. And then we want to go ahead and say hello. And now here, what we say is we say, if there is no user, so this is if there is no user, then this is called a ternary. We're going to say guest, right? If there's no user, then we're going to say guest. If there is a user, we're going to go ahead and say user.email, right? So I believe it's user.email, and let's save. And now we should see on the top right, it should say hello, and it's logged into your email, right, Kazi?
Yep, it is. It says hello test123123@gmail.com. Sign out.
So how many of you guys actually went ahead and found the solution to this? Maybe you did straight off the bat user.email, but maybe you didn't use a ternary. If you did use a ternary, let me know, because it's awesome if you guys know about that feature in so the reason why I can see some people saying you need to put a optional chain, we're actually already protecting it here, because we're saying if there is a user, only then show the user.email. So you can actually leave the optional chaining. And I see a few people have actually done that. That's awesome. Really, really nice stuff there, guys. Now, for the animations, we spoke about something called React Flip Move. React Flip Move is a library which I think at this point, guys, I saw loads of you guys adding in the animations, but if we get some time at the end, we can go ahead and introduce that. For now, let's actually jump into the build, because we have a nice heavy build today. So let's make the most of the time that we have. So with that said, now what we're going to do is go ahead and create the next page, whereby if we go to the checkout page, Kazi, so let's go ahead and add a few products to the basket.
Mm-hmm. So this is here, and we're going to refresh.
Yep.
All right.
And let's add a few
add
products
to
to the
basket,
basket.
add to basket, and then I'll add the iPad Pro to basket twice.
Nice. And then let's
Do you want me to go to basket? Okay.
Yep. So now here, guys, what we previously had is the subtotal, the shopping basket, and then we had that proceed to checkout button, okay? Now that proceed to checkout button doesn't actually do anything at this point.
Just one sec. I just want to emphasize, like, people are saying, I'm going to just show their comments a little bit. So we have people saying that they used the ternary operator. A bunch of them did. And Jean Pierre is like, used it, reversed it with user instead of that user.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, so people are using that.
Nice, awesome. I also saw somebody actually said that they use, and this is another good one, guys. So you can actually have it as this, or you could also write. I'm going to write in a comment here. You could also write user dot email or guest. You can actually go ahead and do that. Actually, go ahead and have. Okay, it looks like
Sunny.
Connection. Yep.
Was that me or was that you?
I'm not sure. I think are we still good on YouTube?
Oh my god. It says, oh my god. I'm gonna get a heart attack, dude. This is gonna be the last day.
Did it cut?
Me. I just saw it said poor connection on top of the Skype. Guys, I'm just gonna freaking say this. This stream YouTube and all these people I think are after us. I'm starting to believe it's a conspiracy theory. They don't want us delivering this valuable information. So I don't know what is going on, but streams keep dying. If it dies, we will go live again. Please, we beg you, join us again if it dies. We're going to go live back on YouTube if it dies, and we're going to go live back on Facebook as well. Yesterday was heartbreaking that it died. So I just saw it said poor connection somewhere, and that freaked me out, but let's keep going.
And guys, remember, if you're watching it on Facebook, it goes down, come over to YouTube, and vice versa, okay? So don't freak out. Just make sure you jump back on, and we can carry on.
Okay, got it. Awesome.
Dope. So with that said, let's go ahead and jump over to the code.
Somebody's like, YouTube hates all the value you give us for free, but we are positive. We keep the energy going. Let's go.
Nice. He goes, Megal says, you guys have done a great job, even with all the technical hurdles. Frank said, we won't let it die. That's the attitude.
Thank you.
Nice.
This is awesome.
Okay. So now inside of checkout, inside of the subtotal component, so we're going to go ahead and go into the subtotal component. Yeah. And now, guys, you can see we have the proceed to checkout button. So we currently use React Router, and React Router has something very nice called use history. And what this does is it actually gives us the browser history. So we can go ahead and do the following. We can say const history equals use history, like so.
And what are we working on, Sonny? So I can just make that a step at the top. We got 749 rubles. Thank you so much, Mohammed. And what are we working on?
Right. So right now we are currently working on building the payment page for the Stripe. Building the payment page. Yep.
So payment/checkout page?
Yeah, let's do that. Building this payment/checkout page.
Okay. Build payment/ dope. Okay. So now that step at the top is going to be showing. Boom.
Nice. So, okay. So we have the, const history equals use history. Now, what we're going to do here is we need to import this from React Router DOM. So we need to go ahead and chuck this at the top, but we don't need the link. We just need the use history, like so. And what this will do is, guys, it will give us the browser history, okay? So this is really, really cool because what we can do now is we can say, when I click the button, so on click, then we can say, we want to actually go ahead and the button click fires off an event. And what we're going to say is history. So history dot push. So we're literally pushing a page into the browser, right? So it's kind of like you're redirecting in some way. So now we're going to push a page into the browser. And here we're going to call it, let's call it the payment page. Okay. So this is the payment page. And this is where we're going to collect the card details. This is where we're going to put the sort of address and sort of that final confirmation before you actually go ahead and click buy. Okay.
So what's the benefit of using history?
So history.push is a good way. So in some areas, you see us using the link to component. Yeah. And that is a really good sort of way of getting a link, I guess, right?
Yeah.
But if we want to programmatically at any point push the user somewhere, then we can use the history.push to do so. And this allows us to keep the styling of the button whilst having that redirect.
Okay, got it. Beautiful.
Yeah. Now, if we don't actually go ahead and have that, it would actually change the styling and it will kind of look like a link, which we don't really want, right?
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So in this case, history.push payment. Now what we can do is if we can go ahead and click on proceed to checkout.
All right. Boom. Done.
Yeah. So what just happened there, guys, is you can see at the top of the screen, at the top of the URL, it says /payment now. Yeah. Right. We've actually got the title in front of it a little bit, Kazi.
Title where?
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, we got that just covering it a little bit. There we go. So it says /payment at the top, guys. And in that, what we want to do is, so now that did direct to /payment. So what we want to do now is, the reason why we see the home page is because if there is no route that matches /payment, it by default falls to this route. It by default falls to the /route, okay? Now we're going to introduce that route. We're going to introduce the payment route. So we're going to go ahead and say payment. And payment at this point, we're just going to go ahead and say H1, I am the payment. Oops, I am the payment route. Like that. Save it. And now you can see I'm the payment route. Okay. So Kazi, let's hit the Amazon logo. Let's go through that flow one more time to make it super clear.
All right.
So now
Basket, proceed to checkout. I'm the payment route. Yep.
Nice. Okay. So now we have
And at
some
the top,
redirection.
it also says /payment.
Yep. It also says /payment. Exactly. So this is why we render out the header and this at this point. Okay. So now what we want to do is we actually want to go ahead and create that component. Okay. So here what we're going to do is we're going to create a payment component. So we're going to call this one the payment. And this is essentially the payment
And
page.
what's the payment component? So let's go to this page over here. This is the deployed one?
Yep. So this is not the page we want. If we go back to Amazon, so click on, add a product.
Okay.
And then click, and then click proceed.
Yep.
So this is the page that we're building. This is the payment/checkout, we're going to call it.
Ah, this is what we're going to build.
Yeah. So we're referring to this, guys, as the payment component.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm just going to write that down right here because I think it's going to be important. Payment component. So that entire thing is the payment component, right?
Yeah. Our face is covering a little bit, but it says payment.
Okay. There we go.
There
So,
we go. So it says, yeah.
dope. Okay, cool. Got it.
Now, a few people are saying, can history be used instead of link? You can use either or. History is really going to be, it's got more use cases because link, it translates it to an actual link. Sometimes we don't want that. Sometimes we want to keep a button, have the button functionality, but only have it redirect. So that's the reason why you might want to do that. So yeah, we're going to be building this payment component. So let's go ahead and build that. So I'm going to go ahead and add in. Let's put our camera back as well, Kazi. So payment.js, and we pop in now. We should be inside of payment.js right now. There we go. RFCE. This is our little snippet trick. There we go. And now we're going to do class name of payment. Oops, payment. There we go. And we are going to have at the top import payment.css for any styling. Okay. Now, inside of payment, what we're going to do is we're going to have quite a lot of stuff that we need to go ahead and build inside of here. So a lot is going to happen here. We're essentially going to have inside of the payment a div. Okay, and this will all make sense once we finish it off. But we're going to have a div. It's going to say div class name payment container. Right, and this container is going to contain all of the checkout information, all of the review items and delivery. So Kazi, just for reference now, let's go ahead and pull up the main app.
Okay, dope. Let's do that. So we'll go over here to the deployed app.
Yep. So here you can see we've got the delivery address, we've got the items, and then we've got the payment method, right?
All right. So let's write that down so we can visually break it down. So delivery address, that's going to be like a separate thing, right?
Yep. And we're going to refer to one of those things as the payment section. Okay. So that's going to be a payment section. So payment section.
Which one is that? Payment section.
The delivery address.
Got it. Okay.
Right. Then we're going to have another payment section, and that's going to be the reviewing the items. And we're going to have another payment section, and that one's going to be the actual payment method.
Okay, and they're all going to be styled in their own way. That's why we're breaking it down like that, right?
Yeah, we're actually going to have one div called payment section, and then we're going to reuse it each 3 times.
Got it.
Yep.
Dope.
Okay. Nice. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a div, and it's going to have a class name of payment section, like this. Payment section. And then this should autocomplete. There we go. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to have 3 of those. So I'm going to have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Okay. Then here in payment section, now what we're going to have is a div with the payment title. Okay. Now the reason why we're going to have 2 divs now, the payment title and the sort of the next div, is because we want to have one element on the left, one element on the right. So here, I'm going to go ahead and say div, and we're going to say class name equals payment. Oops.
I love that comment, by the way. Just gonna side note, and he goes, Drone goes, you guys provide such a huge value, not just to developers, but to the global economy as well. You teach skills to people across the world who use them to make their lives better. That's actually really awesome. I never thought of it like that. This would actually make an impact on the global economy. That's huge.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never really think of it that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. So now we are going to close this off, and we're going to drop a new line. Thank you so much, Sub-Zero, for that donation. Said, love this tutorial. You guys are great. Completed the Spotify and Amazon clone. Nice, dude.
Damn,
keep on going.
That's sick.
Awesome. So inside of this payment title, we're going to have a H3 tag, which is going to be the delivery address. Okay. We hit save on that. And what's it saying? Payment is not defined. Okay, so app. Inside of app, we need to go ahead and import payment. So let's go ahead and say import payment from payment like so. Let me save it. And then we have, okay, then we need to make the payment.css. So payment.css file. And we create that. And we should hop into that any second. There we go. So now in payment, Sering Cowden came in again, dude. You're always on these streams. Love that. It says, you guys have revolutionized the whole learning experience to a new level. To everyone, thank you. Jay Sean of React and Papa Python. Oh, shit.
Damn, I don't even know who Jay Sean is, but thank you, Sering. That is amazing.
That's dope, dude. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you.
That's dope. Okay. So with that, we're going to now carry on. So we've got the delivery address, and then you can see it's popped in on the screen. And then we're also going to have another div, and this is going to be class name, and this one is going to say payment address. So payment underscore address. Okay. Now, if you guys are already sort of understanding why we do BEM, let me know in the comments if you enjoy it. I think I'm personally a huge fan of BEM, and I find it like simplifies everything and makes it super easy to understand. Here we're going to have a p tag, and we're going to have the user's email. Okay, so I'm actually going to put the the user's email here. So we need to actually go ahead and pull that from the data layer. Now the way we do that is we go into the a line below the function, and we're going to say const like so, and we're going to pull the basket and the user from the data layer, and the we need to then import this special hook that we created before. So loads of people saying really enjoyed BEM. I never did BEM before. I really love it now. Oh, awesome. Okay, nice. Really, really nice. So let's go ahead. So here we have the p tag, and now inside of this p tag, guys, we're going to have the user's email. So here I'm going to say user email, and I'm adding the optional chaining to protect it in case the user is undefined, okay, for any reason. Otonio Cortez, dude, just dropped another donation, $9.99. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That is huge. Thank you so much.
Like massive, massive. Thank you. We're then going to have two more p tags. We're going to have two p tags, one saying 123 React Lane, and one which says Los Angeles, California. Now, in today's build, we're not going to actually cover the addresses because this is going to be more of the functional side as to how you process a payment. That's much more important at this point than getting the address down. So we're going to skip over that. So we have this to begin with, okay? So you can see on the right-hand side now, the delivery address, the name, 123 React Lane, and the address has popped up, okay? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to have another payment section. So this second one, and we are going to go ahead and pop this in here. And in here, guys, we're going to have the payment title again. So the same thing we done up here, payment title. So you see we're reusing the class name now. That's actually going to help us out quite a lot later on when it comes to styling, because it means you only have to write one thing once and it will be reused. We're going to have a H3 here. So let's go ahead and do H3 like so. And it says review items and delivery. Okay. So review items and delivery. And then we're going to have another div underneath this. So underneath this right here, we're going to say, and this is going to be inside, sorry. We're going to say div. And this class name is going to be the, we're going to change this one to payment. Oops, class name equals payment address. No, payment item, sorry. It's going to be the actual items in the order. Right. Then we are going to go ahead and do, so this is where all the products are going to show, right? So all the products that we want to sort of have, all the products that are in your basket. Now, typically some people might actually go ahead and rewrite the code at this point, but why do we need to do that when we can just reuse some components? This is why we love React, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So we pulled the basket earlier from the data layer at the top, so we can see we actually pulled it in over here. So now we're going to go back down, go ahead and say basket dot map, and then we're going to say for every single item inside the basket, I want to return the checkout product component. This is the component that we saw earlier, and basically what we're going to do is we're going to pass in the props for that component here. So I'm going to go ahead and fix this right now. There we go. So we've got the the ID is going to be the item's ID, title is the item title, image, item image, and so forth. So we're going to use this as the props. Now this means that whatever we had inside the basket is going to get shown on the screen in that very nice sort of reusable approach. And also this means that it will have the remove from basket functionality. Okay. Oh yeah, Fadley said, Papa React, for your information, you could just type dot class name and then hit tab. I actually found that out today. That's such a cool tip as well. I usually write div dot when I'm doing emit tricks, but you can actually write dot and the class name and it will work. So thank you for that. Future Code says, can you move to the header so we can see the tabs? I'm not sure what you mean at this point. Yeah, so that was the homework. Nice. So we
Thank
are going
you guys,
back
by
to
the way. People are noticing my new glasses because my girlfriend, by mistake, stepped on my previous ones. But, you know, these are clean. Match my shirt.
They match the headphones as well.
Yeah. Purple headphones, but yeah, matches it. But somebody did notice, I was noticing you do match, your shirt matches your headphones.
Oh, yeah. Exactly, yeah.
I was like,
matched up today.
The only day you get the white headphones, you wear the white shirt.
Yeah, I thought we'd change it up a little bit.
Clean.
Nice. Now it's either black or white, guys. You know me. Keep it simple. So now we have the payment items, and here it says checkout product is not defined. So we need to go ahead and import checkout items. So let's go ahead and do that. So checkout items is actually, do I pull that in? Checkout product, sorry. Yeah. There we go. Now we've got that inside.
And guys, is that distracting at the top, or is that actually helpful? If the step is distracting, I'll remove it. So just, you know, in the comments, you can just say remove it. If you guys like it, then just say like cake.
Yeah. So somebody said the ongoing task header is disturbing the view a little bit. Maybe we can make it a touch smaller, I think.
Okay, 1 second. I'll do that.
Yeah. There we go. Because then that way they could see the active tab maybe. Yeah. So a lot of people said helpful. I like it. Some people saying remove it. I think maybe just a smaller version. Yeah, and then that might be good. Okay. A lot of people are saying remove. Okay. So,
All right, gone.
We heard you guys. Nice. So now what we're gonna do is because if you go ahead, add some items to the basket, we can show what we just built here.
Holy crap. I never thought it was going to be this terrible of an idea. Jesus. Wow. Yeah. Damn.
Everyone, kindly remove. Keep it going. Oh.
It's gone. It's gone, guys. Thank you. It's gone.
Nice.
Don't worry. Now they're just kicking us while we're down.
Let's go ahead and add some products to the basket. So Amazon.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. Add some products to the basket, and then go ahead and hit the basket icon, and we click on proceed to checkout.
Yep.
Right. Now you see what happened there, guys.
Ooh,
We're
nice.
reusing the component that we had in the checkout page here, and all the remove from basket buttons work as well.
Oh,
This is what's
sick.
beautiful. So if you go ahead and click one of the remove from basket buttons, boom, we get that functionality in this page as well. So you see, once you build something correctly once, it becomes so easy to then go ahead and save yourself some time. And this is why it's important to write good code as opposed to code that just works. Okay. Now let's go back to the next section, which is the final payment section, which is the payment method. Okay. So the payment method, we're going to have again a payment title div and a H3 tag inside of it. And here we're going to go ahead and drop that in right here. So I'm just going to increment that. There we go. There we go. Oh, god damn it. Yeah. So we've got payment method. And then we're going to have a div called payment details here. So payment details like so. Okay. Now here is where all the Stripe magic, I'm going to say for now, Stripe magic will go. Okay. Now let us know if you guys are excited for learning Stripe. Frank says, today Sunny looks like an actual React god with the white headphones. The microphone is buttery smooth. Hey, thank you, dude.
That is
Give
hilarious.
a round of applause
Hey.
for the white headphones.
Yeah, you look like a freaking angel.
Oh man, thank you so much, Frank. So this is where the Stripe magic will go. Okay. Stripe's really powerful, guys. You can actually do recurring payments as well. So you can actually, once you get good at it, you actually can go ahead and start doing things like recurring subscription payments and all that sort of stuff. So really, really good skill to have. Now,
By the way, some of them are really cool. Some bills are really, really cool. So Nas just found one, and this is pretty epic. So take a look at this. Somebody just like built Amazon, and just like look at how slick that is, dude.
Damn, dude.
What's his name? Esayo Morais. Damn.
That's insane, dude.
And it's on Versal, which is pretty clean.
Nice. That's awesome. Manav Aurora says, your birthday is coming, Sonny. Yes, it is coming.
When?
27th of September.
Ooh, 27th of September, Sonny's birthday. Okay, all right, we got you.
Right. So now let's go ahead and firstly, let's style everything before it gets to the payment details. Let's make sure everything looks good, make sure everything looks nice, and then we can get into the juicy Stripe stuff. Okay. So let's go to our payment.css, and I've got that up here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and open up payment.css on the screen. There we go. Now, what I'm going to do is for the first payment container, I'm going to go ahead and target it and say payment, and I'm going to make the background color white. Okay. So the background color is going to be white. And there we go. And then I'm going to target the H1 inside of the payment container, so that we're actually referring to the, oh, we didn't actually add it in here. So before we actually hit the first payment section, I'm going to actually add in the following here. So let me go ahead and...
Dude, David just dropped in the chat. He goes, Shure SM7B, the mic that you and I are actually using right now. And he goes, that's the mic that Michael Jackson, he used to record Thriller with it.
No way. I did not know that. Oh, damn. No wonder why. It sounds crispy smooth as well, yeah.
I mean, I use it because Joe Rogan uses it.
Yeah. I mean, like, Kazi told me to use it, and I was like, are you sure we need it? And now I'm actually using it. It's like, wow.
You're like, are you sure you need it?
This thing is like,
I'm sure
insane.
SM7B,
you can hear yourself,
bro.
and it's like crystal. Yeah.
All right. If you guys got the joke, drop it in the comments.
Thank you
Sunny
so
left
much,
me hanging.
Matt, as well, for $5. Oh, I see.
Hey.
Round of applause. Nice. Oh,
Another donation.
So now,
Thank you so much for $10.
Thank you, Arturo Jose. I actually saw your homework as well, so that's awesome as well. Nice, dude. Let's go. So we are going to add in this H1 right here. Now it says a link is not defined. So what I actually did here was we have a checkout, right? So we have a
Here's
checkout.
what Arturo said, by the way. That's pretty dope. He's like, I have 3 hours of sleep in the last 3 days going this and my full stack boot camp. So he's doing both. And he's like, I
Nice.
love what you guys are doing. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, dude. So here we're going to go ahead and we've got a checkout piece of text. And then all it is it's an embedded sort of link, which says that the link is to the checkout page and it has the basket items. So it's going to say like checkout, and then in brackets, it'll say like 2 items or 1 item. And if you click that text, it will actually take you back to the checkout page, which is kind of intuitive. It's very nice. Now, in order to actually use that, we need to go ahead and import from the React root DOM. So let's go ahead and do that. And we may need the use history, but later, for now, we don't need it, okay? Awesome. So now what we're going to do is save this, and we should see that everything, look at it, there you go. So it says 0 items at the moment, and that looks like a link. We're going to fix that in just a sec. But first, we're going to target the payment container, and we're going to say the H1 inside of it should have the following. It should have text align center, padding 10 pixels, font weight of 400, and background color of gray. And then we're going to say border bottom as such, okay? Now, I'm not sure why it's not finding payment container. There we go. So you can see it centered it, and that looks pretty clean. And we also gave a border bottom of light gray. Right, so we've got that checkout in the middle of the screen now. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to target that anchor tag. So the one where it says the like 2 or 0 items. And here the way we do that is we say the following. So we go ahead and we target it and we say payment container, the H1 inside of it, and we're saying target the anchor inside of that and the text decoration to none. Now what we'll see is the underscore goes, right? So the underscore goes ahead and gets rid of that. So that's going to save you a bit of hassle. Next, we're going to actually use some clever Flexbox stuff right now, okay? So the payment details, we'll come back to that in a second. For the payment section, so let's go ahead and target the payment section. So I'm going to go ahead, target the payment section, which is each of those individual sections. So we've got the delivery address, the review items, and so forth. I'm going to go ahead and say display flex. Right, so as soon as we do that, we should see it kick into action. There you go. So you see the delivery address and its information went into a row. And then we have some padding, margin, and a border bottom that we're about to drop in right now. So there we go. Okay, so we've got that dropping in. Save, and it will look a little bit more clean. See, you see it spaced out a little bit. So we get a very nice spaced out situation now. So everything isn't so scrunched up. Now, remember, every single one had payment title. So I had payment title here, had payment title here, and had payment title here. Now, when you're using Flex, you can basically say for one element to take up 20% or one element to take up 80%. So here I'm going to say the title should take up 20%. Okay, so we're going to say the title should take up 20%. And if we save that now, we should be able to see the payment title should now be taking up 20%. And then the payment address should take up 80%. Okay, so the payment address should take up 80%. So let's go ahead and fix that. There we go, save it. Now you can see it spaces itself out. So the address section is going to take up 80% always, regardless of what screen size. And the delivery address is only going to take up 20%. Now we're going to go ahead and target the items we've done. Yeah, so now, Kazi, let's go ahead and add some items to the basket.
All right, so I'm going to go here. Boom, yep. I'm going to add this one, this one, this one, and I think that should be pretty good. Going to go, yep. Boom. Okay, now what am I doing?
Proceed to checkout.
All right, done. Ooh, that looks clean, bro.
So you see it's starting to look clean, right? So you've got a really nice looking design right here, and you can start to see everything sort of pop in the way that we want it to pop in. So if we make the screen a little bit bigger, Kazi, we can see that it's quite responsive. So as it gets bigger, it's going to use up some of the screen real estate. There we go. See, looks pretty good.
Looks really good, bro.
Yeah, so we've got the items, we've got the everything that we need. Oh, and also we need to change the so the reason why it looks a little bit off right now, and that's because the payment items needs to also take 80%. So here what we can do is to make a rule attach both, we can say comma, we can say the payment items and the payment address should take up 80%. Now, if we do it, Kazi, we should see an equal split. So if we make it bigger now.
All right.
There you go.
Nice.
See, now everything's in line. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
So
looking
it
beautiful.
looked a bit strange before, and now it's like everything is in line. Looks a lot more Amazon, right?
Yep.
So with that said, now we're going to get to the juicy stuff, guys. So this is where we start learning about Stripe. So if you need to have some water, stretch out, stand up, get ready, because this is where we get into the juicy stuff, okay? So this is going to be the most sort of technical stuff that we probably covered in 3 days, and it's going to be some fun.
Cloud functions, Firebase, all of this stuff is incredibly valuable to learn. Hopefully you guys have fun.
Yeah.
I had a ton of fun figuring this stuff out.
Exactly. Yeah. Really, really going to be some fun right now. So let's go ahead and start. So inside of checkout, not checkout, sorry. It would be inside of app.js. So let's go back to your app.js. Now what we need to do is we need to install some dependencies. Now, in order to get that special card capturing element, right, we need to use something called Stripe. So we need to use some Stripe modules.
When you say card capturing, you mean like when I pop in my credit card details here, something needs to be able to handle this, right?
Yeah. So we didn't actually write the code for that. We used something which is provided to us from Stripe, and they capture your details.
Yep. Okay. It's a Stripe library, right?
Yep, exactly.
Dope.
So Gobikan Shanmugam says cloud functions are free to use. I remember, like earlier you said, it was paid. So in order to use cloud functions are free, but what you're going to need to do is put a card on your account. Now, trust me, guys, it's free. Don't freak out. Like I've done it a million times. You upgrade your Firebase plan to Blaze. So it's in the bottom left. We'll show you how to go ahead and do all that.
That's what we did for even our, the notifications that we get for our business revenue every single day. We use the cloud function to run it. But you basically put on a Blaze plan and it's not going to charge you.
Yeah, it won't charge you. Yeah, definitely won't charge you. It just allows you to then make outbound API requests. That's all it is.
Yep.
Nice. And and Stripe gives you like a testing key, so you're not going to actually be charging the real code, like the real sort of money. You just swap out the keys, and then you can actually start billing.
Yep.
Real.
And if you guys are excited and you want to build Stripe functionality into your app and you want to become a React developer, smash that like button if you're watching this on YouTube, and also if you're watching this on Facebook, guys.
Exactly. Smash that thumbs up, guys.
That's, we work really hard to put this together, and that does us a huge favor because our biggest goal is to help 5,000 people get jobs as developers. And by you just hitting the like button, doesn't cost you anything. It's free, but it literally sends out the video to so many people, and it helps change so many people's lives. So you are in effect changing people's lives by just hitting that one button and it turns blue.
Exactly. Thank you, guys.
Just broke 1,000. Thank you.
Nice. So with that said, guys, we need to install 2 dependencies into our project. So let's pull up the terminal.
All right, let's go.
Nice. And then let's go ahead, pull up the terminal.
Why is
and
it
let's
not pulling up? All right, there we go.
Yep.
All right.
Nice. So I'm going to get some access to this. Request read and write. There we go. Nice. So guys, what you want to do is do npm install, and then you want to do this right here. So @stripe /stripe-js, right? So this is the first dependency we want to install. This will allow us to pull in Stripe into our app. And the second one is going to be something slightly similar named, but it's slightly different. You need both of these to get the app working. Okay, so we've just gone ahead and installed the first one. The second one is going to be npm install, and then it's going to be app stripe / react stripe JS. So you want to make sure that you get that down, hit enter, and then that will start installing, right? Now, the next step is we actually need to go ahead and create a Stripe account, okay? So, Kazi, have you got a spare email that we can set this up with? Or if not, I've got one that we've set up with.
Okay, let's do it with yours. That's fine. I can't remember a spare one I have.
Okay, so what we can do is let's use the Clever program.
And
okay, so
just don't use your real card information for the Stripe. Just for the Stripe, just pop in. You're gonna just use something like 424242. That's gonna be a test account. But when you're getting the Blaze plan from Firebase, you're gonna need to put in your actual card. All right. So what's up, Sunny?
Also, just want to mention Willie Rosa Huanca says it's not necessary a Blaze plan. Free plan has cloud functions. Yes, free plan has cloud functions, but you're making an outbound request to Stripe. And in order to do that, you have to have the Blaze plan. Okay, so I just want to clear that up because that's going to stop a lot of people and it's going to error out. So you need to make sure you've on the Blaze plan. Otherwise, it won't work. Okay. And if you don't want to do that, then you can always do an Express server, but I wouldn't recommend that. I'd recommend just upgrade to Blaze. It's free. Okay. Yep. So let's head over to Stripe, Kazi.
All right. Stripe's website.
Yep.
Got it. All right, so I'm on stripe.com.
Nice. And let's go ahead and hit sign
Their
in.
landing page is clean.
It's gorgeous, right?
Wow, that is a clean landing page. Wow.
They done it super clean,
Oh, man, that is just beautiful to look at.
Yeah, they've got some crazy front-end developers.
Whew. We got to have a front-end page like this.
I know.
So beautiful.
It's kind of like Apple, though. Apple's landing page always blows my mind.
God damn, this is so beautiful, dude. Just all right. Yeah. So where do we want to go?
Sign in.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now what we want to do is, so you want to make sure you're on the input. So can you see the username and password field?
Yeah, I'm email and password, right? I'm there.
Right. So now show the screen.
Okay.
Yep. And hit the don't have an account sign up at the bottom.
Click that.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna click sign up. Boom.
Yep. Now here, guys, you want to make sure. So just double check before it's all So now you want to add in your email, full name, password, and the confirmed password.
Send me the email you want me to pop in.
Yep. You can switch the screen to us when we do it. But let's go ahead and use Sunny plus live at cleverprogrammer.com. And then let's just go ahead and set up you can fill out the rest of the details. So you guys are just going to need to go ahead and create an account on Stripe. It's completely free, by the way. There's no card details for Stripe. So don't worry about that. You can just set that up and it's very easy, very quick.
All right. Oh, wait. Password is not strong enough. Okay.
Oh, damn.
Oh, jeez. All right. Here we go.
Nice. Okay. And we hit over 1,000 likes. Thank you, guys.
All right. So this is the filled out version. And now I'm just going to hit create account, right?
Yep. Hit that create account button.
Oh, my God. Bicycles. Select all squares with bicycles.
God damn it. So Alexandros Tuition says, can PayPal work? Trust me, PayPal compared to Stripe is such a pain to get working.
Sucks.
Yeah. It really is annoying to get working. I would recommend using Stripe all the way.
Yo, did they change? They changed how Stripe looks from the inside.
Yeah, so don't move off this page because this page is really important for the people who jump in. So this one here, yeah, they changed the entry page when you sign up. So this one's really cool because look, you see where it says get your test API keys?
Where? Here.
Yeah, click that.
All right, I will.
Go ahead and click that. And
Boom.
guys, it gives you your publishable key. Now we need that publishable key. Okay. Now this is one way to find it. We're going to show you another way to find it in case you go away.
Do we need secret key?
We may do in a bit. We may do in a bit. Yeah. On the back end, I think we need the secret key.
Oh yeah,
so
for sure.
if you want to click on developers on the left panel. So developers on the left. Yep. Click that. And then here, guys, you're going to click on API keys. This is the way that you can always find it. So API keys. And there we go. So you want to copy that publishable key.
Okay, give me 1 second. Jesus, I hate when it's in text mode and you can't get out of it. All right, here we go.
I always find that problem. Nice.
You like that?
That's what I've been doing when I cough.
Oh yeah.
Quick little.
Nice. Yeah. I discovered that for sneezing. Hit that mute button and sneeze as loud as you possibly can.
Exactly. Nice.
All right.
So we want to copy that publishable key.
Okay, got it. I'm gonna click to copy. Copied.
Nice. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab that key, go back over to the app. So let's go back to the build. Right. So what we're gonna do now is 2 special imports. Right. So we actually installed 2 dependencies earlier. I'm gonna go ahead and pull some things from it. So load Stripe from Stripe /Stripe.js and elements from Stripe /React Stripe.js. Okay. So that's awesome. We pulled that in. The next thing we're going to do is go ahead and say const promise equals load Stripe. Okay. Const promise equals load Stripe. Now, inside of these brackets, we're going to go ahead and paste that key as a string. So Kazi, if you want to go ahead and paste that key as a string.
All right.
Now, don't worry, guys. This is something what we call a public key. So it's completely fine to be visible. It doesn't matter.
You don't need to hide this or use get ignored for this or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to ignore this or anything. It's completely all safe to use that. So now we have this promise, okay? Now what this does is it loads Stripe up and it stores it into a promise. And then what we do is we go down to the payment, and we're going to use something called a higher order function. Now we don't necessarily need to know too much about what this does, but essentially it wraps the payment element. So it's going to be elements, and we pass in something called Stripe, and in here we pretty much pass in that promise. Okay, so we just pass in that promise, and then we need to go ahead and get our payment, cut it, and paste it inside of here. So now we've got the payment element sitting inside of this elements component like this. So it should be inside the elements, right? Save it. And if everything's good, your app will still load, your app will still run. Nothing should be bugging out at this point. So Kazi, let's go back to localhost 3000 and double check that we're all good.
Yep.
Okay. All good. So if you ran into a problem at this point, just go through those steps again and you should be able to get to this again. But let's carry on. So inside of payment.js. So in here, guys, what we want to do is we want to grab a few different things. So remember, we wrapped it in that element, right? So there's 2 very powerful hooks that we're going to use. And these are as such. So these 2 hooks are the ones that we need to go ahead and write. So const Stripe equals use Stripe and const elements equals use elements. And to import that, we need to go ahead and pull in the following. And I'm also going to pull in a third dependency here. So I pulled in the use Stripe and use elements that we used here. And I'm also pulling in card element. Now card element is something that we're going to use in just a second, and it will make a lot of sense as we begin to write it. Okay, now guys, don't freak out. If any of this doesn't make sense, you just need to follow along, pause the video. You guys can do it at your own pace. Just take your time with this and it will work, and you'll have a full payment e-commerce app. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to go down to the payment section. So down here, and we're going to go ahead and create a form. Okay. So here, I'm going to go ahead and create a form as such. Okay. Now this form is going to have a card element inside. So you know that element that we just pulled in? We're going to go ahead and render it here. And this one is going to, so we've got the card element here. So Kazi, if we go over to the payment page.
All right, let's do it.
So payment, yep. And then proceed. So here, so you see nothing is actually showing right now, okay? So it's not showing the payment container. It's not showing anything. And that's for a few different reasons, but you have to trust the process now, okay? So the first thing what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and drop a bit of styling in to fix this. So we're going to go to our payment into our payments.css and add a few styles in. So firstly, we're going to say payment details is also going to have flex 0.8. So we need to go here and add payment details. So payment __ details. So now the three of these things have that style applied. Okay. Now you can see that card element has popped in on the screen. So on the right hand side, can you see that, Kazi? It says card number,
Oh yeah,
month, and the CC.
yeah, I see it.
It's got that even nice responsiveness to it as well.
Right, boom, there we go.
Yeah. Awesome, right? So now the card element actually pops into the screen. Now what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and create a, we need to do two functions. So we need to connect the form, and we need to say on submit, okay? And this one, we're going to create a function called handle submit. So let's go ahead and create that function at the top. So we go up to the top, we say const handle submit equals, it takes an event and it does some stuff, okay? It takes an event and it does some stuff. Now here, we're going to sort of do all the fancy Stripe stuff, okay? Inside the handle submit. But for now, we're going to go back down, and inside the card element, I'm going to do on change. So every time you change that card element, we need to go ahead and handle the change. So we're going to create a function called handle change down here. We go back up, go ahead and say const handle change. It takes an event and it does some stuff. So and when we do a handle change, we are essentially just gonna do the following. So we need two pieces of state. We need one for a disabled state, so we can disable the button, and we need one to be able to set the button error. So if there's any kind of error, we need to be able to capture it, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and create those two pieces of state now. One is for disabled and one is for error. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. And I'm going to do that here.
Wait, where are you doing this? Because is it showing us? Okay, I think
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
So
So you've got this right here. So we've got error and disabled. So error, set error equals use state no. And disabled, set disabled equals use state true. Now this is how you write variables inside of React pretty much. So we're just creating two pieces of state. And what we're going to say here is when we handle, like whenever we write into the card element, this is essentially what's going to happen. So we're going to listen for changes inside the card element and display any errors as the customer types their card details. Okay. And the way we do it is you just need to go ahead and copy what I put in here, right? So we're going to go ahead and say set disabled event empty. So I'm going to go ahead and put a snippet in here. So these two lines of code will handle that. I say if the event, so this event is empty, then go ahead and disable the button. Otherwise, if there is an error, show the error. Otherwise, show nothing. So this is very important, okay? It's very, very important, and it's going to allow us to do the next step. So now what we do is we need to handle the submit. The submit is where all the fancy stuff happens, okay? So what we're going to do is inside of the
Is that
div.
Maribon texting you?
Yeah.
Because she's on the live stream
Oh, is she?
commenting here as well.
Oh, nice. I was in my focus zone. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's there. Girlfriend's in the house. Nice. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the price container. Okay.
Oh,
So
wow. Shout out to Chris. I'm going to cue up some sad music over here. Wow.
oh,
Rip. R.I.P. Chris. He said, I mean, Chris is still alive, by the way. But he goes, my computer just fried. I've been working on this for the last 2 days straight. Oh my God. I mean, I hope your computer saves stuff,
yeah.
but that would really suck, bro.
Yeah. I mean, keep saving. I mean, like you should be saving your files as you code. Oh man.
I mean, you kind of deserve it if you didn't save and you come back and you learn a very, very important lesson.
Exactly. Yeah. You need to be able to. Yeah. Can you imagine that coding without saving? God damn.
Oh, hard mode. It's like coding with
Yeah.
hard mode.
Oh man. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add in use state so that it doesn't bug out. And then over here, we are going to go ahead and at the bottom, we're going to have the where we have the card element, right? So inside this form, we're going to render out a price. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to say div, and this div is going to have a class name. So let's go ahead and do this. It's going to be div class name, and this class name is going to be payment underscore price detail, price container. We're going to call it. So this is going to be the price container. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is, guys, we previously used something called currency format, right? I think we used it inside of the checkout.js. Yeah, no, is it checkout product? It was.
Sonny, by the way, are we going to show them how to get on the Blaze plan, or is that like just assumed? Were we going to cover it at some point?
Yeah, we will be covering it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, we're going to show you guys how to do that. So in yesterday's build, we actually added the currency format. So what you need to do is go ahead and go back into the payment component. And here, guys, all we're going to do is go ahead and add the following snippet, okay? So add this snippet in, and I'll break it down for you. So there we go. And I will chuck this in, and we can explain it. So here we have the currency format. And remember, guys, it renders out some text, okay? So here we're just rendering out a simple H3, so we can get rid of this. It's just going to render out a H3 with the order total, which has some kind of value, right? That value we're attaching to the get basket total. So yesterday that was part of the homework, but that's no longer the case. So we're going to attach that to the get basket total. And what that did is, remember, that was a selector that we wrote in yesterday's build inside of the reducer, and that actually sums up this basket total and allows you to get the sort of value of whatever is in your basket. And then the following, so 1,000 separated, yes, and dollars. Okay, so all good. So Satyendra Singh says, Sunny, is Node.js covered in this tutorial? Yes, dude, keep tuned, and we're going to pretty much be we're going to be covering that with the cloud functions, so stay tuned. And we have that. We have a lot of juicy stuff today, so stay on this. Right. So let's go ahead and import the currency format and the get basket total. Whoa, what is CLP? We got a nice big donation.
Crap. I think it's $4 donation by Mateus, and he goes, "Thank you so much for doing this stuff. It's the first time I use Super Chat because you really deserve it. Greetings from Chile." Damn.
Nice, thank you. International, and it's crazy.
That's sick. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So now we have the currency format. So I'm going to go up to the top.
So all these people's computers are dying, like in the chat, like everybody's like, my computer died too, this happened, crashing laptop. Nishant goes, Firebase is on fire, frying everyone's computers literally.
Nice. The greatest ever. Amazon is crashing laptops and PCs to make sure.
And it's his dad's birthday, so greatest ever. Shout out to your dad. He's an OG. Let's go.
Let's go, dude. Nice. So now we're going to go ahead and import the get basket total as well from the reducer. Nice. And then we're going to save it. And then go down. And down here, we are going to go and check this. 1 second. Okay, yeah. So now we should be rendering. There we go. So we can see the order total. So with that said, Kazi, let's go ahead and add some products and come back to the checkout page.
Let's do it. Boom. And I'm gonna add my few iPad Pros. This Alexa, Echo. So we got 5 products here. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5 products. And now go to proceed to checkout. Boom.
Nice. Now let's scroll down, and we can see the order total there is 2,480, I think.
2,490.
It's not. It's actually cropped off on your.
Yeah.
There
we go.
Nice. So that's really clean, guys. So now we have the order total popping in at the bottom, right? Now that order total is actually important for later as well. That's why we went ahead and built that now. So once you've got the currency format done, underneath that we're gonna have a button. Okay. Now, so here we're gonna have button like this, and inside this button we're gonna go ahead and say the following. So the button is gonna be disabled based on the following states. Okay, we're gonna say if for any reason the button is, so we're gonna have 3 variables. I'm gonna set these up in a second. We're gonna have processing, we're gonna have disabled, which we actually already have disabled, and we're gonna have succeeded, right? Succeeded. So this will make sense in just a second. But basically we've got this button state.
Dude,
right
I
here.
love this, by the way. So I just want to highlight this real quick. The greatest ever says, my dad says, thanks, lol. He's smiling so much because he knows how crazy I am about this channel, even though he doesn't understand it, lol.
Nice. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to your pops.
Yeah.
That's nice.
This is a family, man. Team CP is a family. So
So,
you're either in the
Team
family or
CP,
you're not.
Exactly. All right. So on the inside the button, we're gonna have a span, and here we're gonna span following and say, Kazi, I think I'm not muted.
Hold on 1 second. I think I'm going to connect my road. It's disconnected. Just give me 1 second. But keep going.
So here, guys, we're gonna go ahead and have processing. It's gonna say processing, like so. And if it's processing, right? I want it to say processing. So I don't want it to say the actual the buy now text. I kind of want to block and say processing, because remember when we it's processing, the button's going to be disabled. So when it's processing, I want to say processing. Otherwise,
I should be good now, right? Am I good?
Yeah, all good, dude.
Nice, beautiful. What kind of weird freaking crap keeps happening, dude?
Damn it. I know, like, it literally just with this challenge.
Jesus Christ. This is not a challenge for any of them. It's a challenge for us.
Literally is. Oh my God. Oh man. So now we've got this span which says if it's processing, say processing. Otherwise, just say buy now. Okay. So let's go ahead and save. And what we need to do now is processing and succeeded aren't actually declared anywhere. So we need to go ahead and introduce those pieces of state. So the first one I'm going to introduce is succeeded. So let's go ahead and import that, add that in here, sorry, succeeded. And the second one is going to be processing. So this one right here. So we've got const processing equals set processing, and that's going to be some use state. And then what we have is we have all 4 set up now. So now we have okay, let's save it. Now, Kazi, if you want to hit refresh on the right side on the local host.
All right. Boom.
Yep. Nice. You want to hit, yeah, there we go. And then, so now what we can see is that button says that which says buy now is actually disabled, right? So it's disabled. Awesome. So with that done, now we're actually going to get to the juicy part, right? So underneath it, what we're going to do is outside of this div, whenever we have an error, we already have a piece of error, piece of error state. So inside the form, but outside the div, we're going to have this line of code. So it says, if there's an error, only then show the div with the error in. Okay. So that's just a sort of like fail safe. And it's going to allow you to sort of have some error sort of message on the screen. If there's anything wrong with the card, for example, the card number or anything like that, it will pop up at that point. So Now we're going to implement these two things, the handle submit and the handle change. And they're going to be the most important things for you guys to get this working. So we've done handle change. So handle submit is where we are going to focus now. So so let's say you add in your card details, right? You add in your card details, and I'm going to change this to event to make it more explicit. And this is also going to be an asynchronous function. So we're going to go ahead and make it async. Okay, like that. Now, this is where we do all the fancy Stripe stuff. So here I'm going to say event.prevent.
Damn,
default.
the greatest ever is like, guys, this is the first time you can even tell Sunny is feeling it. This is such an incredible build. God damn it. I wish you guys all the greatness in the world. This is incredible.
Nice. Yeah, I am, dude. This is like an exciting, honestly, getting like this, because this is a full stack sort of build right now. So we're going to have some payment stuff. We're then going to create a cloud function, deploy it, connect it all, and it's just going to be amazing, guys. It's
Right.
going to be amazing. It's going to be crazy when this works. All right. So we've got event.prevent default, and this will stop it from refreshing because we don't like refreshing. Here, what we're going to say is set processing to true. So as soon as you hit that enter, it's going to block you from hitting the enter button, the button again, because remember, button is disabled based on processing or disabled or succeeded. So this will actually go ahead and block you. So we're going to go ahead and say set processing to true. That will stop them from basically clicking the buy button like 5 times. They're only allowed to click it once and it'll block. Okay. Now what we're going to do is, this is where the sort of magic happens. So we say const payload. So const payload equals await. And then we need to import Stripe. So I'm going to write in Stripe. And to get Stripe, what we need to do is import it from, oh no, we don't need to import. Remember, we used that use Stripe earlier. So we actually have Stripe available. And it's connected based on that stuff that we did earlier. So now what we're going to do is we have await Stripe. And then what we do is we say confirm card payment. Okay. So actually, before we do this, there's a pre-step to this. Okay. So I'm going to just quickly go ahead and I'm going to quickly go ahead and carry on the first step, actually. So before we do any of this, right? So before we actually crunch the card, make it work, we need to do something beforehand, and this will make a lot of sense, okay? So once I explain it. So we need something called a client secret. So whenever you have any payment processor or any payment platform, you actually need to basically tell Stripe that, right, I have a payment that I want to send to you, and it's going to be of like $50. Can you please give me like a client secret that I can then use to run by the card, right? Without that client secret, we can't actually do that. We can't actually go ahead and say, Stripe, here's a $50 sort of transaction that I want you to charge. So we need to get that client secret. So we need to first make a piece of state for it. So we're going to go ahead and say client secret, set client secret, like this. Right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to use a use effect. Now, a use effect, as we all know, is a piece of code which can have some dependencies. So it runs when the payment component loads, as well as when any of the variables inside these brackets change. So in this case, the dependency will be when the basket changes, because what we're going to do inside of here is we're going to generate that generate the sort of, let's call it the special Stripe secret, right, which allows us to charge a customer, right? So let's just say this. So it's the special Stripe secret that's going to allow us to charge a customer. But whenever the basket changes, we need to get a new secret, right? Because we need to tell Stripe that it's no longer $50 that we're charging, but now it could be like $30 because you took off that lean startup book. Okay. So now what we do in here is we say const get client secret. Okay, get client secret. And here we need to make it an async function. So it's async and it's as such. And then we are going to call that afterwards. So we're going to say get client secret, and then afterwards we call the function. That's how you run an async function inside of a use effect, in case you're ever wondering. And then what we're going to say is const response equals await Axios, right? Axios. So at this point, we pause and we need Axios, okay? So we need Axios before I can write the next piece of code. So Axios is a way of making like requests. So like we can make a post request, a get request, or anything like that. In this case, what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our files and let's go ahead and create a file quasi called axios.js. Just so that it's very clear so that they can see it. So we're going to create a file now, guys, called axios.js. Yeah. Nice. Axios.js. All right. Now in here, what we're going to do is firstly, we need to go back to, so let's pop up our terminal. So Command J. And here we're going to do npm I, and it's Axios. So we need to install Axios. So Axios is like a very, very popular fetching library. So you can fetch, you can do post requests. It allows you to interact with APIs very, very easily. So while that's doing it, we can actually go ahead and say import Axios from Axios. And then we're going to say const instance equals Axios dot create. And then what you need to do here is actually create an object inside the right inside you want base URL. Okay, base URL. It's actually capital URL. And then here we basically need to put in the URL of our API. Okay. Now at this point we don't have an API. We don't have any API set up. We've done no Cloud Function work, nothing like that. So at this point I'm just going to say export default instance. Okay. So at this
Alejandro asks, why do you prefer Axios over JS Fetch API? It just makes things easier, but you can go into more detail if you want.
Yeah, so it just makes things easier, and it also gives you this easy way of adding a base URL. So the base URL is a really nice sort of touch that Axios does. I think you might be able to do that with the base JavaScript Fetch API, but at this point, Axios is so widely used that the chances are you're actually probably going to run into it on professional environments.
Even
so
most
it's actually
of the tutorials when you look up for React will be using Axios, and most of the articles that you're looking at or help. So I think it's good to just pick it up with React.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be good. Definitely. So this is going to be where we have the API URL. Okay. So the API, now in brackets, I'm just going to write the Cloud Function, right? Cloud Function URL. So we have to still build this. So we're going to save this. I'm going to go to payment, and now we have this await Axios, right? Now here, what we're going to do is we're going to prep everything up, right? We're going to prep it all up and get it all ready, and then we're going to go ahead and create the backend to support it. So here we say await Axios, and we pass in an object here, and the method is a post, right? Because we're making a post request, and the URL at this point, I'm going to use backticks to do string interpolation. I'm going to say /payments/create. This is a URL that we're going to create. And then create afterwards, we're going to pass in something called a query parameter. So it's going to have a question mark. And we're going to say total, because I'm trying to pass the total amount of the basket to that API so that we can actually go ahead and charge the customer. So here I'm going to say total equals, and I'm going to do some string interpolation. And here I'm going to say get basket total. And then I'm going to pass in the basket. And that's how we find the basket total. Now, Stripe expects every total or amount in when we're coding. So a lot of people are saying they can't see at the moment, Kazi. I don't think that's correct. I think you guys can see. Oh, right, they can't see. Oh,
can't
yeah.
see
So
what?
Kazi, you're not actually following me.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. So guys, I'll run through that again. So here we have, this is what was written. So
that's the entire thing that was written, right? There's nothing more?
Yeah, it was just this, guys. It was just this bit right here.
Dope.
Yeah. So we previously had await Axios. Holy shit. Everyone's like, oh my God. We can't see it.
The panic.
Yeah.
The panic is real.
All right. So now, guys, it said await Axios, and then we basically created an object, and inside it we said method post, okay? And then URL, and here we have backticks, and it's basically saying /payments, right? /create. Then we're saying total, okay? So total, and then this is question mark total because this is something called a query param, right? Then we say equals get basket total like this, right? Now, so we're passing in the total. Now, something to bear in mind, right? I'm gonna write in the comment here. Stripe expects the total in a currency's subunits, which means that if you are using dollars, it expects you to pass the total amount in cents. If you're using pounds, it expects you to pass it in pence.
If you want to say $10, like you really have to type in 10,000.
Yeah. So what we're going to do here is we're going to times it by 100. Okay. That's how you get the, and it depends. If you're using like rupees, you're going to have to find out the sub currency and use it. So this is why I'd say stick to dollars and just do it like us. So we built it with dollars. And yeah, and you just times it by 100 to get the sub currency. Okay. Whoa, dude, Gabriel. Let's pull that up on the screen.
Wow, thank you so much for a $20 donation. He goes, well deserved, great content. Anybody dare to match this amount or do more? Damn, this guy freaking calling people out. Let's go.
He's starting a donation war.
Yeah, like an all-out donation, like freaking war, and he's like a knight leading it. Thanks, Gabriel. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. All right.
I'll match you.
So, get basket total times 100 to get the subunits. Now, this essentially creates that. So it goes ahead, and we're going to basically, once we set up this endpoint, we'll be able to call it, and we should get some kind of response. Okay.
The greatest ever just comments. He goes, Frank is coming. ...
Frank's just gonna come in swinging.
Holy shit! You don't want to wake up Frank.
Nice. So now what we do is when we get that response back, that response should have the client secret in, right? Now, a few of you asking what this times 100 means. Again, it means the currency subunit. So if you're doing dollars, it changes it into cents and so forth. Okay.
Yeah. And also, guys, if you, for questions, we're going to do a full-on Q&A at the end. So if you have like deep questions, instead of copy pasting them over and over again, we see them. We just are not going to answer all of them right now. But at the end of the stream, we'll answer all your questions. So make sure you're in the Q&A section at the end.
Exactly. Make sure you're in that section at the end. Right. Awesome. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say set client secret. All right. Because we get that secret back, and we're going to go ahead and say response dot data dot client secret. Now, you might be wondering, where the hell is this coming from? It will make sense once we build out the backend. Okay. So this will make sense once we build out the backend. So with that said, now, what we just wrote here essentially says whenever the basket changes, it will make this request and it will update the special Stripe secret, which allows us to charge the customer the correct amount. This is a really important snippet of code, guys. Like, I can't stress this enough. If you don't get this snippet right, things will start to go wrong. Things will may break. Like, please, please, please take a very good care of making sure you write this correctly, okay? So it's a very, very important snippet. So once we've done that, now what we're going to do is we are going to go over to handle submit. Now inside of handle submit, we are going to go ahead and say const payload equals await Stripe. And then we're going to say dot confirm card payment. So confirm card payment. Okay. Then we're going to say that we first pass in the client secret, right? So we first pass in the client secret like this. And then the second argument is an object. And inside that object, we pass in something called payment underscore method, right? Now the payment underscore method takes an object as well. And here we say card. And the card that we use is we say elements dot get element, right? And then we actually pass in the card element, right? So this is all stuff which we've imported previously at the top, and the card element is actually the thing which rendered at the bottom of the page. So you saw it down here, and we imported it at the top of the page up here. Okay, and then the actual elements that we saw earlier was actually pulled from when we did this elements equals use elements. Okay, so with that said, now we have the confirming the card payment. And what this does, guys, is it uses that client secret. Now, this client secret is going to be the important part, because remember, guys, this is how Stripe knows how much to charge the
Sonny,
customer.
I got a secret for you.
Go on.
Here we go. Check it out. Firecut Clips goes a billionth times. Thank you for advancing my career. And also, I got a job of React JavaScript because of you guys. Thank you.
Nice, dude.
I'll never
dope.
forget you in my life. Damn.
Let's add that to the list of the 5,000 developers, dude.
Holy crap. And somebody came in hot with a $20 donation. And now we're officially over $200 in donations today. Thank you guys so much.
That's insane.
Massive.
Thank you so much, guys. That's awesome, dude.
Wow.
Nice. So that is awesome. We're getting closer
Nice
to that
DJing,
5,000
bro.
goal every day, guys. That is really cool to see. Right.
Gabriel
payment
is like,
method-
now we're talking. Somebody just matched him.
Nice. Gabriel Graves has got the sort of the rally going, you know.
Yeah.
All right. So here we confirm the card payment. The client secret is essential, right? So it's going to be essentially how Stripe knows how much we're going to charge and that sort of stuff. The payment method is the card, and then we go ahead and find the card element with this code. Okay, so that's really, really cool. Then what we're going to do is we're going to say when that's finished. So after this, we say dot then, because this is a promise. Then we say something will come back, right? And what was going to come back is going to be the payment intent. Now, what you need to be careful about here, guys, is this is the sort of the response comes back, okay? But we need to destructure it. So we're going to destructure it with the curly braces, and we're going to get out the payment intent. Right? Now this is what Stripe call it, so don't get confused by it. It's just nothing extremely complicated or anything. It's just basically it's the payment sort of confirmation. Think of it as that, the payment confirmation. Okay. Now the payment intent. Okay, so this is essentially, I'm going to write it here. So payment intent equals the payment confirmation. Just think of it like that, okay? Payment confirmation, and that will make it a little bit easier, right? Now, what we do then is we go ahead and say, if that was correct and everything was good, then we're going to go ahead and say set succeeded to true, because the transaction was good. Set the error to no, because there was no error. Set processing to false as well, because there's nothing going to be processing anymore, right? So remember at the top in the beginning we set processing to true, so we need to set processing to false. And then what we're going to say is history.replace. We don't want to push, because we don't actually want people to come back to the payment page after if they press back on the keyboard. Otherwise you get them in that loop and it's not a good user experience. We want to throw them over to the orders page. So the orders page is going to be like where your orders show after you place an order. Okay. Now, what we're going to do now, guys, is we are actually going to go ahead and build out the backend to support this. Right. So we made a few different API calls here. We have this API call, which is powered by Axios, and the base URL was the Cloud Function URL, which we are yet to write. Okay. So if you guys are pumped up about Cloud Functions, let us know right now, because we're about to teach you guys how, and we will push this code to GitHub afterwards, so it'll make it very easy for you guys to go ahead and follow along and check what we did. But if you're excited for this, let us know right now, because we're going to go show you guys how to build a Cloud Function. Now, somebody said, why not push history.push? Why not history.push? Because you don't want them to come back to a payment page. Whenever you're doing payment stuff, you don't want them to come back to the payment page afterwards if they go back on the browser. So instead, you swap the page by doing replace. Okay. So we got loads of people saying they're pumped. Go, go, go. This is sick. Nice. Okay, so now what we do is we go into our terminal. So let's pull up our terminal, Kazi.
All right.
Right, this is the juicy stuff, guys. This is where
The
we
juice.
essentially, yeah, this is where we essentially go ahead and build a full stack application. Okay.
Yep.
Somebody says you didn't import use history. Hey, good catch, dude.
Yeah.
Use history.
Daniel Soladoy.
That's dope, dude.
Hopefully my
Nice catch.
pronunciation is perfect.
We've also got some other things which we haven't imported, like use effect. We'll fix that in a sec. We'll come back to this anyway afterwards. So we're all good. And even Axios. Oh yeah, so Axios import. Axios.
Live coding, man. This is insane. I
Online.
can't wait till we are doing actual in-person events, which once this whole COVID thing is done, we will be. That'll be insane.
Honestly, it'll be insane, guys. I cannot wait for that. So this, guys, is not pulling from the normal Axios. It's pulling from the local file Axios. So make sure you don't do that. And then the final one says unexpected use of history. And what line is that, Kazi?
What? I see. Line 53,
Okay.
:13. Boom.
All right. The reason why that happened is because we need to set up the history. So we say const history equals use history, like so. Okay. And that will actually go ahead and get rid of that last error. Nice. So we've got the terminal up, guys. Let's jump into Cloud Functions. Okay. So here we say Firebase init. Okay. Now here, I want you guys to pay close attention, right? So here this list pops up. We're all familiar with this list, but now we're going to tick the functions one. So I'm going to click functions with the space bar and then hit enter on the keyboard. And then this will pop up and it'll say which language, JavaScript or TypeScript. We're going to go ahead and do JavaScript today.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to hit enter on that. Enter, sorry. And then it says, do you want to use ESLint to catch probable bugs? We're going to hit Y for yes. ESLint is quite cool. Do you want to install your dependencies with NPM now? We're going to hit Y and do yes.
Oh, I like it. Even makes a git ignore for you.
Yeah, exactly. Now, something to know now, guys. You have your front end, right? So you essentially have your front end, which is essentially going to be the React app. So it's everything inside of the source folder is your front end app. Now what we have is this functions folder. So Kazi, let's open up the file directory. Right. So you guys need to really kind of think about this carefully now. So we have the source, which is essentially the entire app. Okay, that's the front end app. Now the functions.
Hold up 1 second. I'm gonna help you out here visually. So
Yeah.
This is
So
our.
So that's going to be the front end. Okay, so that's the app.
Got
right?
it.
Then we have the functions folder. Now the functions folder is essentially a full backend. Like, I'm not joking, guys. This is not like some little like toy or whatever. I see people saying, well, what about MernStack? This is a full backend, what we're doing right now. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a full backend inside of that functions folder. Okay. Now, and it's going to be insane what we do here, guys, because it's really, really going to blow your mind, and it's the power what we're going to do here. So now we're going to go and do CD into functions. So we CD into functions, and you can see now we're inside of functions, which also has, it says it has a get. But you can see now, if you open up functions, Kazi.
All right.
So functions has its own node modules, its own package JSON, its own index, right? So it's essentially another project inside of your project, okay? So try not to get confused here, but if you do npm install at any point now, make sure you are inside the functions folder, okay? Because it has to be inside the functions folder, right? Otherwise, you're going to end up installing things into your app and not your backend, right? Because functions is a backend, app source is the front end. So that took a lot of time for me to figure out when I was first learning this stuff. Make sure you guys pay attention to that, because it will save you a lot of hassle and
it's
debug.
making a lot of sense now.
Yeah.
And the real CP family is sticking it out with us. And the greatest ever was like, yeah, I remember when you were like the real developers, or the people who are gonna become real developers are gonna stay here, and the number is gonna keep dropping off. And look at that, the number just keeps dropping off on Facebook. It's almost like nobody left. I think it's like 100 something people, but it started with over 1,000. But this is what it is. The number of the people becomes so small, but there are tons of jobs out there. But it's like you have to be able to actually stick it through all the way, be committed, just like how a lot of you are. And you guys are watching this right now, supporting the channel and also building these projects and putting it on your portfolio. That's actually what makes the difference at the end of the day. Can you actually push through?
Exactly. And guys, this is why they pay top dollar for this sort of stuff, right? You have to stick through, get through it, okay? Right? Don't quit on this, right? Now, what we're going to do
Yo,
is...
this is really cool, dude. I want to actually give this a highlight. This is freaking awesome. David says, he goes, David Jonathan, and he actually joined PWJ as well, I remember. And he goes, I was asked by my office to pick a training I'd love to be sponsored in for 2021. I filled in React.js/Python training with Clever Programmer. I hope it's approved and I make it live with the CP team.
Oh, dope.
Damn.
Nice.
So that's actually really cool, because if people get jobs as developers, we can be like, hey, maybe you can get sponsored, and even get other software developers to be sponsored by their company. So the company pays for it and they can get educated with us, and we can actually hold like online or in-person trainings for them, like exclusive.
Yeah.
That could be really freaking awesome.
Literally at an enterprise level.
Yes, like enterprise level trainings, like not just, here's some stuff, like real crazy stuff.
Exactly. That would be awesome. Yeah, that'd be really, really cool. Right. So now, guys, we have the functions folder, okay? So inside that functions folder, we have the index file. We have a bunch of other things. The one thing that we are interested in is that index file. So I'm going to click inside the index file. And Kazi, just show them which one that I'm inside of right now.
What?
Just point towards the index file that we're in at the moment so that they know.
This index file. Oh, yep. So this is the one in functions.
Yeah, exactly. This is inside the functions, right? So in here, guys, this stuff is all handy if you guys want to go ahead and learn this stuff yourself. But what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to build an Express app and host it on a cloud function. So this is some crazy powerful stuff that we're about to do. And it's basically going to scale. It's going to do whatever we need to do. It's going to be a full backend on a cloud function. Okay. Now let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of all this. So delete. And then I need to install a few dependencies. So again, make sure you're CD'd into the correct directory. So now it's functions at the bottom. So I'm going to do npm. So you can see inside, I'm typing in the bottom terminal right now. So right at the bottom, it says npm install. And then here I'm going to install Express. Okay. So we're going to install Express. And you can see it's installing Express at this point. So we went ahead and did that. So what I can do now is I can go ahead and at the top, I can write const express equals require express. Okay. Now, this is in Node.js. So right now, Node.js by default doesn't include that fancy import express from express syntax. We're not going to go over how you get it to do that right now. But whoa, dude, check this out. Samuel Wanjiru just said, hey guys, hey, love you guys. I got a $2,000 client. I will enroll to profit with JavaScript.
Whoa, that is sick.
That's insane, dude.
Yo, we need a counter going for these jobs, because we want to record and document every job or every gig somebody's getting, and we want 5,000 of those to happen. That is so sick. We got to have a counter going and start recording.
Yeah, we do, man. And even like on, yeah, I mean, maybe we should.
Maybe Frankie just start recording it, or Nas, like.
Just like literally a counter.
Like
every time we get
like
it,
literally, yeah. Like we should have a counter. Just start one right now. Like you create an Airtable. No, just like have a manual one started right now, and then we can have an Airtable. Yeah. I know for sure it's like, yeah. That would be awesome. But like, yeah, Nas, just pop up one right now and we'll just keep adding to it. I'll actually save this and also send it over to Nas. So now every single time we get a thing where you guys got a job or you're making an income, send it to us. We're going to record it and we're just going to start documenting it all in one place.
Exactly. That'll be dope. And then we can reach that 5,000 goal.
Oh, yeah, that'd be beautiful. And we can make it public so everybody can see it too. That'd be so cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Maribon says, I just landed my first client too. How much are you paying her for this, bro?
Oh, man.
Sunny is my first
very
client.
Expensive bill. Nice.
When Sunny saw Maribon, he reacted quickly.
Hey,
let's go.
That was smooth. Oh, man. All right. So, guys, now we're going to go ahead and we installed Express.
I was going to make a joke about my girlfriend and Python, but I thought it was going to be a little bit tasteless.
Oh, shit. I mean, you kind of nailed it even by saying that. Oh, man. All right. So now we're going to install cores. Right?
This can't be real. Is this guy real? Is this for real, or is he just making this up just to be on the front page? Kazi, I just got a job at Google because of your tutorials and told Google and they checked you out. They thought you guys were... What? What?
No way.
We're ending this live stream, guys. The freaking challenge is over. Wait.
That's why Google went down yesterday. All the Google employees were checking out the channel.
Is that why Google went down yesterday? They were all busy.
Dude. He said JK, JK, JK.
Oh, man. God damn it. All right.
You're getting timed out.
No, man. Don't do that. I know he did say, okay. All right. It's a joke, but you'll be back. Just a little bit of time. Holy crap! Leif just blocked him completely. We like timed him out like 300 times and blocked him. Everybody just went crazy. Come on, man. We're trying to like actually document real people getting jobs.
I know, man.
All right. But funny joke made us laugh too. So great job.
Right. So we installed Express, right? So make sure you're inside of functions in your terminal. Now we're going to npm install cores, right? So this is going to be needed as well. So while that installs, we're going to go ahead and on line 3, I'm going to drop in const cores equals require cores. So that done it as we needed it. And the final one, guys, is Stripe. So I'm going to say npm install Stripe. And there we go. npm install Stripe. And now what we're going to do is, Kazi, do you have that secret key? Right, so this is where we need the secret key.
I don't have the secret key, but I'll go get it right now.
All right. So remember, guys, when we set up on... let's actually show them where they get it from as well, Kazi.
Dope. So you're going to get it from here. We're not going to show it to you because then you'll have access to our secret key. But here's a secret key right here.
Yep.
And if you're... Yeah, this is the page you will be able to get it from. The URL is also at the top. This is a test key, right? So even if they got it, it won't be the end of the world. But we probably shouldn't show it.
Yeah, I mean it's a test. Yeah, I mean I think we can show.
We're gonna reveal it. I'm not gonna show it, bro. I don't like.
In the code, we're gonna have to hide it somehow. Then that's the only thing.
I mean, so if it doesn't matter, we can just show it then.
Yeah, yes, it'll be fun.
And there's only gonna be very few of them that copy the whole thing and type it out anyway.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right.
And we can take it down anyway after. Generate a new key.
And generate a new key. I already have it copied, so let's go.
Okay. So guys, if you're wondering, that was in the developer tab on the left, API keys, and then you'll see secret key. Okay.
Yeah.
So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna say const Stripe.
Mayur says you guys are doing a very good work. I'm an Angular developer, but new to React. But I feel like it's very easy, and I can also start doing React. Thanks, guys, for the confidence to start learning the MERN stack. Yeah, switch over. If you're on the Angular side, let us help you convert your religion of Angular and join the side with React.
Exactly.
The one true framework.
Oh, man. Right. Now we're gonna go ahead and click.
We should
tab
have like
and
one
require.
landing page where it's just like you, me, Nas, and we're just like wearing like long, like, you know,
Gown.
gowns and like religious clothing almost on the landing page, and just like
Oh, it's like
join
this
the one
React-
true framework. Yeah,
This is the React
we're like
God.
floating in the air like join. Yeah,
Oh man.
that'd be great.
Oh god. Right. Right. So now we're gonna say require stripe like so, and then here what we do is we have brackets afterwards, right? So the brackets afterwards actually will have the secret key inside of it, right? So now, Kazi, let's go ahead and pop the secret key in. Holy shit! Nolan is keeps getting timed out by Mervan.
Damn. Holy crap! Too much power.
Oh god.
All right, here we go. Why is it giving this weird error? It's in quotes.
Oh, it's because of this. Okay.
I don't
There
get
you
it. Oh, there was a space or something.
Yeah.
Got it.
So guys, it may seem a bit off right now, but that's actually there's no space between this and this one, right? So if I go ahead and delete, you see that?
Jesus.
Yeah. Because
Oh my god. All right, Maribon, stop bullying him. He's fine. He just made a joke.
yeah.
Nas is just laughing so hard in the background.
Right.
Oh man. All right, go ahead.
Right. So, so now what we're gonna do is go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and set up the Express app, right?
Yeah.
So so here I like to sort of this is something David taught me and it's actually a really good practice. So it's similar to how I mark things out. So here we're gonna have the app config, right? Then we're gonna have some middlewares. So we're setting up an API right now. Okay. So this is all to set up an API, right? So we have app config, then we have middlewares, right? Middlewares. And then we have API routes,
Nice.
right? We have the API routes. And then we have a listen command, right? So listen command. Right, so this is what we need in order to set up an API. So I'm going to make it extremely clear for you guys. So to set up an API, these are the things we need, okay? Now,
That's a funny comment. Faraz is like, I got to know about CP few weeks back, and now I feel like a crawler. I have visited almost every single one of your videos and every single social media platform. That made me laugh pretty hard. Like an actual web crawler.
nice. All right. So now for the app config, right, to set the Express server up, we say const app equals express, like this, right? We say express, and then what we do is we go to middlewares, and then here we say app.use, and here what we're going to say is cause. Cause is a sort of, let's just think of it as a security right now. So we're just going to say cause and then an object. Oops, this is wrong. Should say cause. And then inside these brackets, we say origin true. Okay, so just ignore what that means for now. You don't need to know about that, but we need this command to sort of do a few safe things. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Now we're going to go ahead and say app.use express.json. And this will allow us to sort of send data and pass it in the JSON format. Think of it that way, right? Now, here's the API routes, okay? So what we like to do is we like to set up a dummy route to sort of test if things are working. So for this one, we're going to go ahead and use a /, and then we're going to go, and this will give us something called a request and a response. So this is how an API works. Now, for this one, we're just going to make it super simple. So we're going to check that it works by saying result.status is 200 if you call this, and it should send back a message saying hello world, right? Hello world, right? Save. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and I'm going to show you guys how this works. So to finally get this thing up and running, we say exports.api, because it's going to be our API. And we say functions. So this is where the cloud functions come in. HTTPS, because it's a secure function. We say on request, like this, right? On request, and we say app, right? Now, this is the setup needed to get the backend Express app running on a cloud function, okay? Now, to actually get this up and running on your local, what we can do is we can actually emulate it, okay? So to emulate it, there's a very nice command that we can do. And Kazi, I just want you to copy this command, right, and run this in the, actually, no, I can do it. I mean, I can
All
do it,
right.
yeah. So
Have
inside
fun.
of the terminal right now, what I'm going to go ahead and do is run functions. So I'm going to write, oh no, sorry, Firebase. We're going to say Firebase because we're going to emulate it, guys. We're not going to deploy it just yet. We're going to emulate it, see if it works, and then we're going to deploy it and then change it, okay? So we're going to say Firebase emulators. So emulators. Then we're going to say colon start, okay? And we're going to hit enter. And what this will do is it will spin up, right? So we'll actually go ahead and spin up the a server, right? So spin up like an Express server, and it will actually go ahead, and it should pop up a window as well. So I'm not sure if that popped up for you, Kazi, but it would have actually popped up a few windows for you.
Nope. I don't see any
So-
windows yet, at least. Hold on. Let me see. Let me,
Okay, so if you go to the terminal,
Nah, bro. Don't see any windows.
so if you go to the terminal and scroll up on the log,
Yep.
this is something for all of you guys to do. So, and go ahead and click on that. Yeah.
There we go.
Now this will show you the logs from the function, right? So this is like our backend logs right now. So you don't want to close this running command because this will actually keep on running the sort of the stuff. So if you scroll a little bit further up on the logs, Kazi, on the terminal, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, scroll a little bit further up. And if you go a little bit past this, you should see, nope, down, stop, a little bit down. Yeah, there we go. So it says HTTP function initialized, and it will give you a URL. Now that URL is an API endpoint. So can we just copy that into the code over here? Maybe, so you can see that. So yeah, there we go. So this is an example endpoint, okay? So this is an example endpoint. Now, if we want to call this endpoint, right? So this is the /, which means it's the default one. So Kazi, what I want you to do is go ahead and write command click on this. And we should see hello world, right? So it says res is not defined. And that's because you see here we said res, this should be response.
Yep.
Right? Because this should be response. So if I'm going to go ahead and save it. And the good thing about an emulator is it does it really quick, which means that we can go ahead and test it.
Hey, let's go.
Nice. So that's dope, guys. So we
Nice.
actually have an API running right now. So that's really cool. Okay. Now we have the API running. And what we're going to do is obviously hello world isn't that exciting. But I mean, it's pretty cool that we actually have that running on a cloud function. Yeah, we're emulating it now to make sure everything works, to debug and do all that sort of stuff. And then we're going to go ahead and deploy the app, and then you have these two completely powerful apps running, okay? Now, Shyam Patel says, never studied at 2 a.m. in 20 years.
Damn.
Nice. That's awesome, dude. All right. So we created this route right here. Now, I'm going to show you guys a test of how a sort of endpoint works. So if I was to go ahead and copy this exact same route, but say this is /, like let's go ahead and say / Kazi, then this one will send a different message. It's going to say, what's up, Kazi? So what's up, Kazi?
Oh, man. What's up, bro? How you doing?
Exactly. So I'm going to save it. Now, Kazi, if you go to the URL and do / Kazi. So at the end of it, so it's API / Kazi. Now it will hit this endpoint. So let's go ahead and enter this one.
Oh, snap.
Hey, see that? So now we can see that this works, guys. So GET requests we can very easily do with a GET. But we want to do something a bit more powerful now. We want to create an endpoint. Now we're going to go ahead and create one called app. We're going to get rid of this one right now to simplify it. So that was just a sort of demonstration. So now if we save it, it's actually going to bug out on the right because I don't think it will show you. Okay, that's fine. So now let's go and say
Show what?
app.post because we're going to make a post request. Okay, so APIs have different types of requests. They have GET requests, they have POST requests, they have different things. All right.
Somebody says they got so much into the screen that they burned their toast.
Nice. So now we got a post request. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create a post request at this route. Okay, we're going to say /payments/create. Now, this may seem similar, right? /posts for payments create. Now, we actually use this. We use this over inside of payment.js. Now, if we go back to payment.js, here, payments.create, right? So what we do is we go back to our index over here. We go back to the index and we're going to say, okay, when we make a request to this, it's going to be async, firstly, because we're going to need to do some async. Yep. And it's going to basically take a request and a response, because this is how an API works. There we go.
Amar says, oh yeah, eating it with butter right now since it is edible still. Just a bit black all on the back.
Oh my god. The way you said it so seriously, I was like, oh shit, what happened?
I knew it was gonna make your day. That's why I read it.
Right. Now we passed in, you remember here guys, we passed in a total variable. Okay, now the way we get to that variable is we actually go ahead and
Nas just heard it, so he's laughing.
Someone El Manana says, I don't smoke, but I feel like a smoke break.
Yeah. Nice.
All right. So here we have total. So request, right? So this right here where it says total, that's called a query param, right? Now here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say const total equals request dot query. So we're going to access the query and we're going to access the total. And that's basically what we had here, that total query, okay? Then we have that in the variable here. So that would be the amount in subunits, remember? Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to console.log and we're going to say, we're going to go ahead and say payment request received. Boom. That way we know it's us, right? And then we're going to go ahead and say comma, and then we're going to say total, right? For this amount. So this is going to be like a debug little console log for us. And then what we're going to do is, this is where Stripe comes in. Now we're going to go ahead and do, somebody said, why aren't you using request params? Yeah, you can use request params actually. But in this case, I've used query.total, but yeah, you can use params as well. But here we're going to go ahead and say const payment intent. So const payment intent. Oops. I'm going to copy out a snippet here, guys. Const payment intent. And this basically goes ahead and it goes await Stripe payment intents.
Damn, finally somebody appreciates me. Pratio goes, thanks, Kazi, for the breaks in between, man. Elsa was tough catching up with the speed. Nice. I'm your speed breaker for today, Sunny.
Nice, dude. Rene says, how to sign a code while reading comments? It's just multitasking. Huh?
Multitasking game on point.
So now we've got await stripe.payment intents create. And then this takes an object which has amount as total, and the total is the subunits that we passed in. So remember, this is in subunits, subunits of the currency, right? And then your currency here is USD. So that's what we're using, USD. If you're using anything else, you have to change that to the correct country code. Now, once that's done, guys, we're going to go ahead and say response.status, right, of 201. Now, 201 is the sort of response status for, which means, okay, like everything went good, but it's created something, right? So we all know 200 is good. 200 is usually good. 201 is okay, created. So that in this case, we created a payment intent. So it's the correct one to use. Then we're going to go ahead and send the response back. And in the response, we're going to go ahead and send back the following. We're going to send back the client secret, which is which is the payment intent that we got from Stripe dot client secret. Okay, client underscore secret. Now, what this will do is if we go ahead and hit save, right? So let's go ahead and hit save. And sorry, let's go on to our back to our local host now, Kazi.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. So
wait, I'm on my. Oh, okay, I see.
No, that's the server.
I got you.
Yeah, so that's another point, guys. It will run on a different port. So right, so now when you have a backend app, you actually go ahead and have you have localhost running on 3000, and usually the other one on maybe 5000, 6000, whatever it decides to choose. You can actually define that as well when you're using Express. Somebody said you work both. Yeah, okay, we do. Yeah, we use pair programming. So now let's go ahead and go to Axios.
Dude, I'm getting pretty excited about like coding up some stuff on, just like a live stream outside of this, like a Twitch type of live stream, and just like actually just relaxing and coding something together. That would actually be so fun.
That's what me and David did earlier. We literally went ahead and we just kind of had like some music in the background, and we were just coding.
On Twitch?
I was like, this is such a vibe. No, we did this earlier when we were setting everything up.
It'll be that'll be such a vibe
in the future.
Yeah.
100%, yeah.
I want to do that. That'd be sick. Even the YouTube thumbnail app that I want to make with you, like, and the few more apps, like, I think they'll be really dope to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so now we need to go to Axios, and this base URL, right? This is essentially from, if we go back to our index, do you remember when we ran the thing, we ran the command, it actually went ahead and ran this. It gave us the API endpoint, right? So this is the local API endpoint. So inside of Axios now, what I can do is I can go to the base URL and I can change it to our local API endpoint. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and just change this there. There we go. So HTTP localhost 5001. And then we got challenge. Kazi, you're showing us. Yeah, there we go.
My bad. 1 second. Go for it.
Nice. Then we've got 5001. And then we've got challenge. And then we've got this. Right. So it's /API. Now, if you're wondering why it's /API, it's because here we have exports.api. So that's why it gets the name. And then the / after that, when we're making a request, we just need to write Axios and then / payments create. So now we set this up in Axios as the base URL. We go to payment.js, and this is where we made that nice request, right? So now what we can do is if I console log the client secret, we should be able to see something now. So if I go here and I write console.log and I say the secret is, and we go ahead and do this, like just to emphasize it, and we say client secret. Now let's go ahead and check something, okay? So Kazi, let's do two things. Let's open up localhost 3000. Yep. Then let's go ahead and open up the inspector as well.
Alrighty.
Yep.
And hide our big faces so they can see the inspector.
And go to the console. Nice. And then let's go ahead and you can actually hide those error messages, these yellow ones. If you click on that, yep. No, if you click on default where it says default, get rid of info, get rid of the oh, okay. Don't worry about it. Just scroll to the bottom.
Hold on. What the? There we go.
Warnings, yeah. There we go. And the errors, yeah. So we just want to show you guys the exact what we have right now. So now if you want to go ahead and add some items to your basket.
All right, let's do it, bro. All right, I added the Echo, the Samsung, this.
Yep.
Proceed to checkout.
Yep. And then let's scroll to the bottom of the console. Let's clear the console right now.
It's cleared.
No, wait, no. Go to the bottom. I can't see the bottom of it.
There's really nothing happening. That's very exciting at the bottom. But
Maybe it's actually hiding because of what we did. Um,
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah, so we actually want to show, if you click on default, default, yep.
I did refresh.
And yeah, you can refresh. Okay. So now it should say client secret, and then it's okay. The secret is true. Okay. So there's nothing there right now inside the secret, right? In fact, the secret, yeah, so the secret is actually there's nothing, right? So in fact, this should actually be like no, if anything. So that's not a secret right now. So now what we can do is we go to Amazon, add some products, and go back to that screen. So let's add some products.
Whoa! Somebody came in with a 10 Bulgarian donation. Thank you so much, man.
Nice.
I gotta like learn the currencies of the entire universe for these streams.
All right.
He goes, take care, guys. See you again on the next live session. I got to work early at 5 a.m. Here's a little something from me. Thank you so much, Preslov. Really appreciate you. We're going to keep going.
Yeah. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and have yeah. So let's go ahead and go to Amazon and add some products.
Mm-hmm. Add. All right.
Yep.
Boom.
Okay. And then let's click on proceed to checkout.
Done. Client secret is
Hey.
nice.
That's what
Hey.
we're looking. Right?
Let's
So,
go.
exactly. And then let's actually look. If you look on the left, Kazi, so the terminal that was running our backend, can you see? We actually had a console log which actually said payment request received, boom, for this amount, right? On the left, on the terminal. Code terminal.
Okay. What about
Yep.
it?
No, at the bottom.
It says
It says
boom.
payment
Oh,
request
yeah.
received,
Oh,
boom.
what the? Okay.
You see that?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Ah, right there.
So what it did, guys, is it went to our backend, right? Made got a payment request for that amount in subunits, and then it actually went back to the front end, so it sent it back as a response, and then we rendered it on the screen as that secret key, which was that PI stuff, right? So if we scroll to the bottom of the inspector,
yeah,
we should be able to see. There we go. That's the secret key. Now that
Nice.
key is essentially what is going to power the transaction. Okay, so that's going to power the entire transaction. So this is really, really good. Now what we can do is we go back to payment.js, go down, and we can carry on.
Preslov goes, my next one would be around $500. Just got to slip the first.
Oh, nice, dude.
Just join
So
PWJ,
now
bro.
we're going to go ahead and on line 50. So payment.js.
You forgot to hit mute, bro.
I need to, yeah. There we go. Right. So in payment.js, now we're going to go ahead and do. Right. So the payment actually went through, Kazi. So let's
Nice.
open up. No, it didn't go through yet.
Oh,
It hasn't gone through yet.
Not nice.
Right. So let's move our face off the screen.
Done.
Right. Let's go to that card at the bottom, so where it says card number.
Yep.
And guys, when you're using the test keys, you have to use 424242. Just keep typing in 42 in this bit, right?
All right, hold on. Gonna make it go up so it's damn. How high up is it? There we go. All right.
So here in the card number, right, 424242.
And just don't stop writing 42 forever.
Yeah. And then click on buy now. And then it says processing. And then boom, right?
Whoa.
Now, I want you to pay attention to a few things. The URL on the top says /orders.
Yep.
Right? So we're going to build that page, and it would actually take us over there. Now, Kazi, go over to Stripe.
All right.
And guys, this is going to blow your mind if it works. Right?
Oh shit, bro. Today I made $948 in my store.
Hey, let's go, guys. And if you notice, if you push that to the right-hand side, Kazi,
Push this to the right-hand side.
notice how that $948.94 is the exact same amount that is on our terminal.
Oh, so let me.
So that's how you guys know that we're not messing around, right? So that's actually a payment that went through. So, and look, Warp says, oh shit. Yeah, because that's it. It worked, dude. So now what we can do is let's go
Hold
ahead
on. I
and
think
let's go
this
to
is
the
a
top.
perfect time to drop this in. I think that's pretty cool.
Yep.
And Alexander goes, not gonna lie, I have learned more from your live streams over the past few days than what I've learned over the last 3 years at my education.
That's amazing, dude. That's amazing.
Let me just give it a little air horn. Hey.
That's exactly what we aim for, guys. So let's go ahead and delete Beast. Thank you for the donation. He goes, I love the CP team. Sunny, take rest first.
As in REST API, let's go.
Hey. Go ahead and go to the top of Stripe.
I'll go to the top.
And go to payments. Right. And then you can see, there you go. Boom, that payment. So let's make that full screen. And if you can see, if you click that, that's a full, guys, that is an actual payment, right? So it's a dummy payment, so it's not actually charged to card, but that is a full payment. And the way you actually go ahead and make this a real payment is you switch from using the test keys to the real keys, and that's inside of the API section.
Okay, here we go. Shahid says making clones is actually very helpful to both learn and impress. I got an internship interview some days ago just because I saw Instagram clone in my resume.
That is insane, dude. That's what it's all about.
Nas, this is coming your way. You ready? All right, here we go. We're building up that counter.
Nice.
Building up that counter. All right.
And you can check the description if you want to join the React course. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go ahead and go back to the code. Right. So now, guys, what we're going to do is we are going to redirect the user to a orders page. Okay. But we also want to do two things, right? So right now, we also want to empty the basket. So at this point, I'm going to dispatch an event into Redux, and I'm going to call it type, and I'm going to say empty basket. Right? Empty basket. Now, this is what I love about the React Context API. So I said Redux, but I'm talking about React Context API. Now, we're going to go ahead and save. And then here, I'm going to go into the reducer, and I'm going to go into, so this is where we listen to the events. I'm going to add a case. I'm going to go ahead and say, nice donation from Shahzaib Salim.
Thank you so much, bro.
Thank you so much.
And he goes, I'm learning Java and Swift at uni, but learning React.js with Sunny and Kazi has been a great experience. Love you guys. Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Right. So now what we do is we say case, and then we say empty basket. And then what we're going to say is when we get this action, I want to return the following. So I want the state to now look like the following. I'll say keep whatever was inside of it, but change the basket to its original empty array. So we're essentially emptying out the basket. Save it. Now that means that whenever we have finished with that call, so let's go back to payment.js. Whenever we have finished that call, so say dispatch type empty basket. And then we're going to go ahead and so this will actually empty the basket, but we're going to redirect them to orders. So at this point, I want to actually build the orders component. So let's go back to app.js and let's create a route for orders. So let's go ahead and add it here. Doesn't really matter where you add it as long as it's above this one. And let's go ahead and do orders. And then here, I'm going to create a orders component. And here I'm going to say orders.js. There we go. Orders.js. And then wait for it. Orders.js. And I'm going to do RFCE. There we go. And then here I'm going to say div class name equals orders. And here I'm going to say import orders.css. I'm going to create that file.
And this is an awesome comment too. And Steve goes, and Steve is actually a CTO and he has multiple developers working for him. And he goes, Shahida Freed, well done. I can tell you as an employer, resumes showing relevant projects is one of my main criteria for selecting people to interview. So
100%.
actually, that's massive and it goes a long way.
Yeah. And I can tell you, I've been on the interviewing end at companies, and if somebody pulled a resume in front of me, I'd be like, okay, that's it's whatever. I mean, even the degree, I'd be like, whatever. But if you showed me like you had a list of builds like this, I'll be like, holy shit, okay, this guy knows what he's doing.
Right.
Or like at least like he knows, he has the ability to follow like that sort of, to have that many builds, you must have picked something up,
Yep.
right? So that's going to impress someone a lot more. Go back to orders, go back to app, and let's go ahead and import orders from, so we're going to say orders from orders like so. Save. There we go, save it. And then here we've got div orders. Okay, so now let's go ahead and build out the orders component. So the orders component, guys, is going to have the following. It's going to say, let's just test it out and let's get this whole flow working. So it's going to say your orders. Okay, your orders. And this is where we are going to introduce Firestore, the real-time database, guys. So if you're excited for that, let us know, because this is where we combine all of this stuff. And you thought we just had finished with that. No, guys, we've got a lot more coming, and we're going to do it at quite a fast pace to be able to get it all in. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and pull in some values from this. So now we're going to say your orders. Your orders here, yep. And then there we go. Okay, so now when we redirect to orders, it should push us to this page. So let's actually test this out, Kazi. Let's go back to the home page. And I'm going to put the header in the orders as well. So I'm going to say header, and then
on
it's
the home
also
page.
There we go. So let's go to home page. Let's go ahead and add some products to the basket.
All right. I'll add 3 lean startup books for my friends.
So, and then let's go ahead and proceed to checkout.
All right, done.
And at this point, you can still go ahead and, let's say like you only want to buy 2 lean startup books. Go ahead and remove a book. Right? And you see the order total changed. It would have created a new client secret, right? Because it made a second request back to the back end. Every time it changes the basket, it goes ahead and fires off something. Then go ahead and put in the card details.
Oh, I see. Buy now?
Yep.
Oh, snap. Is it going to work?
Whee! That's it.
Well,
That was
hold up. Let me see. Oh, it worked, bro.
Exactly, dude.
Nice. My sales are going up. My store is finally working. I can pay the bills and survive.
Yeah. And guys, this is like a full build, right? Like, as in, like, I don't think like it's really insane, like how quickly from what we've shown you, you can then go ahead and build a completely functional commercial app, like from the skills that we've shown you here. So we've shown you that it goes to the orders page, right? But what we actually want to do now is when we process that order, we actually want to go ahead and take it a step further. We want to take it a step further, and we basically want to do the following. We want to go ahead and push the order into the database. So let's go to the payment.js. And then here, what we need to do is a little bit of setup right now. So let's go to Firebase right now.
All right.
Shahid says, I look at my dark circles and think it's all because of you, Papa React.
Is he talking what is he talking about eye bags or what?
I think so, yeah.
Oh my god.
Patch Mori says, I'm gonna need a big ass nap after this amazing workout.
Okay, got it. I heard it as Patch said, I'm gonna need a bigger ass. But okay, I get it. I'm gonna need a big ass nap after this amazing workout. Got it, Patch.
Right, so let's go to Firebase, And then once we have Firebase open, let's go to the Firestore tab. Now,
Amazon.
one thing I know is that I actually went ahead and said, whoa,
Snap.
that is insane.
Damn. Gabriel coming in hot. Gabriel goes, get these guys over $1,000 in real money. Damn, Gabriel. Thank you, bro.
Thank you, dude. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Now, I actually went ahead and set this one up earlier. So if we go into the left-hand side and we go to Firestore.
All right, so I'm gonna keep going and until I see Cloud Firestore. It says those two like general ranking symbols right there.
Yep. And then you see here, so now we've already got some data in here, right? Because if you just want to go ahead and delete this, so go to where it says users and that little 3 dots, right? Delete collection, type in users.
I won't type in users. Boom.
So we have this right now, but you're going to have, when you first go into this screen, a button which says create database or create Firestore. Click that button. Make sure you click test mode, right? So there'll be a pop-up that comes up. Click on test mode, and then it will ask you for which location. It doesn't matter which location.
Wait, what do you want me to? You want me to do something?
No, I'm just telling them because we already set up Cloud Firestore, but they will have to click that create database option. But make sure you click test mode. Okay, test mode, and then you want to go ahead and go through it, and then just click next, and you'll get to this screen. Okay.
Yep.
Now, what we're gonna do is, so someone Gupta says, how are we handling the orders in the backend? We're covering that right now. Yeah. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a collection of users, right? Now, when we're signed in, we have the user's ID, so we can use that, right? Then every time we push an order in, we're going to basically have every single user is going to have a collection of orders, right? Then in those orders, we're going to store the orders. So now what we do is let's go back to the code. So let's go half and half now, Kazi.
All right, like my favorite type of milk.
Yep. I just want to mention, guys, that yesterday we showed you, or the day before, we showed you how to get the Firebase config file, right? So that's going to be needed today, right? And you can get that inside of the Firebase console. But this Firebase config file is essential for today, right? So we've done this, and yesterday, and we also went ahead and set up this, where it said const db equals firebase app.firestore. So if you don't have this, just go ahead and create this and change this to your Firebase config, and it will connect Firebase. Now we have the DB, right? So this is going ahead and accessing Firestore, and it exports it so we can use it elsewhere. So now let's go to our payment.js. So we're going to go to payment.js. And in here, what we're going to do now is when we actually complete the payment, right? So inside of right underneath the dot then with the payment intent. Now what we're going to do is, now what we're going to actually go ahead and do is we're going to push into the database. So the way we do that is firstly, we need to import the DB from that local Firebase file. So let's go to the top and we say import DB from our local Firebase. And then we go down here and we're going to say db.collection, and we're going to target the users collection. Because so this is using a NoSQL data structure. So the collection document data structure. Okay. So if you're not familiar with that, then definitely go ahead and check out NoSQL databases. But in this case, just go ahead and follow along. So we're going to have db.collection users, and then we're going to go ahead and do, we're going to say doc. All right. So the document that we're accessing is the users. So the user, their ID, right? So user's ID. So I'm going to go ahead and drop this on another line so it makes it quite clear for you guys. So the database, we're accessing it. We're going to the collection. We're going to the user. And then inside of that, we're going to the collection of orders. Okay. So you see how this is kind of like, if you think this makes sense, right? We're going into the users collection. We're going into that user. We're going into that user's orders. And then what we're saying is, go into the document and we're going to use the payment intents ID, right? So we're going to say payment intent dot ID, as the sort of order ID. And then what we're going to say is dot set like this. It takes an object, right? And then this takes a few things. So here what we can do is we're going to pass the basket items before we empty the basket. So we pass the basket items here. And then we pass in the amount of the order. So here we're going to say payment intent dot amount, because that comes back with Stripe. And we're also going to do the created date. Okay, so this is going to be created, and this one is going to be payment intent dot created. And this will give us a timestamp for when the order was created. Okay. Now, oh, dude, I love this comment. Warp said, "This is the stuff grandchildren will talk about."
Oh,
That's what me
shit.
and Ozzy were trying to fight for. Yeah.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. This is what I'm talking about, baby. Lem Candy goes, I've made over $1,000 on Wyzant in the last month. Let's freaking go, bro. Just starting out. I have a few regular students plan and drop-ins during peak times. Clever programmer, thank you. Life-changing. Bro, I want you to come on our live streams at some point. Try to get a hold of us, Lem, somehow. Like either Instagram me or Sunny or Nas or somebody, but get a hold of us or email Kazi at Clever and I think support at cleverprogrammer.com.
Show our Insta tags and just literally DM one of us, and we'll go ahead and start a conversation about that.
Yeah, but that's huge, dude, because I always talk about using Wyzant. Even if you're a beginner, it's such a great platform to get clients, and you can be so new to coding with few months of experience, and you can be teaching people and making an income with that. So for you to cross over $1,000 cash in bank, that's real and that's massive. So that just makes me so happy, dude. We're going to save this and we're adding this to our job counter. And if you guys see, I have added this like little Easter egg. I don't know if you guys can find it. But I'm going to change that from 27 to 28 now.
Oh, dope, dude.
Yeah. You like that?
Nice.
It's a little hidden Easter egg.
Nice. That's cool, dude. And we had loads of people that we actually sort of didn't count as well. So it's crazy. Like we've actually got quite a few people that have got jobs since this streaming started.
Yeah. There's like a lot that we didn't count, but I'm kind of just starting something from now.
That's dope. Nice. So to reiterate,
Patch, yes,
guys,
get on Wyzant. Patch is gonna get on Wyzant ASAP. Yes, actually do that and start doing submissions. The people who don't do well on it are the people who just like never make submissions and just fucking cry for no reason. Oh, it doesn't work. You gotta start making submissions and be posting like 10 to 20 times a day there. But all right.
Yep. Nice. Right. So now what we're gonna do is when the order comes back as successful, we're gonna go ahead and reach into the database collection of users to that user to their orders. And we're going to create a document with the payment intent ID. Then we're going to basically add this information in. So let's demo this out. Kazi, let's get localhost on the left and the app on the right.
All right. Wait, the local host as in, all right, got it. I got you, bro. So the actual deployed app?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, shit. What's going on? Fuck.
This is where it gets tense, guys. Because we're going to see if the database works and everything goes smoothly.
Guys, on the left-hand side, we have the local host. On the right, we have the actual live app. What will happen?
All right. So on the right, we're actually going to have Firebase, the Firestore.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you were saying. Okay.
Nice. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to add some basket items.
All right.
Right? And we're going to go ahead and...
Do you want me to refresh this?
You can do... There's nothing in the database right now.
All right.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Now let's go to the basket.
All right. You want me to click the basket? One item?
Yep. Click it. And then click on proceed to check out.
All right. Well, by the way, thank you so much. My girlfriend just brought me some food. Much needed food. Thank you. Oh man, hot sauce too. Sick. Guys, the freaking best hot sauce in the game. I mean, not the best, but like just a great one. Should be sponsored by them.
Literally with the sort of music. Think about hot sauce.
Not the time for this shit right now. All right, but turn the music up, bro, because it sounds good. All right, tell me, what do we need to do, bro?
So now let's go to proceed to checkout.
All right.
And we're going to go ahead and put in some card details.
All right, here we go. All right.
42424242. Right. Now, when we hit buy now, we should see it take us to the orders page, and it should push an order into the database.
Oh, snap. It'll be popping in here in the real-time database.
Yeah, because it hasn't got a collection, then we may need to refresh the right-hand side.
Yeah.
But it should be working. Right?
All right. Okay.
So let's go ahead and hit buy now.
Damn, bro. Sure about that?
Let's do it, dude.
All right, I think I will. Okay. All right. All right, bro. I'm hitting it.
Nice. Oh. God.
Damn, dude. What happened here?
Now we're gonna have to figure this one out, guys.
Oh man.
Right. So it says document requires its first argument to be of type non-string. It was undefined. Right. So this happens at times. I need to figure out why. Now, oh, I see. Okay. So you're not actually logged in right now, are you?
I don't think so.
Right.
I gotta log in first.
Yeah.
Log in. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Yes. We have to sign in. So we need to protect against things like that. Right?
All right.
So we're going to protect that later on. We will protect against that.
All right, here we go. Test is in.
Okay. So now repeat again.
Dude, this stuff is free. I'm getting as many iPad Pros as I can.
Nice.
From Amazon. No MacBooks, unfortunately. No iMac Pros on here. $6,000 checkout. I'm excited, bro. My store is about to be freaking banking.
Yeah. This is take two, guys.
Ooh. All right, here we go. I'm going to hit it, okay? Ready?
Do it.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. It looks like the back end may have crashed for some weird reason.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So we have problems here. All right. So let's go ahead and restart the back end.
All right.
All right.
I just ended it right now. Boom.
Yep.
Firebase emulator start, right?
Yep.
Let's go.
So you can see, guys, this stuff happens on builds, right? Like this stuff does happen. Like you get crashes.
It's part of the game.
Right. Right. So now we're back up with the API. Let's go ahead and let's only add a few things to the basket to test it out.
All right. So
refresh.
I'm in here now.
Yeah.
Just gonna remove a bunch of these iPads. Three is
so
fine.
So three. Let's just have maybe 3 items.
All right. Proceed.
Yep.
All right. Let's do it. Card number.
Our face is in the way.
All right. Face is now gone. All right. We doing it, Sonny?
Yep.
All right. Let's check it out.
Oh. Okay. Are we logged in?
I was pretty sure we were logged in this time.
Okay. So now we have to check it out. Okay. God damn it. Right. So this says protection requires first.
Unhandled rejection. That's what happens to most developers who try to go on dates.
All right. So for this one, let's go ahead and jump in a bit. So, Kazi, go ahead and hit refresh.
All right.
I have a feeling we changed a few things and we didn't refresh it. So let's go back to Amazon.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And okay.
I'm just gonna go.
Go ahead. Just add one book. Just add like one item.
All right. Like this.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
I'll do 424242.
All right. Buy now.
go ahead right
Dude.
now. If this doesn't work, then we're gonna debug it, guys. Okay. So now it says, all right, so it's the same issue. So it says that it's not defined. So at this point, I think we may not be pushing the user in.
We're giving it the secret, right?
Yeah, so the secret's good. The payment confirmation happens because we are getting back. So if we open the inspector, right, so go to console and let's double check. So open up the console and let's go up to
Secret
so we get
is
the
right here.
secret. So the secret comes back, everything's good, right? It's just the document collection. So payment intent.id. Okay, and then let's go ahead and check. So that one's good.
A non-empty string. Is it because we don't have any collections in our Firebase database?
No. So that will actually work. It's actually down to, we need to just double check that the user's actually there. So let's go ahead and do console.log. I'm just going to go ahead and do like a person. And I'm going to say user. Okay. So now what we should see is, let's go ahead and check. Do we see the person? Right. So go up.
Yeah, we do see it. We do see the person.
In the console, because it may not be in the React Context API.
Right. I think so. Let me see. Yeah, right there.
Oh, I found it. God damn it. All right, guys. The issue was here. This is not this is not ID. This is UID.
Wait,
right?
Where's the UID?
Right, so you see line here. So it's not user.id, it's user.uid.
Oh, okay. So yeah, guys, shout out. I'm gonna highlight the hell out of this. So make sure you guys actually find this. Boom, right there. UID. Whoops. UID. Change that.
Yep.
It's gonna bite you in the ass if you don't change it.
Now it's a very, very small thing.
And here, where is it popping up? So when I hit refresh, so where did you find UID from? So I'm looking at this over.
Yeah, and go down. And you'll see down a little bit further. You see UID at the bottom somewhere. UID, there it is. Yeah. So it's not ID, it's UID, right?
Got it.
Now I see loads of people saying, no, the collection's not, it hasn't got the database and things like that. But guys, you need to always, like, I would console log the user, what you're trying to use, and make sure that you're actually getting the correct value.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and check again.
All right, let's do it again. All right, boom here. I'm going to add 2 things, okay? Not too many things, just 2 things.
Yep.
I'm going to get out inspector mode.
Yep.
I'm going to move our face here. Oh, man, the moment of truth. Okay. Sonny, I'm counting on you, bro.
I'm counting on myself, dude.
We're all counting on you.
This is tense, dude. Live.
Let's go!
Hey!
We just got a donation too.
We done it, guys.
This is like every developer's like wet dream. Like you code something and then the whole crowd just erupts and everybody's just like, God,
literally,
slow-mo looks.
Feeling you have. That's the feeling you have in your head. Is literally just like
people like ripping their shirts off in the
right. So let's go ahead and check Firestore.
Hold on, bro. Before I check Firestore, I gotta make sure the payment. Hey, the payment came through. Let's go.
Nice.
Oh man, nice. Collecting those paychecks.
Yeah.
All right, now let's check the Firestore.
Yeah.
Oh damn, it's hiding behind this. 1 second.
Okay.
All right.
Now refresh that because that wasn't initially created, so you're gonna have to refresh the first time. Let's make it full screen as well.
Oh damn.
Oh, Calvin Cabanda. Damn, dude. This guy he always donates. Thank you so much.
Thank you, bro. And he goes, thanks, guys. This React challenge is cracking my skull, and I'm loving it. When will be the final submission for all the homework? Because I'm balancing this challenge with another course. Hashtag fancy dinner. That's funny. So the final submission is going to be pretty much tomorrow. No later than tomorrow for sure. But if you can submit it today, please get it in today so then we can actually try to review it and things like that too.
Exactly.
All right.
Now, see, full screen this.
Yep. And here we go. It's in the database actually, right? The order.
Yes. Have the order of the person that Kazi logged in as. that order, and you can see the basket actually has the items that he pushed in.
Ooh, my iPad Pro. I got my Kenwood mixer so I can eat some food, watch stuff on my iPad Pro and eat some food. Seems like a pretty good day for me.
Nice. So
Watch some
now
chess.
we have some data, right? We know it works. It pushed it in, and you see, and the crazy part is like it just required this bit of code, and it did it.
Yeah.
So now what we can do is we can go
And
to orders,
guys,
and then
if you
here
like
now,
that, smash the like button that Sunny made this work. For him, guys, let's give it a round of applause. Smash the like button so the video goes out to everywhere.
yeah, honestly, guys, it does get tense, especially when you're live and you're debugging. But like, I just want you guys to see that you do run into bugs. Don't quit. Don't give up. Just break it down, okay?
Yep, nice. Thank you, Naveen, for another donation. Appreciate you guys.
Nice. Exactly. Thank you so much, Naveen. All right. So now what we're going to do is go over to orders. And here we're going to actually go ahead and first we're going to create a piece of state. And this state is going to go ahead and be responsible for actually storing all the orders. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is create a piece of state like here. And this one's going to say use state. So we're going to go ahead and do use state like so. And then here we're giving it an initial value of an empty array. Right. Now here what we're going to do is when the app loads, we're going to say use effect. So when the orders component loads, we're going to fire off the use effect hook because we love this hook. And here I only want it to run once. So if you keep these brackets empty, it will only run once. Make sure it's not, you have to have the brackets there. Okay. This is not the same as this. Okay. So having the brackets is important. And now here, what we're going to do is we're going to import the DB because we're going to need to pull the orders from the database. And then here we say db.collection users, right? db.collection users. I'm going to just make this nice like that. And then we're going to say go into the document of the user.uid. We're not running into that again. And then I'm actually going to pull that user from the React Context API. So like so, which means we need to import the use state value. So over here. And oh, nice. I saw so many people dropping some love. That's awesome. Hejira said this build is the most intense and the most epic so far.
I was literally replying to Hajira just now.
Oh, nice. Yeah. And then we've got the use state value. And then what we're going to do is go into the doc. And then now we're going to say collection. So we're going to go into those orders. Right. So go into those orders. And then we're going to say order. Firstly, we're going to add this special order by. So remember, we actually pushed in a created field. Right? We're going to order everything by created. We're going to say give it back in descending order. And then we're going to say, this is a magic function here. We're going to say on snapshot. And this gives us a real-time snapshot of the database of what it looks like. And what this means is, and this is where it becomes really, really powerful. This essentially means that if we push a value into the database, or if we remove a value from the database, it will provide a real-time feed, like a real-time response. So this will update in real time based on that value. So now we do set orders, and then here we say snapshot.docs, because this is all the this is going to return all the orders as documents. So we're saying docs, and then we're saying map through every single one. And this is what we're saying. We're going for each document, return an object, right? So return an object, and that object is going to have an ID, and that's going to be doc.id, and it's going to have some data, and that's going to be doc.data, like that. Okay. And there we go. And in this case, that will be enough. And in fact, we can simplify this because we don't need the ID in this case. So we can actually go ahead and change this to the following. Actually, no, we'll keep it as that because you might want the ID for later. So there we go. We'll keep it as that.
And Sunny,
now,
let's just break this down real quick. So
yeah.
The first thing you're doing is you're accessing the users collection with this line. That puts you in here.
Yeah.
Then you're getting the specific user that's logged in at that time making the thing. right?
Yep.
Which is gonna bring you right there.
Exactly.
Then you're accessing that user's order, that particular user's order. So then you get into this collection right here.
Yep.
Then inside of this collection, you basically go, hey, all these orders that are inside of this, I want you to order them based on the date created in a descending order.
Yep.
So meaning the most recent one should be at the top.
Exactly.
Got it. And then what is happening here with this set orders line? This allows us to basically create an order.
Yeah, exactly. No, so set orders is not creating an order. It's so snapshot.docs.map is mapping through all of the, in this case, we only have one order there.
Oh, we're like
right?
reading it out.
Yeah, it's just kind of like going through that list, bubbling it up into an array.
Got it. Is this going to be useful for like a thank you page when somebody orders, so then we can show what they ordered?
So we didn't actually go ahead and build a thank you page, but we're going to show all your orders once. So once you place an order, it will take you to your orders page. So you'll have the most recent order that you just placed at the top.
Right. That's okay. So that's what I wanted to know. So, but we will be using, once they place an order, we want to show this later. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Got it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. And so, okay, keep going with the set orders. So what are we doing here as we go through and we map it?
Yeah, so imagine we have like a few different documents in there inside the orders collection. It would map through all of them, and it would basically go ahead and get the ID of the document, store that in an ID key, get the data of the document. So you know all that stuff where it says amount, basket, all that stuff. Go ahead and put that inside of a data key, like it will give that for the data key.
Got it.
And then basically this bubbles up into like an array. And then we basically set our orders variable on our state to that array.
Got it. Okay.
And it's real time. When we use snapshot, it's real time.
Okay. Dope. Perfect.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Perfect. So with that said, now we're going to go ahead and we're going to say, here we actually need to protect ourselves a little bit. We need to say if user exists, only then do we want to do this. Right, so only then do we want to do this. Otherwise, else, we're going to say set orders to an empty array. And this will be important for later. And then here, because we're using the user variable, we're going to be dependent on it. So we need to put it here. If you're ever using an outside variable, you have to put it inside of here. Okay. Now let's hack together the UI. So your orders, we're going to have a div here, and this div is going to say class name of orders underscore order. This is going to be like an order container. Think of it like that. And now inside of here, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to say orders, right? It'll be optional. Map through every single order, and let's return an order element. Okay, so we're going to have some kind of order element. So in this case, I'm going to do order, and this is going to take a prop, and we're just going to pass the entire order through it. Okay. Now, what we need to do is create this order element. So I'm going to go ahead and create an order.js, order.js, like this. And then, now we're inside RFCE. Wait for it. Boom. Then we're going to say class name equals order, like so. And we're going to go ahead and do import React order, .css. Then we're going to say order.css. We need to create the file. Nice. So this will then work in that way. And now we've got the order.js. Now here, what we're going to do inside the order, right? If we actually get this through as a prop, so this is where the props come through, we're going to destructure it and say instead, give me the order, like so. And then on line 7, now we're going to go ahead and build out the order. So inside of here, we're going to have a H2. Yeah, I'll just do this. We're going to have a H2 which says order, so like so. Right, we're going to have this. And then we're going to have a P tag. Now, we're going to install something called moment. So I'm going to open up the terminal, Kazi.
All right.
let's go to yep. Yep, let's go to this one. Nice. And I need to get written instructions. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, moment. I think it's just moment without the JS. Yep, so we're gonna install moment. And then here, I'm gonna import moment from moment. Moment is a really handy library for passing any kind of date stamps. So here, timestamps, right? So here we're gonna have a p tag, and inside of this p tag, we're basically gonna do the following. So inside of the order, we have a timestamp, and the timestamp is inside of order.data.created. Okay. Now, what we can do is, because it's a timestamp and it's something what we call a Unix timestamp. So what we can do now is we can say moment.
Nice
Right? So
one,
it needs to be
Sonny.
inside
That
of
was good.
what's that?
I said nice one, Sonny. That was good.
Oh, the timing.
Yeah.
Yeah. A moment.unix, and then we can say order.created, order.data.created, and then here we're going to go and say format, and then inside of here we're going to say just copy and paste this, right? And I'll explain what this does. So boom. So this is saying the months, the years, the date, hour, minutes, and this is like AM, PM. This one, yeah. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to have the following. We're going to have a p tag, and inside of it is going to have a small order ID. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in. So we have a p tag with a class name of order ID, and we have a small order ID inside of it. And this would just be the order ID itself. And then here we're going to render out. So this bit's pretty cool. So we're actually going to render out the checkout product. Okay. So here we're going to say checkout product like this. And this is going to take a few things. So we're actually going to reuse the checkout product, right? So here. But we actually need to loop through the order contents. So remember, we actually saved the order contents when we saved it to the database. So now we can say order.data.basket, right? Optional. We're going to say map. So map through every single item in the order, right? Or we can say item here actually. And this will return the following. We're going to say map through it, and we're going to reuse the checkout product component. So here we're going to say checkout product. So checkout product like this. And then here I need to rename these two items. Now, I'm going to get rid of this for now. So this is what we have, the checkout product. So I need to go ahead and import checkout product from the top, like so. Boom. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to, if we go to, it says use effect. What's it say? What file was that, Kazi?
Let me zoom in a little bit, and also, can you read it, Sonny?
Yep.
Sonny, we just got the best comment ever, so I'm gonna read it. Okay.
Go for it.
All right, so here we go. So Lem from the live stream, and Lem says, I'm also in PWJ, and I'm just gonna go to this comment over here. This is awesome. It goes, wait a second. All right, it goes, proper keyboard. I'm a self-taught developer with a learning disability, poor student at everything but web development. Survived open heart surgery and vowed to finally make money for myself and my family. Now here I am, 100% determined, 100% pumped to be part of the PWJ community. Let's fucking go.
Awesome, dude. That is insane, dude.
That is incredible. It's, you know, like, it's so amazing to see people. There's a whole set of people who make an excuse after excuse, and then there are people who can be making excuses and you can't even be mad at them. You're like, hey, you have a disability, makes sense. But they're not using that as an excuse. They're just like going full speed ahead and crushing it. And also, thank you so much for being part of the Profit with JavaScript community. Like, that's massive. We love you, Lem.
Huge, dude. Huge. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So we have the use state. What are we doing? We're importing order. That's it.
Yep.
Order from order, like that. I'm going to save, and then here save, and then now you see use effect is not defined. So let's go ahead and import that. So we say use effect, save, and then here let's go ahead and check. So okay, so now you can see, Kazi, it says your orders, and this is something that you placed before.
Wait, what happened?
So now you can see the orders. So if we do half and half,
nice. I see that. Yep.
yeah. So you see that, you can see the orders right now, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So that's really clean. And
That's
what we
dope.
can do now is that's actually the order that we just placed. So you can see it's pulling it in from the back end now, and we can go ahead and style that so it looks a little bit better. So what we're going to do is, and before we do that, we're actually going to add in one last thing, which is the currency format. So here I'm going to go ahead and add in that currency format that we used before. So this one here, nice. And this one is basically it's going to have a rendered text, and we can get rid of these fragments like so. And this is going to say it's going to have a H3 with the class name order total. This one's going to say order total with the value. The value is going to be order.data.amount. And remember, we had to pass in the subunits
in cents. Right. It's in cents.
Yeah.
So it's like if it's $10, it's gonna be like 10,000. So you just divide it by 100 to get it back to that.
Exactly. That's why we're doing the divide by 100. Exactly. And then that will work that way. And then we need to actually go ahead and import currency format. So here I'm going to say import currency format. So go back up here and say import currency format from React currency format. Mm-hmm. There we go. And here, now inside of order, let's go ahead and style it. So we're going to say dot order is, let's actually refresh the right hand side.
Done.
And there we go. Nice. So now we're actually going to say padding of 40 pixels, do margin of 20 pixels.
Herman says, insane guys, brilliant job, keep it up. Joined PWJ, loving the content you guys provide. Thanks so much for joining PWJ, brother.
Love that. Thank you so much, dude. That's awesome. We've got margin 20 pixels. And then here we're going to say border 1 pixel, solid light gray, background color white, and position relative. Like so. So we go ahead and do this. This, save it. And now what you can see is position relative is actually going to be important because the next thing we want to do is actually going to be absolute inside of it. So what we're going to do is order ID over here, like this. And it's going to be position absolute, top 40, 20 pixels. And then you can see the order ID is now on the top right because we did top right, top 40 pixels, right, 20 pixels, and position absolute. And the parent was relative. That's why it's staying inside of the container. Then we're going to go ahead and style the order total. And we're going to say, go ahead and make it font weight of 500 and the text aligned to the right. Okay. And then before we wrap up with that, we're going to go to orders.css and we're going to add the following. So orders.css, we're going to say for all of the orders, we're going to say padding of 20 pixels and 80 pixels. So it's going to be 20 top and bottom, 80 left and right. And then we're going to say the orders H1, orders H1 inside of orders is going to have a margin of 30 pixels and 0. There we go. It's like icing on the cake. There we go, dude.
Ooh, that looks beautiful.
That's juicy, right? Well,
super juicy.
We have one problem. When you placed an order, you shouldn't have the remove from basket button, right? Because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Because
so here,
what are you removing from basket? There's no more basket really anymore.
Yeah, exactly, right? So here what we can do is inside of checkout product, let's go ahead and pass a prop called hide button. Let's go inside of checkout product. And then here, we're going to go ahead and pass in another prop called hide button. And we're going to say only render this button if it's not hidden. So if it's not hidden, then we will render this button like so. So now we should see it render without the button. So just refresh.
Yep.
And there we go, dude. Look at that.
Nice.
Right. So now what we want you to do is let's go ahead and go back to the I forgot to style one button, which was the and also I want to show you one thing firstly. Let's go ahead and click sign out. Look how cool this is, guys. When he hits sign out, yeah. Hey, the orders disappeared.
Ooh, clean.
Right. Now go ahead and sign in.
As the same one.
Yep. And now we're wondering, how do we get back to your... Hey, so I saw you went to click the returns and orders, right?
Yep.
So naturally, by intuition, that's what we do. So let's go hook that up. That worked out perfectly. You actually went there. So
yeah, it went right the way.
So inside the header, we're going to go ahead and do, for the returns and orders, we're going to wrap it inside of link to, and we're going to say link to /orders. And then that's going to do that annoying thing. There we go.
Wait. Everybody's going to start freaking losing their goddamn minds in the chat. All right.
So
we missed like half a fraction of a second. So let's go back.
Oh my God, I can't see it.
Watch, it's going to come. It's going to come because there's a delay. So it's going to come.
So we just done link to /orders around the returns and orders now. So if we save it now, click on returns and orders.
Ooh, juicy.
So, to prove to you guys that this is working, this is fresh, it's all good. Here we have an iPad and a bread mixer. Let's go ahead and buy the lean startup and the screen and something else, for example.
All right. And the watch. We never did anything with the watch because I don't like this watch.
That's
all right.
And hit proceed to checkout. And the buy now button looks ugly, so we're going to style that in a sec as well, because that's a finishing touch. But click buy now, and boom, there you go. Went straight into the orders.
Nice, bro. Look, I got 2 orders. One at 2:43 p.m., one at 2:18 p.m. They both look clean. Let's go to Stripe.
Dope, right?
Let's see if my store is making money.
If you click on payments, it should show that payment that just went through.
Hey, it does. And if I go home, nice. My store is at 6,000. Whopping 6,000.
Nice, dude. Awesome.
Yo, this
also, it's on the screen where it's just me, by the way.
Again. Yeah, I'm aware.
Oh, yeah. Dope. Nice. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to... we're going to go over to
shit, are you sick, Sonny?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. It's like I swear to God, I think I've got like I think it might be bloody coronavirus because I've got like a bad cough, dude, in my throat, and everything's starting to like go, but it's all good.
Damn, bro. Holy shit.
It's been like, that's why I keep coughing as well. Like I'm trying to like keep it together for the stream.
Damn, bro. That's crazy. Good thing Corona can't spread through the internet. Let's go. Yeah. Damn, bro. That sucks. But yeah, hopefully you'll feel better. Guys, for Sonny, smash the like button.
You know what? That one actually got me ill.
How?
So she was ill. And then it actually spread it over to me. So now it's like, yeah.
Damn, bro. It's definitely the corona, bro. Alert your whole family.
Yeah, I know. Right? I've literally been in this room, like on lockdown.
Damn. That's crazy. Okay.
Let's go ahead and finish off the style up the checkout. So the payment screen. So that button at the bottom, and then it goes down to the deployment stage. Okay, so get excited, guys.
Oh shit! 1 second, hold on. I fucked it up. All right, now it's good.
Right. So now inside of the button and payments, let's go to payment.css. Right. So payment.css is missing some styles right now. And the one that we're interested in is exactly for payment details. So we need to go to payment details and go to right. So firstly, we want to say target the form inside of payment details. So I'm going to add it here. And we're going to say max width to 40 pixels. So go to the payment form screen, Kazi. So you can just add a product and go to the proceed to checkout. There you go. So stay on this screen.
Okay.
So we've got the, that's right. And then we're going to go ahead and target the H4 inside of payment details and go ahead and do this. Save it.
I love how you say H, bro.
H4.
Yeah, you say H, but I think that's just how they say it in British, in Britain. Britain, yeah.
Exactly, Britain.
H.
H4. Now you're gonna
Stop.
Oh, I love the love, dude. Like everyone's dropping so much love in the comments. You guys are awesome, man.
Pat just like get those Halls cough drops with the vitamin C. Yeah, that's how we Americans. That's how we Los Angelinos fix all of our problems.
Everyone said do an English accent, Kazi.
Me? You want me to do a English accent? Yeah. I got a pretty good English accent.
Do you guys think I have a strong British accent?
Yeah, I think so. You got quite a strong British accent.
British.
It's a little nitty gritty stuff, yeah.
Nitty gritty.
All of our, like, you guys are like stop, and we're like stop.
Future Code says you sound like a Western Canadian.
Yeah, my accents are awful.
Yeah. Oh, the greatest ever says, yeah, I crossed 10K today, guys. Thank you so much for that as well.
Oh yeah, nice, bro.
That was dope.
Yeah.
All right.
On Instagram.
Let's style that button. So this is basically a snippet of code. Now I'll explain what it does. So here we're saying payment details go inside the form, inside the div.
Holy crap! Vignesh says, take care of your health, guys. Because of Corona. No, because I got Corona and admitted in hospital, and I'm still attending this live stream.
Oh shit!
Bro,
Nice.
let's go. I hope you're okay,
go,
but
dude.
god damn, that level of commitment just inspired me.
Damn, that's
It's
awesome,
a
dude.
cup of tea. A cup of tea. I don't. All right, guys, let's get back to the.
So we just styled that button. So you see the button looks much better now.
Much better now.
Yeah. So we have that. That looks a lot cleaner. I just want to check one thing. In payment, we had the H3 payment. H3 payment details. So we have payment details here. And we said H3 inside the div. Okay, so I actually used. So this one should be H3 instead. And then that should go ahead and change it. Okay, so that's actually finished up the UI.
Nice.
So now we're actually he says Edge 3. Edge 3. Nice. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and so previously, guys, we were pulling from our local running localhost sort of running API, right? We don't want to always do that. We do that when we debug and we test because it's very quick to go ahead and do all of this. Like we're very quick to develop with this, but we're going to deploy this. So let's go ahead into the terminal, Kazi.
Yeah, man, and we got fires everywhere, so that's scary. So I just told, I was like, Sheila, hey, look for renter's insurance for the home, just in case our home burns down. So.
Oh wait! Oh,
every problem in the world when it comes to the challenge, like the entire sky is like orange around us, and like when you go out to like breathe in the air, you're like, oh, you just come back inside because literally it's just burning. Like everything in California is like burning.
Holy shit! Oh damn, dude!
But I'm like,
I was laughing because it was so intense with your face, like close up.
Yeah. It's so I just, hopefully we'll see what happens, but we got to code it up,
Right. So let's open up the terminal.
Somebody says on fire, infected, and still streaming. Oh, it was Leaf.
Nice. So now let's go ahead and we've got the terminal.
Yeah,
Okay, so
and Patch is right. And all because of a goddamn gender reveal party. It was like somebody and they were doing a gender reveal. And
Really?
and then they like launched a firecracker. And that one firecracker set a fire and just like lit up all of California on fire. Like all of California is like burning down.
damn. Holy crap, dude. The intensity. Right.
I think the reality is kicking in, as I say it. But okay, let's keep going.
Yeah. Right. So let's go ahead and deploy now. So oh,
She's like, wait, I wasn't laughing at the fire.
I know what she was laughing at. God. Oh, man. Right. So now let's open up the terminal. And oh God's sake. Fucking flies, dude. Right. Let's open up the
Dude,
terminal.
it's open, bro. It's open. How many times do you want me to open it?
Oh no. Open up the terminal with the local host in. With the server in.
Ah.
Yeah. This one. Yeah, this one. No, I think it's number 1, maybe.
I am on number 1, bro. Number 2.
Which one is it? Number 3.
Alright.
Number 3. Right. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
So cut this one.
Cut it.
Right.
Okay.
So now, guys, whenever you have a function like a cloud function, right, to deploy it, what you need to do is go ahead and write the following. So you need to say, you need to show a little bit at the bottom, Qazi.
Yeah. All right.
There you go. So now what we're going to say is Firebase, and then we're going to say, so to deploy the function, we say Firebase deploy -- only functions. And this means you only deploy the functions, right? So make sure you're in the functions folder and then run this.
Basically,
what
you're
this
saying
does-
deploy only the back end.
Yeah.
Because you've
This is
already
only
deployed
going
the
to
front
deploy
end.
the back end, right? And then you see it does a bunch of stuff. And guys, also at this point, you're probably going to fail, right? It probably will fail. Now, what you need to do is go over to Firebase and upgrade your plan to Blaze.
Blaze. All right, let's do it.
So let's show them where you do that actually while it does it.
I think Patch is already on that plan.
Let's go to the and if any point, by the way, guys, you failed when it failed, it's because of that, right? It would have failed because of Blaze.
Wait,
Even
you
if
want me to go there? Is that what you're
Yeah.
telling me? Okay, all right. Dude, sometimes you're so freaking subtle, bro. I don't. All right.
Now go to so actually expand the bottom. So right at the bottom there's like an expansion. Yeah. Yeah. And then you see where it says the bottom where it says Blaze pay as you go. You guys are going to be on something where it says Spark. Right?
Okay.
So it'll say Spark at the bottom, but then what you want to click is modify.
Okay. I'm gonna highlight this so people can see what you're talking about. So here it's for you guys it'll say Spark, but for us it says Blaze.
Yeah. Then what you're going to do is click on modify or upgrade if it's free. So we'll just click that. And then what you want to do is here, this will pop up, right? Now you want to make sure you click on select the plan for Blaze.
Yeah.
Okay? So you don't want to use Spark, you want to use Blaze. And you might have to go ahead and hook up your card and follow the steps that you need to do. But it doesn't take long. Literally, we did it. But think of it this way. Yes, you put a card on your account, but it's free. Okay? It's actually free. It's not going to charge you. It's not going to bill you. It's completely free.
Yep. And then you just pop in your thing, click here, and put in your card details, and then that's it. It basically just wants to use that to know that you are a real human being that's using this.
Exactly. And then on the bottom left, it will say Blaze.
Yep.
Yeah. Dope. And now, Then what we're going to do is it's going to go. Let's go back to the terminal.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yep. And now it says deployment complete. Okay. So what we can do is click on that console Firebase, that link that where it just said project console. You see it
Where?
in the terminal?
Oh, click it.
That link. Yep. Let's click that. Click open.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've okay. So now you this has happened because it's logged you out into a different account.
Even this sounds like a religious thing. Like your operation is forbidden. Holy shit.
Oh man.
Oh. We should just like have our own language. Like we should like sell like a React book and it's like in its own language. Like you know how Lord of the Rings has its own language for like elves?
Yeah. Exactly. Oh man. They got that like what's that Klingon? It's not like a geeky dev language or something.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Greatest ever is like I knew that relationship was coming. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So what are we doing? Refresh this or refresh the app?
Yeah.
I mean, you said yep. I asked you a or question.
Click on the. You're not logged into the correct account, I don't think.
Good looks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So go into Amazon Challenge, and what you can do is you can actually access it from here. So go to the left sidebar. So let's make this full screen. Okay. And go to Cloud Functions or Functions on the. Functions.
Oh.
Now, you guys need to grab this link. So you see where it says request. So maybe pinch and zoom here, Kazi. But we want to basically go ahead and grab this. So where it says HTTPS, that link right there, that is our URL. That's our endpoint. So we're going to copy that, go back to our axios.js file.
All right, hold up. Boom. Bada bam, bada boom.
Yep. And then here, we're going to basically highlight this one, get rid of this. And so this is where we had our local. And what I like to do, guys, for debugging purposes, I actually go ahead and drop this on a new line, comment it out, and go ahead and uncomment this. And then I'll grab this and basically just pop this here. And then that way, what you can do is if you ever need the local host one, you've got it there, you can just uncomment it, comment that one, and do it like that. That'll be a bit easier, right? So I'm going to go ahead and save. And what we can do then is, so this should now, so we've deployed the backend up into Cloud Functions. So it's actually living in the Cloud Functions right now. So to test that, actually, we set a endpoint here, which was, if you go to the endpoint, it will just say hello world. So to test it, Kazi, go ahead and that URL that you copied, go ahead and just paste that into the browser.
That should say
hello world.
Nice.
Nice.
Very nice. Nice.
It's deployed, right? So that's a live URL now. So now we don't need to run it locally. And our app is pulling to that one. And what we can do now, guys, is actually go ahead and prepare the build. So we already showed you guys how to deploy on Firebase yesterday. Mm-hmm. So let's go ahead and open up our terminal.
Today.
Yep. Let's open up the terminal now.
All right.
And let's go to so now we're inside a function. So what we can do is we can do cd ... to go back a level. And now we're inside the app. And what we can do here is we can just say npm run build to build the app.
Nice.
Right. And then what we're going to do now, we deployed the back end, and now we're going to deploy the front end.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ayush, for the donation. He goes, thank you so much for live streaming and showering your knowledge.
Awesome.
You're welcome. We're sending blessings your way, Ayush.
I'm laughing at the forbidden thing. Oh man.
Oh.
Operation is forbidden. Pokey Jane says, damn, Sonny, How are you keeping it together? I'm just watching now, and we'll continue with the app tomorrow. Dude, take your own time, and yeah, make sure you get this built, and it'll be awesome. All right, so it went ahead and built, so that went into the build folder. Now we can do Firebase deploy. Oops, oh my god, Firebase deploy. Now, guys, don't run Firebase deploy by itself. If you do this, it will deploy the cloud functions and the hosting. So here we only want to do the only hosting, and that allows you to do individually. Otherwise, if you do Firebase deploy, it deploys cloud functions and the hosting.
Hosting is the front end and functions are the back end.
Yeah. Now, guys, like, let us know in the comments, because this is so much better than deploying a separate Node.js app. Like, it does it all through the cloud functions and through like the Firebase CLI. It's just so clean, this way of working.
Yo, did
And
this
it's
work?
So, oh, wait, what's that?
Did this work?
Yeah, just works. Oh shit! Yeah, it deployed.
Oh shit!
Hey.
Hey!
Let's go.
Nice. Let's
I
go.
will drop this link in the chat, and you
Hold
guys
on.
can go ahead and
Whoa! Don't drop it in the chat. It's not working.
Oh, is it not?
No. Don't drop
It's
it.
not working.
Hold on, bro. It says site not found.
Okay, so we can check this out. So
Damn, bro. Getting way too confident.
why did that? Wait, ls npm run build. Dun, dun, dun. Ls. Okay, so we can do npm. Let's do a rebuild. That's strange because that should work. Let's rebuild it. You haven't deployed. No, wait a minute. Challenge app. All right, we've got everything attached because the database is attached to it, which is great. That all works. And then we do npm run build. All right, let's log in. Let's open up Firebase in the backend while we check. I'm going to do Firebase deploy again. Firebase deploy. And what we may need to do. Oh, okay. I know why.
Wait, what
I
do
know
you
why.
want me to open?
Right. So the reason why this happened is because we did Firebase init, and I feel like we overwrit.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's exactly what happened. No, public build.
Because we had already done init like a few days ago, right?
Yeah. So let's just reassure.
and we're also in the right folder, right?
Yeah, we're in the right folder. So now, just to be sure, guys, we're going to do Firebase init, right? Firebase init.
Steve is asking too for the correct folder.
And here, you're going to go ahead and say, hosting.
Polkit is like, I have to go to office in literally 5 hours, but I really want to see it's working.
Let's say Firebase build in the public directory. So here, build.
David,
And we're going to, and it says already exist, overwrite, yes. And then here we say npm run build. And if you want to chain two commands, guys, you do npm run build and Firebase deploy -- only hosting. A little bit of tech for you. Okay, so now that should create an optimized build and do that. And this should work at this point, because it's strange if it doesn't, but it should work.
Felipe says, I'm a little afraid of Firebase pricing. When I ran the Slack clone and tested it with 3 to 4 friends, the reads were increasing very rapidly, like 10,000 in a couple of minutes with little use. Comments, question mark.
Yeah, so honestly, 10,000 may sound like a lot to us, but it's not. Like 10,000 is minuscule compared to
and it won't charge for that, right?
Yeah.
All right. So let's try this. Still not up. Site not found.
Okay, let's okay. Let's open up Firebase on the right. So let's go to Firebase. Let's go to hosting. Demo gods are against us, dude.
Yeah, what is happening? Hold on. I clicked hosting. Why did it put me back in functions?
Yep, hosting.
You did both deploy back end. You did deploy both hosting and front end?
Yep. So now it says files are. Let's go ahead and go down. I can't see because yeah,
Zero.
there we go.
It says the current one is at 0 files. We should maybe just like revert.
No one let public build. Okay, so there's no build folder right now. So on yours, can you see a build folder
Here.
in your code tree? So look at your files.
Oh. Yeah, I have a build folder. It
You
has
have a build
bunches.
folder.
Yeah, it's right here.
Okay. Let's go to firebase.json. Here we have the build. Firebase.json, node modules, source, index.html, deploy functions. Hosting is this one. We've got
Hans is saying, Sonny, you need to delete the firebase.json file and try it again. I got
Nope.
into that issue last night.
You don't, because this is the correct. You have one firebase.json file, which goes ahead and sets this up for you.
Damn.
This is the correct 4B 2B2.
Dipindra, I
just
think
checking out.
Dipindra just hates BEM. He's like, remove // BEM in app.js and build and deploy. He hates BEM.
Yeah. Go ahead and
Roll back.
super strange. Roll back. Do a rollback for now. Just test that it's actually there.
All right, I'm rolled back.
Public. I can't actually see functions in mine, dude. So if I do build, ls build, I can't see it. Strange.
I mean, it's right here.
Yeah.
On my screen, you can see him, right?
Yeah.
The greatest ever was like, that's some crazy advice.
Public build. Firebase.json. Dude, what the hell?
Atarva says you need to delete Firebase RC, which contains the hosting details. Go ahead and delete it and Firebase in it again, and it will work.
So you can try it. I'm telling you, I don't think it will, but like, let's go ahead and do this. And we're not going to delete our Firebase JSON again because that's going to mess up our functions. Let's go ahead and do Firebase init.
Our git ignore is supposed to ignore the functions file or no?
That doesn't matter.
I mean,
So
yeah.
hosting, build. Yes. Yes. There we go. Now, if we check out Firebase RC.
I mean, dude, Dipindra is insisting that in app.js, after the return, you remove BEM, the comment, the BEM line with the comment, and he goes, and it works after building it.
I mean, we can try.
Did you save it? Or I just saved
it.
it?
Yeah, I saved it.
All right. Craig says go to root, then rmrf dash and then deploy again. Don't do that, guys.
What do you think?
No, I was just laughing at Craig's comment.
Because it's building super fast.
Somebody's like nervous laughter because we kind of believe that guy. We kind of believe the guy who told us to remove BEM. This is the stuff that happens with me and Frankie. Every time I tell Frankie he's wrong on something, Frankie's like, no, just do this. Just restart your computer. I'm like, bro, it's not going to work just by restarting the computer. Then I restart the computer and it works. And like Frankie feels good. I'm like, God.
I think, yeah, we may have to do source. Let me try this.
Oh, do you want me to refresh?
No, yeah, one sec. Because the build should take a little longer usually.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, this stuff would happen to me with Firebase where
Yeah.
there's some kind of like thing going on with the hosting, and I would keep getting into this. I remember even when you and I we were working on the Stripe functionality for our backend.
Yep.
Every time I would deploy it, it would just keep having some kind of weird thing happening.
Yeah, this is strange though, because this has never happened, and we've done so many builds.
Right. What we can do is we can fix it after the stream and then just quick video or whatever and explain how we did it. And then everybody just can watch that video and deploy it online. Or it could be their homework
Yeah.
to figure out how to deploy it online.
Because you guys are actually gonna go like if you do it, it will probably work for you. We've run into a bit of an edge case.
Yeah.
Let's try it one more time.
All right.
and we'll-
Dependra says now you can deploy after remove. Now that we've removed BEM. Dependra has given us the go ahead. I don't know, man. I have kind of trust him. And guys, tomorrow is going to be the 100K a year roadmap for React JS developers. So make sure you don't miss out on that. That is going to be where we're going to go deep into how you can earn an income as a React JS developer and then scale it to $100,000 a year. We're going to be going into that tomorrow. So bring your notebooks, bring something to write with. If you want to do it digitally, that's fine too. But that's going to be at 11 a.m. Pacific, day 5 of the challenge. So I just want to let you guys know. And then go ahead and on your phone, like just go and spam the alarms, like set them up like crazy for tomorrow, all the way up to 11 a.m. So don't miss out. And once you're good to go for tomorrow at 11 a.m., let me know in the comments that you are committed to showing up tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific so everybody else can see it, and then we want to give you a shout out.
Exactly, guys. Make sure you go ahead and do that.
And we want you in our corner.
Time.
Go ahead, Sonny.
In the meantime, I'm just thinking we deployed at 11:04, and it actually had all the files at 11:04 when we deployed. Interesting. I'm gonna roll back and check.
Nice. People are like, hey, I will, of course. The Greater Server says, of course, I'll be there. Rishi says, I'm committed. Vignesh says, I'm committed.
Awesome. Yeah. So I think in this case, what we can do is we will go ahead and fix this issue, and we will update you guys in the chat with a video.
On. Why? There's already one that you've deployed with this exact URL.
What do you mean?
The demo you were showing us in the start, the one I'm looking at right now, that's deployed with the exact same URL.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I actually built and deployed this before.
That's what I'm saying. But like, if the new one is building with the exact same URL, do you think that's causing a problem? Because the new one has literally the same exact URL as this.
I mean, I have the exact same build on the side on a different repo. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do npm run build on that one and Firebase deploy only hosting. Actually, you know what? Good shout. Let me double check the config on that.
All right, go for it.
Yep. Oh, dude, I found it. I know why. All right, guys. So this rewrite stuff is where it broke. So can you guys see in here we have rewrites?
Yep.
Get rid of that. Right? Because it's strange. I was like, look, it is uploading. It says found 18 files. If you scroll up a little bit in the terminal, it says found 18 files in build, but then it messed up the rewrites. Like, I don't know what was going on there, but what I'm going to do now is do npm run build and Firebase deploy -- only hosting. Okay.
You need to abuse that reverse search. Vibov says the app is not deploying live because you removed the BEM comment.
Oh, I love you guys. So jokes.
Damn.
So we built it, and now it's deploying.
Picking on Dependra.
Nice. Okay, so let's see.
Yo, Crispy, it has nothing to do with get ignore either. Pulkit says Bem gods would be angered by now.
I'm actually gonna deploy it on my other one. So I've got the exact same build in a different folder. I'm gonna deploy that right now.
Wait,
And
did
I'm
you
gonna
just deploy it right now or no?
give it 1 second, still doing it.
The greatest ever says this comment section is so funny today. Damn, I'm in tears. Yeah, guys, don't mess around with Bem. Kazi's food must be stale now. Dude, please eat it right now. Yeah, it's it's definitely gone a little bit colder. What I have here, I got some chicken, got some sweet potatoes. Trying to get the protein and carbs right.
That's it.
Got my hot sauce. I never know what brand. Like, what is this brand? Oh, chili. I got my chili garlic sauce. Should be pretty good, but gotta first finish this project.
Dude, this is so strange. I literally deployed it in the same place previously and it worked. So this is something which is like an edge case, which you're not going to run into this edge case.
Yep. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to deploy it afterwards, guys. And we're going to...
Actually, what we can do is I deployed it at 5.15 with the finished version. So I'm going to actually go ahead and roll back to that version.
All right. Do it. Do you want?
Because that's the exact same finished version.
All right.
Let's go ahead.
And what Sunny's going to do, guys, is he's going to basically go into his thing and there's going to be a version he's going to roll back to one of them. Should I just roll back from my screen or go ahead? You want to do it from yours?
I did it, but I think it's cached right now.
Wait, what the hell is this? Is this guy lying to us or is this for real? Raja says, hey, Kazi, yo, I got third project within 20 days. Earned almost $5,000.
Oh, shit.
Guys, believe me, these guys are gods. Yo, thanks to Sunny and Kazi, still using Sunny's tricks in my projects. Dude, that's actually pretty crazy if you did this. But somehow find a way to send us proof. That would be sick. So, like, reach out to us at support@cleverprogrammer.com or Instagram DM. This is my handle right underneath me. Right there. Boom. Where am I pointing, dude? Right there. And I'm just going to save this and send it to Naz.
Nice. So, with that said, guys, we were showing you the demoed version previously, and it was working. So, I feel like it's cached on the server or something that like is out of our hand because it's deploying 18 files. It means that it's definitely deploying what we want.
Yep. All right, guys. So, hopefully you guys enjoyed the build. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the build. It was absolutely insane. I mean, even if you have not deployed it yet, this is what it looks like. So, I mean, just take a look at this. This is literally a real Amazon app and fully functioning app that can actually collect payments. And when we go to Stripe, you can actually see that there are payments being collected. So this is as fancy as it can get. We wanted to take it even to the next level and deploy it, but just for whatever reason, it's bugging out. But we will deploy it and send you guys a simple guide on how to do that.
Yep.
With that said, we really hope that you guys still got value out of this and enjoyed this.
Okay, I just want to highlight John Winder said, I got my second full stack job thanks to studying off these dudes' videos. That's awesome, dude. John Winder on YouTube.
Oh, what?
Insane, dude.
I mean, that goes in our counter, right?
Yeah, 100%.
I got my second. Oh, wait, I'm not showing it. I got my second full stack job thanks to studying off of these dudes' videos. That is sick. Nah, sending another one your way. All right, here we go. All right, now the counter is at 31.
Nice, dude.
Beautiful. That little Easter egg counter. Okay.
Did we set for the homework?
Oh yeah, duh. Okay. Yeah, guys. So we have homework today. We are going to be doing. We're gonna show you exactly how you can make over 100K a year as a React developer. Sunny himself has done that with React, and we're gonna give you the guide. That is something you don't want to miss out on, and we're gonna bring you a ton of value. It's going to be epic. All right, guys, that's it. Thank you so much for jumping on. We will see you guys. Is there anything else, Sunny, that I am missing?
No, guys. All right. With that said, dude, I think we wrap it up.
That's it, guys. We love your face. This is Kazi.
This is Sunny.
And as always, we will see you
And next.
With that said, if you're ready to get your web development career started, if you are ready to learn the most popular framework in the world, which is React.js, which Facebook uses and all the top companies in the world actually use, Instagram, and if you want to learn the skills to become a modern React JavaScript developer, then register for this free training packed with value, and you're gonna have your resume and portfolio completely built. Again, all of it is completely free. All you have to do is click the link below, register for the training, and I'm gonna see you inside.